From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Rebecca Cook, reading Alibis Can Be Murder by Connie Shelton. Now let's begin with Alibis Can Be Murder. Chapter 1. Springtime in New Mexico is a tricky season. There are beautiful warm days that fool the trees into blooming, followed by hard freezes that knock your socks off and mean death to those tiny apple blossoms and potential peaches. You never really know it's arrived until oftentimes it's gone and summer has sneaked right up on you. But this spring, I knew there had been damage when I walked out the back door on April 11th and heard a curse word from my 90-something neighbor, the sweet little lady who somehow raised me through my teen years without resorting to sailor language even once. "Graham?" I called through the hedge that separates our properties. "Everything okay?" A wide-brimmed cotton hat, topping her fluffy white hair, appeared at the break in the hedge. "My cherry tree is toast. The plums don't look a whole lot better." It didn't take a glance at the thermometer to know it was freezing out here. I'd come out with only a flannel shirt and jeans, and I was already shivering. By noon it would be 70 degrees, but that didn't much matter now. "I should have put the fans out last night," she lamented. "I knew it." "So sorry," I said. "You know, Drake and I would have been happy to come over and help." Elsa Higgins is a sweetie, but she has the hardest time being dependent on anyone. Even when it's a simple 15-minute chore, she won't ask. Of course, the forlorn look over the lost fruit crop gave me a case of the gilts. If I'd not been at the office until midnight working on tax returns, I might have thought to bring up the subject of figuring out how to warm her trees. "Hey, I was about to put some blueberry muffins in the oven," providing I still had that mix on the shelf. "Want to come over in about 15 minutes and have some?" Freckles, our brown and white mixed-breed dog, heard the phrase, "have some," and she raced from the far corner of the yard in response. Elsa and I both laughed. "I'd say that's a yes. Come on any time. The coffee's already made." I shivered and opened the door into my kitchen. "Freezing?" Drake asked, holding a steaming mug out to me. "Yeah. I had this silly notion because it's sunny this morning I would put the cushions on the chairs under the gazebo and we could have coffee out there." "No way. It's barely 40. He set the mug on the counter and wrapped his arms around me. "Maybe by happy hour this afternoon." We were both eager to use the new gazebo, his Valentine gift to me, which he'd built during the 2 weeks of unseasonably warm weather in February when he had no pressing jobs for his helicopter business. I loved the turned balusters and white gingerbread trim. In an effort to rush spring into existence, we'd purchased wicker furniture and were ready to spend hours out there. Late February turned cold again. March was way too windy. And now April, the unpredictable month. "Oh, I promised Elsa blueberry muffins. Do we still have that box?" I opened a cupboard door. He handed me my coffee and steered me toward the kitchen table. "Let me handle it." How on earth did I ever find this fantastic husband? He builds and he cooks, and he's still so good-looking it makes my heart beat faster. Freckles followed Drake around the kitchen as he found the mix, got eggs from the fridge, and stirred it all together, actually remembering to turn the oven on first so it preheated. He amazes me. I'm good with boiling water for pasta, microwaving a frozen dinner for myself when he's working out of town, and not much else, unless it comes from packages or jars. I'm an accountant, a partner with my brother in his private investigation firm, a frequent helpmate to Drake who trained me and turned me into a decent helicopter pilot. As a kid, I was always outside, rough and tumbling with my brothers, happy to let my mother, and later Graham, handle everything in the kitchen. As if thinking her name summoned our neighbor, a tap at the back door meant Elsa had arrived. She carried a small jar of cherry preserves, a legacy of last year's crop which had not frozen. It's another thing I never think to do, show up at someone's house with a little gift. I think of it, really I do. Usually it hits me when I'm standing at the door, having pressed the bell. New resolution: start observing the social graces. She patted Drake on the shoulder, having come from a not-huggy generation. It smells good in here. She was looking at him when she said it. She knows who's the cook around our house. Plates, forks, the butter dish, and a bowl of strawberries had somehow appeared on the table while I wasn't noticing. Okay, at this point I'm going to use the excuse that it's tax season and I've had nothing but numbers on my mind for a couple of weeks. Returns were done for the businesses. Somehow between now and the 15th I would put it all together, wrap up our personal tax return, and get the whole batch in the mail. Elsa hung her jacket over the back of the chair, and Drake took the muffin pan from the oven. I remembered napkins. See, I can't handle a few things. At the Delaney house, Elsa was saying. I made the mental shift. The Delaneys were neighbors 3 houses south and across the street from Elsa's. Since I normally come and go from the north end of the street, I had no clue what she was talking about. It didn't matter. With Elsa, you just wait a minute and you'll get the rest of the story. The twins. I've only seen one of them around. I gave a shrug and passed her the basket Drake had set on the table. Those girls are always together, and now it's been months and months and I've only seen one. Which one? She giggled. How should I know? They're identical twins. Maybe the other girl has left home. They must be out of school by now. Maybe she's moved away. Elsa gave a tiny shake of her head. Something tells me that's not it. I'm worried about her. A flash from the past shot through my mind. 2 little blonde girls that Graham sometimes babysat. During the 3 years I lived with her, I'd spent a fair amount of time with those kids. Maybe it was a case of sometimes you know someone so well you don't see them at all. I've lived in the same neighborhood my whole life. Could it be that I've become blind to what's going on around me? Chapter 2. Breakfast wound down pretty quickly, as Drake needed to get out to the small West Side airport where his helicopter is hangared, and I still had those tax returns nagging at me. Freckles saw Elsa out to the break in the hedge, then came back to join me. I kissed my husband at the front door, watched him get into his pickup truck in the driveway, and picked up my purse and keys. My destination was a gray and white Victorian house in an older part of town, one we had converted to the offices of RJP Investigations. My brother, Ron, is actually the investigator. I'm the financial whiz. Our offices are across the hall from each other, and somehow, too often, I seem to get pulled into helping out with his cases. He does a lot of corporate background checks on new hires, with a smattering of cheating spouse cases. Yeah, even in the age of digital openness, there are still people who use a PI to gather dirt on the person they once vowed to love forever. All for the purpose of dragging them to court and extricating the largest financial settlement possible. I back away from those. It all seems so sleazy. But I've been known to find myself in the midst of a murder or two. Right now, Freckles and I were riding along in my Jeep, with the goal of avoiding any of Ron's dramas and heading straight to 1. The tin of dog biscuits on my shelf, and 2. The partially completed tax forms in my computer. We pulled into the driveway beside the office and followed its length to what used to be a backyard, now our own little parking area. Ron's Mustang wasn't there yet, but our part-time receptionist, Sally Bertrand, was already on the job, as evidenced by her minivan in its usual spot. Sally was in the kitchen, pouring coffee into a stained mug, looking a little ragged around the edges. "Long night?" I asked. "Crazy morning. You know, with Ross staying home mornings with RB, you'd think it wouldn't be so nuts. But getting Chrissy off to school and myself to work without some disaster along the way, it never happens. Today it was a whole bowl of oatmeal coating the high chair, the baby, and the floor." I gave a perky smile and thanked my lucky stars my only children had been dogs. She held out the coffee carafe to me, but I declined, making a little chit-chat about the muffin breakfast at home before calling Freckles inside and heading upstairs. Sally's domain is the reception area and conference room on the ground floor, originally the parlor and dining room in the Victorian days. Upstairs, the layout is pretty simple. 2 identically sized bedrooms became Ron's and my offices, each with a bay window facing the street. There was a smaller bedroom, which is now storage, and a bathroom you'd hate to think that a family of 5 or 6 people once shared. A shower curtain hides the old bathtub, and there's a standard white toilet and porcelain pedestal sink. Nothing glamorous, because it doesn't have to be. I rarely have time for home decor, so I'm pretty content with whatever is handed to me. I flipped on the lights in my office and turned on my new laptop computer. After years with a crazily outdated desktop clunker, this little thing zooms like a race car. Freckles circled the room and parked herself facing the bookcase, where the tin of dog biscuits sits. It's our morning routine. She'll sit patiently for about 10 seconds, and if I don't get the hint, she'll be leaping into my field of view to get my attention. It's just easier to give her the cookie right away. I patted her little brown and white head and sat down at the computer. An hour had magically vanished when I became aware of Ron standing in my doorway. "Ever heard of an alibi company?" he asked. I came out of my Form 1040 like a mole emerging from the ground, blinking and disoriented. "What? Good morning to you, too." "Yeah, morning, Charlie." He's recently taken to wearing ball caps and T-shirts instead of the Stetson and plaid western shirts he sported for years. Maybe it's an attempt to impress his new wife of 4 months, to be cooler with his 3 sons, now they're getting into their teens, or merely to seem younger. I have no idea. Victoria is such a classy lady, I can't imagine the ball caps being her idea. "So?" he asked again. "Alibi companies. Ever heard of them?" No. He held up a magazine, open to an article whose headline I could barely make out. "They provide alibis." Okay. You mean to get criminals off the hook? "Not serious criminals, more like cheating spouses." "Oh, right up your alley." "Ha ha." I shot him a look. "I've got this case, and everywhere I turn, the guy's got proof of his innocence. I know he's sneaking around, but the wife wants proof, and I can't come up with it. According to this article, these places provide their clients with the whole deal. Restaurant and travel receipts, answering services where a pretend secretary says the boss is in a meeting, the whole thing." Seriously? Does anyone really care about that stuff anymore? I mean, there are no-fault divorces, and it's a community property state. Why jump through all the hoops when he knows he'll have to split everything 50-50 anyway? "When 50% is several $1,000,000, I guess it's worth a bit more trouble. It's Bob Laurento." "Bobby the Bomb? The football player?" "The greatest quarterback in NFL history. The one who could land a pass in anyone's hands. Forced retirement last year after that shoulder injury." He went on to spout football stats I couldn't even begin to follow, the kind of stuff he and Drake talk about on Thanksgiving Day after a huge turkey dinner. All I remembered about the guy was the headline news about his injury, followed by a local flurry of stories last summer about how he was retiring and moving his family to Albuquerque. Even without the injury, he was hitting an age where you didn't see a whole lot of pro ball players still in the game. Back on target here? Bob Laurento is cheating on his wife? "Allegedly. Marcy Laurento believes he is, and she's furious." "Well, have fun with it. I've got paperwork here." I pointed toward the stacks of receipts and forms littering my desk. He grumbled a little. To what purpose, I have no idea. He knows those aren't my kind of cases. We met up again in the kitchen around noon, both Ron and I attracted by the smell of microwave popcorn Sally had made as a snack. She leaves for the day at 1 o'clock anyway, but always has a little something to tide her over. I had brought a sandwich from home, but when Ron offered to run out and bring me a Big Mac, I couldn't refuse. Despite Victoria's best efforts with both of us, the Parkers seemed to be stuck on fast food. "Any luck with the alibi guy?" I asked, digging into the bag for my fries immediately after he returned with the meal. "Just getting started, really. I found 2 of those alibi companies here in town. I'm not exactly having any luck getting them to admit a famous client's name." "Gosh, why am I not surprised?" He tossed a French fry at me, and it bounced off my hand as I was opening the little box containing my burger. "You seriously think I just come right out and ask, expecting an answer?" I shrugged and took a huge bite. That special sauce always gets to me, and I let out a sigh of contentment. The repartee dwindled as we both got serious about our food. A few minutes later, with the initial hunger slaked, I thought of something. "Do you remember a family in our neighborhood named Delaney?" He wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Like from when we were kids?" Things had changed so much over the years. The homes in our neighborhood were built back when my parents and their generation were young couples starting their families. Elsa and I are now some of the few originals remaining on the block. "Rick and Jane Delaney have been there a long time. They have twin daughters who were tiny when I was a teenager." He waved it off. "I would have been out of the house by then." We were all out of the house, technically. When our parents died in a plane crash, I was the only one still home, and Elsa Higgins had, insanely, volunteered to take me in until, at my 18th birthday, the law would allow me to be on my own. "Why do you ask?" I wondered if he was truly curious, or if he was only filling time as he ate the last of his fries. "A comment Graham made this morning. She thinks there's something odd going on with the twins. I might look into it." Ron bunched up the fast food bag and boxes from our meal, stood and took them to the big trash basket by the back door. I took what was left of my Coke upstairs to my desk. The tax papers awaited, but my mind went back to thoughts of the old neighborhood and the way it had been. Chapter 3. 17 years ago. Oh my God. Pink curtains and bedspread. I stood at the bedroom door staring. Apparently, while I was at school, Graham had decided to redecorate my room in pink. The pattern was Holly Hobby or some little girl design that might have been semi-okay for somebody like 6 years old. There was a new lamp on the old mahogany nightstand, a white china thing with pink roses, and a ruffled pink shade. No teen in the world could love this, especially me, a girl who would rather climb a tree than put on a frilly dress. "What do you think?" Graham had sneaked up behind me. There was no escape. Inexplicably, tears welled up. I hate when that happens. I blinked them back. It's pink. I thought it was just the cutest thing," she said, reaching an arm around my shoulders. "You shouldn't have." "They had a sale at JCPenney's, so it wasn't very expensive." "No, I really meant you shouldn't have." I looked away from her prying gaze and clamped my mouth shut. How was I going to sleep in this cotton candy room? I could never invite a friend in here. I walked in and dropped my books on the bed. I needed to talk to Stacy, have someone I could vent my feelings to. The only phone in the house was on the table in the living room. I swear, living with an old person just sucked. I stomped toward it while Graham went into the kitchen, saying something about having baked chocolate chip cookies and bringing me some. Sheesh, didn't she remember chocolate made my face break out? I picked up the phone and put my finger in the ancient rotary dial, laboriously finishing Stacy's number in about 25 minutes. "Hey, Stace, can you get out?" My best friend lived 3 blocks away, and ever since we were kids, we would meet at the little neighborhood park. Nowadays, Stacy sometimes got use of her mother's car. mainly only when her mom needed something from the store. Of course, I never got to use a car. Gram was paranoid as hell about something happening to hers with a teenager behind the wheel. So even though I'd gotten my license last fall, I was only allowed to drive if Gram was with me. Sure, the usual. Yeah. I heard a footstep behind the swinging kitchen door and raised my voice. Yeah, if I could get that history handout Smith gave in class today, I guess mine fell out of my backpack. If it pertained to homework, there was no way Gram could refuse to let me go. The kitchen door swung open, and there she stood with a glass of milk and a plate of cookies. They smelled heavenly, but I was determined not to waver. "You're going somewhere?" she asked. "Yeah, I need to run over to Stacy's to get a homework assignment. It won't take long." "Okay, good," she said, working to hide her disappointment. She liked for us to sit at the dining table together, talk about my school day, and have a snack. I knew it was so she could be sure I really was getting started on homework. "Mrs. Delaney is sending the twins over at 4:00, Gram said. "I told her you've been wanting to get some babysitting experience." "What? Oh, man, shoot me now." "I'll be here to help out. They'll only be here a couple of hours. We'll give them their dinner, and their mom will pick them up around 6:30. "Gram, I don't know anything about—" "It'll be fine. They're out of diapers already. We'll just play some games, and—" "Stacy's waiting on me. Can we talk about this when I get back?" I practically ran out the door. Kids, games, diapers. Oh, God. Across the street, I spotted Mr. Delaney pulling into their driveway, and the two little girls ran out the moment his car stopped. Two identical little blondes with hair down past their shoulders, matching shorts and tops, shrieking with excitement at seeing their daddy. The tears did really flow then. I would never again greet my dad when he got home from work, never eat cookies baked by my mother rather than a neighbor. I stumbled over a crack in the sidewalk but caught my balance and turned the corner toward the park. Stacy O'Donnell sat in one of the swings, twirling back and forth by stubbing one sneaker-clad toe into the sand, then the other. She'd gathered her permed blonde curls into a clip at the back of her head and changed from jeans to shorts. She's so pretty she could fit in with the popular kids, but she hangs out with me instead. I wiped my eyes during one of her sways in the opposite direction. "There was no history handout in Smith's today," she said, "so I brought one from last week. Guessing you need to walk back into the house with something in your hands?" She gave me a firm stare as she handed over the sheet of paper. "What's up?" I flopped onto the swing beside hers. She decorated my room in pink. Pink! And she made chocolate chip cookies. Wow, that's abusive if you ask me. I know. She's not doing anything wrong. She's doing everything right. So right that it sucks. Ron tells me I'd better be grateful every single day. I could have been put in foster care when Mother and Dad... I dipped my head so my hair would hide my face. Stacy put her hand on my arm. "Well, you know, with one brother in college and the other living in a dumpy apartment, you wouldn't exactly be able to live with either of them. You made it through more than a year with your gram, Charlie. Only a couple more?" I nodded and sniffed loudly, wishing I'd put some tissues in my pockets. "Hey, have you read the latest Mary Higgins Clark? I read it under the covers last night until my little booklight battery went out. It's so spooky." I shook my head. "I'll give you my copy when I'm done." She pushed off with her toe again. "Maybe you can come sleep over Friday night." I nodded with a flicker of enthusiasm. Stacy's mom wasn't as cool as the ones you saw on TV, but at least she wasn't a million years old. Gram set me up with a babysitting job this afternoon. Twins. I get these little hints she thinks she's preparing me for life as a wife and mother. All this cookie baking and everything. I think having kids would be fun. Someday. Not till way after college, though. I pictured the toddler twins across the street. Nuh-uh. That was a long way off for me. Chapter 4. I rechecked the figures I'd entered into my tax preparation program. Something wasn't making sense, and it had to be my mistake. After all, these programmers guaranteed the math would be correct. I went through it again, but the problem with scrolling up and down the computer screen was that I began to lose track of my place. Which line on which form? I took a deep breath. Babysitting the twin girls hadn't been so awful, I thought, in retrospect. They were cute kids and well-behaved, as I remembered. Graham had handled most of the actual work, and I mostly watched them play with a plastic toy where they were supposed to press buttons and cause plastic animals to make squawking sounds. The problem causer in the room had been me. I flushed with embarrassment at how rude I'd been to Elsa in those years. She's such a sweetheart and was so kind and self-sacrificing for me, and all I could do was find fault. Over the years, I've apologized for my behavior back then, but my conscience still niggles at me whenever a scene from the past comes back. How could I have thrown a fit over a pink bedroom? Elsa and I have laughed over that one. The stupid tax return still didn't make sense. I decided I needed to get some distance and look at it later. I printed the forms and jammed them into a folder. Freckles popped up out of a dead sleep the moment I switched off my computer, recognizing the signal for going home. Going home meant having dinner and, to a dog, any meal is cause for celebration. Downstairs, Sally's desk sat neat and empty. I'd not heard her leave, nor had I remembered Ron saying goodbye, but by the hollow sound in the office, I knew he'd gone for the day. I switched off the few remaining lights and paused in the kitchen to load the coffee maker for tomorrow morning. Those chores done, I opened the back door and raced Freckles for the Jeep. She won. She always wins. My once pristine Cherokee was showing her age, a victim of a few mishaps during some of my cases. A small dent here, a long scratch there. Although Drake and I are fairly caring about our vehicles, dogs are less cautious, and the interior had definitely seen better days, I thought, as I tossed the file of tax papers onto the front passenger seat after letting Freckles into the back. Still, I love the old girl. I slid into my well-worn seat and started the engine. The afternoon air held a hint of the chill that would descend when the sun went down, but for now it was lovely out. A deep blue sky, abundant sunshine, and barely a breeze. I powered all 4 windows partway down and let the dog stick her nose out to enjoy whatever array of scents she could pick up. We covered the few miles home in under 10 minutes. While I thought ahead to dinner, Drake had taken steaks out of the freezer this morning, which meant baked potatoes and a salad to go along. He's a master at salads and at the grill, so it left me with only one duty, placing 2 potatoes in the microwave and pressing the button. I can handle that. I turned onto our quiet residential street, my Jeep knowing the turns all on its own. Ahead, a flash of red caught my eye, a Corvette in a driveway across the street. One of the Delaney twins was walking toward it, and she must have hit her key fob button to unlock the car. She didn't look up, concentrating on something in her hands. A smartphone, no doubt. Another blast from the past hit me then. Memories of my irritation with Elsa's having only one telephone in her house. Even in our own home, there were several extensions. None of us had cell phones in those days. The idea of a teenager with a telephone she could carry absolutely anywhere might have intrigued my father, but would have scared my mother to pieces. I chuckled at the thought as I pulled into my driveway and parked beside Drake's truck. Behind me, the red Corvette roared past. I let Freckles out of the back seat and put a protective hand on her, although the sports car had now turned at the corner. I wondered if I should say something to the girls, warn them about driving so fast on a quiet street where pets and kids could dash out. Sheesh, maybe I was becoming my father. In the kitchen, Drake was already working his magic with salad ingredients at the cutting board. "Hey, you," he said, leaning backward to accept the kiss I delivered.
Thought I'd get an early start on this, so we'll have time to sit out under the gazebo a little while before it turns too chilly.
A bottle of Merlot already sat open at the end of the counter, and 2 fillets were seasoned and waiting in the fridge. Did I ever tell you you're the best?
You could say it again if you want.
Instead, I kissed the back of his neck.
You brought work home?
He asked with a nod toward the folder in my hand. Ugh, tax stuff. I only have a couple more days to finish this. I'll take a look at it after I'm filled with a fabulous dinner, although I'll feel too wiped out to think about details.
Makes perfect sense to me,
he said with a laugh. The mention of work reminded me of Ron's newest case. Have you ever heard of a company called Innocent Times? I asked as I took 2 potatoes from the wire basket in the pantry.
I haven't, but the name makes it sound like something not quite so innocent.
Funny you should pick up on that. Ron says it's what is known as an alibi company. They're in business to provide alibis for people who don't want someone to know where they've really been and what they've really been doing.
Or who they've really been doing.
He teased with the lightheartedness of someone with a clear conscience.
I'm only guessing. Your brother seems to catch a lot of those cases.
That's what it is, and the current one involves somebody with quite a pile of money.
Do we know this horrible cad?
This time I laughed. Well, we don't know he's a horrible cad. Not yet. It's Bob Lorento's wife who hired us.
NFL Bobby Lorento?
Yeah, but you can't say anything, okay? We don't know for sure.
It won't take long to find out. He's got a reputation as a womanizer. I doubt the news would surprise anyone.
You do know that I would murder you if you ever did that, I said with a wink.
And I would deserve it.
He put the salad bowl into the fridge, pressed the microwave button for the potatoes, and turned to take me in his arms. Nuzzling my neck, he murmured,
I will never, ever, ever hurt you, Charlie. You are the most important person in the world to me.
Somehow we forgot about the wine and the gazebo after that, and it was nearly 8 p.m. before the steaks went on the grill, and we sat down to a very, very satisfying dinner. Chapter 5. 2 days later, I dropped 3 fat envelopes through the mail slot at the main post office and walked out of there carefree as a 3-year-old. Tax season done. Yeah, I know, it's a weird kind of euphoria, something only an accountant can appreciate. I felt like celebrating. Drake had rushed to the airport this morning to meet with some people from National Geographic about a photo shoot. I supposed I would get the details when the meeting was finished. Ron had said he was going to call Innocent Times and pretend to be a potential client to find out how their services worked. I promised to tell Victoria what he was up to, and he threw a pad of sticky notes at me. Now I stood beside my Jeep in the post office parking lot, trying to decide what to do with my newfound freedom. The choices were many. I could go to the office and catch up on the RJP billing and other tasks I'd not done in weeks. At home, the roses still needed pruning, and the lawn should be fertilized. Elsa's busyness in her own yard reminded me I'd left several things half-finished in ours. A car waiting for a parking slot tooted at me, bringing me back to the fact I was uselessly taking up space wool gathering. I got in the Jeep, started the engine, and backed out. A block away, before I had to make the choice to turn left or right at Central, my phone chimed. Drake. I swung into a gas station lot and picked it up.
Hey, you in the middle of anything?
Happily, I'm not.
If you want to fly along, I'm taking a photographer up for a little jaunt over the mountains. He claims there's an old mining camp up there, and he's doing a story on such things. Mining camps in the mountains reminded me of a job we'd taken last summer in Alaska, one that unearthed some tragic old secrets, and I almost declined. But here I sat with a beautiful spring day at my disposal and my husband inviting me to spend it with him. We'll pull pitch in about 20 minutes, and you can ride along if you're here," he said.
My decision was made. I told him I'd come, then took the on-ramp to I-40 and raced westward toward Double Eagle Airport as fast as my Jeep and the moderate traffic allowed. Precisely 19 minutes later, I whipped into a parking spot and waved at him through the mesh fence. His blue and white helicopter sat on the skirt outside one of the maintenance hangars. Watching Drake in his khaki green flight suit and leather bomber jacket, I was struck with 100 memories of days like this. My handsome pilot doing the thing he did so proficiently. Love welled up in my heart. My favorite times were when it was just the two of us, on our way to or from a job. Sometimes he would be at the controls, sometimes I took them. The presence of a man with a large camera bag slung over his shoulder reminded me we had company today. I walked through the fixed base operator's office, said hi to Jimmy at the counter, and joined Drake as he was helping his customer with the seatbelt on the passenger side. A quick introduction. The guy's name was Michael something. I hopped into the back and settled in. While the rotors spun up, Drake gave the standard safety briefing, the stuff about doors and windows and not touching anything. Within a few minutes, we were skirting the northern edge of the city toward the Sandia Mountains. I hiked these mountains a lot in my teens and early 20s, but there are still a zillion places I've never seen. For our purposes today, Michael wanted a general view of the area. I suppose his photographer eye would know what he wanted when he saw it. Drake and I chatted as we crossed I-25, skirted a couple of the Indian pueblos, and followed Highway 14 past the tiny town of Los Cerrillos.
"What's that place?"
Michael asked, pointing at something to the south. From my seat behind him, I couldn't see it yet, but Drake circled and a little cabin came into view. Made of rough lumber, it had once sported a coat of white paint, but most of that had flaked away. I spotted a woman's touch. Red checked curtains at the two windows, a wooden flower box on the tiny covered porch. An outhouse sat a few yards behind. The one thing I didn't see was a road leading to it.
"Can we land there?"
the customer asked. I was kind of wondering the same thing. For some reason, the place caught my fancy. Drake brought the aircraft to a hover and looked around. The ground was barren and rocky, but for a bunch of cottonwood trees near the little house. As we came in low, it became evident a dry arroyo ran through, and there must still be enough underground water to keep those trees alive. There was a fairly level spot about 50 yards behind the cabin, and he set us down there.
"I'd like to spend a little time, if that's okay,"
said Michael.
"That bluff on the northern horizon is magnificent, but the light isn't quite there yet. If we hang out a half hour or so, the shadows will catch those tiny crevices."
His eye was far better than mine. I had no idea how he envisioned the high dirt ridge in that way. Drake shut down and we all got out. Michael immediately began roaming.
"Keep an eye out for snakes,"
Drake called out to him. "Really?" I scanned the ground nervously.
"I have no idea. Better safe than sorry. Can't have a big magazine suing me for bringing their guy out to a dangerous place."
He took a deep breath and looked around.
"Wow, listen to the quiet."
It was one of those things you don't hear when you live in a city. Even in a secluded neighborhood like ours, there's always noise. The distant roar of traffic on the freeway, a car starting up somewhere, someone's TV through an open window.
"My place in Hawaii would be like this sometimes. I'd get up around dawn and sit outside with my coffee, and the only thing I'd hear would be a rooster crowing now and then. Even that didn't last long, once people got up and headed for work."
I stood still and really listened. Michael's footsteps on the rocky ground made an occasional crunch-crunch. When he stopped, out of our sight beyond the dip of the arroyo, it was as if Drake and I were truly the only ones on the planet. "Someone else loved it out here," I said, pointing to the cabin. I would have felt guilty intruding on their idyllic location, but the place had clearly been abandoned. From the look of it, decades ago. "There's no road. How do you suppose they came and went?"
"There was a skinny little track down there."
He pointed downhill.
It's probably washed out now, and I have no idea what it connected to. We must be nearly a mile off the nearest road."
"Look at this place, hon," I said, facing the cabin. For its age, the small building was in remarkably good condition. No doubt its distance from civilization played a part. No squatters or vandals would make the trek out here. Our high desert climate, with dry air and a cold enough winter to discourage termites, was most certainly another factor. I could picture an old miner having built the place, catering to his wife's desires for something sturdy, where she could cozy up and create a home. But that wasn't quite the whole story either. The nearest mine shaft we'd seen was miles away, not exactly an arrangement conducive to a guy heading off to work each day and coming home every night. There was more to it. I squinted my eyes and envisioned the little house with its white paint fresh and bright, and maybe some red trim around the window frames. I skimmed past the outhouse. I'd managed those fine when I was a kid out camping, but I've come to enjoy the finer points of indoor plumbing in recent years. Drake had circled the structure.
"You know, it's not in bad shape at all. There's a back door with no curtain over the window. The kitchen has a wood stove, and I have no idea what they did for refrigeration. Nobody's touched it, though. There's a double bed in there with a decent quilt on it."
"If the bedding hasn't been shredded by mice, the house must be incredibly tightly built."
"Are you thinking what I'm thinking?"
He raised his eyebrows. In recent months, we'd had several conversations about buying a weekend place somewhere. With commitments to 2 businesses, there's seldom time for us to go away on cruises or take typical vacations. We'd discussed a couple of ski areas in the northern part of the state. Taos, where we spent our honeymoon, is incredibly beautiful and less than 3 hours away. But this place, it was 15 minutes by air, and absolutely no one was going to come around. I looked at it with a fresh eye. The outhouse was the first thing to catch my attention. "I don't know." An exclamation from Drake's client caught our attention. When we looked toward the bluff where the photographer had headed, I saw what he'd been talking about. The sun struck the tan earth now, bringing out incredible peachy tones and highlighting every fissure and boulder. My breath caught in my chest, and all at once I could see myself spending time out here. Chapter 6. Drake and I sat on the cabin's wooden porch while the photographer snapped away. He'd brought 3 cameras, we discovered, so he kept plenty busy while we talked.
"You know,"
Drake said,
"a wraparound porch would make this even better. We would set a couple of chairs facing that bluff."
"We don't know who owns it or if it's even for sale," I countered, not wanting to get attached.
"I think my carpentry skills are up to it."
"Getting confident after you built the gazebo, huh?"
"Think how great it would be to come out here any time we want. With the aircraft, we just hop in and go back to town if a job comes up."
"And the bathroom is an outhouse."
"You could get new curtains and all that girly stuff."
Michael was coming up the arroyo, one camera on a strap around his neck, the others stashed in the bag again.
"Lots to talk about later,"
Drake said to me, extending a hand to pull me to my feet.
"Wow, this view will make a perfect backdrop for the story,"
Michael said, breathing a little hard in the high, thin air.
"Now, what were you saying about a mining town up the way? I'd like to get some shots there as well."
An hour later, we'd covered a lot of ground, and the man had taken a lot of pictures, ending with shots of the mine shafts near Madrid. Way, way back in history, there were coal mining operations up here. The town was abandoned for a long time until modern-day artists discovered it and revamped the old houses and buildings to create a funky little touristy place to visit on weekends. Dressed up, Madrid had even starred in a movie or 2. Drake set the helicopter down near the ballpark, which in the town's heyday in the 1920s was the first field west of the Mississippi with electric lights and a scoreboard. Babe Ruth even played here, or so the legend goes. The other thing the little burg was known for back in the day was its annual display of Christmas lights, with scenes covering the nearby hills and attracting families from Albuquerque who made the 2-hour drive to get here by road. These days, there are dozens of artsy shops and, we hoped, someplace good for lunch. A stroll into the heart of town told us immediately there was some kind of event going on. A food and wine festival, it seemed. I discovered I was up for both. Michael took off on foot to see what picturesque delights he could capture. He said he'd be back within an hour, but since Drake was on the clock, we didn't care if he took all day. The arrangement of booths seemed to run along the lines of a wine, a food, an art or craft, a wine, a craft, another wine. New Mexico is known for some excellent wineries, and this little event was here to showcase them. First, I wanted food. The smell of barbecue wafted toward me. I took Drake's hand and pulled him along as I followed the scent like a hopeful puppy. Not that he needed much persuading.
"Hey,"
he said, stopping under a shady elm tree.
"Isn't that your guy?"
Utter confusion on my part.
"Bobby Laurento, the one Ron's tracking, over by that wine booth with the chili ristras hanging on it."
I followed his gaze in time to see a large white guy pull a petite, dark-haired woman into an embrace. They had stepped out of the traffic path and were indulging in a kiss. A long kiss. I had to admit I didn't watch enough football to recognize the players in their uniforms on the field, much less out in the civilian world, but Drake seemed fairly certain.
"It's him. He hired me once to fly him around a ranch property near Pecos."
Why hadn't he told me this a week ago? Did the woman go along too?
"Not that one. The lady I met was taller and blonde and was introduced as his wife, Marcy."
I glanced back over at the lovebirds. Where was our photographer when we needed him? I reached for my phone in my jeans pocket, but even zooming to its max, I knew the photo I shot would be an unrecognizable blur. The subjects were too far away. I'm going to see if I can catch up with them.
"Charlie?"
The crowd had multiplied, and I lost sight of the pair as I dashed across the road, bringing a pickup truck to a sudden stop, and sprinted toward the booth with the bright red strings of chilies. You'd think a guy who's 6'3" and well over 200 pounds couldn't simply vanish. The pair had been slightly to the side of the wine booth when I spotted them. Maybe they'd ducked behind to get away from the expanding crowd. I followed the route I'd guessed they most likely had taken, but all I found was the parking area for the vendors. The row of booths was backed up by vehicles parked at crazy angles, an assortment of empty cartons, and more than a few guy wires waiting to trip me and toss me on my face if I wasn't careful. No sign of a big man and a petite woman. I turned back to the hubbub. Drake had crossed the road and apparently had just asked the slender woman in the wine booth if she'd seen me. She gave a winning smile and pointed toward me. He looked relieved. What a sweetheart he is, but really, I don't need this much worrying over. I turned to the woman whose business seemed momentarily at a lull. She had enviable long blonde hair drawn up into a ponytail, with just the perfect number of wisps escaping the band, and she wore a burgundy apron over her jeans and white t-shirt. A name tag pinned to the apron strap identified her as Susie Scott. She picked up a small plastic cup and poured a half-inch of wine into it. "Here, try this one. It's our red chili Cabernet." She offered Drake a taste as well, but he declined on the grounds that he had to fly later. Momentarily distracted from my football player mission, I took the cup. A lot of New Mexico winemakers are getting creative with flavors, but I'd never tried one of these with chili. I took a tentative sip. It was actually very good, with just a hint of chili nip as it settled into my mouth. I noticed Susie was watching the crowd as we chatted, so I decided to see if she had noticed Laurento. I described him. "You mean Bobby Laurento," she said. "I recognized him right away. He was one of my fantasy football picks last year." She lowered her voice. "The girl with him? That wasn't his wife. I've seen Marcy Laurento in the stands. You know, they do those crowd shots sometimes on TV. Uh-huh. This was somebody else. I didn't know he and his wife had split. As readily as she shared information, I figured I'd better not tell her about our case. Did he buy anything from you? A credit card receipt could give Ron some additional ammo, I supposed. She shook her head. No, but I noticed they stopped at the booth over there where the guy sells the Polish sandwiches. Bobby wolfed down 2 of them. Oh, and the girl? She was carrying a little bag from the spice rack. It's the booth about 3 down from me that sells all kinds of spices and teas. You'd be a great detective, I told her. She beamed. You think? My mother always told me I was too nosy. My sister just says I'm very observant. I thanked her for the information, and we bought a bottle of the wine. I spent the next 40 minutes visiting the 2 booths Susie had pointed out. No luck finding Lorento at either one. I turned my attention toward ferreting out the best of the barbecue sandwiches on offer. When we decided, we settled at a picnic table under an awning to eat and watch the crowd. At one point, I thought I saw the dark-haired woman Bobby Lorento had been kissing, but she was alone and I couldn't be sure. I was becoming impatient with the search. This was Ron's case, after all. I wanted to return to my earlier euphoria. But even Drake's mention of the little cabin we'd found didn't quite bring it back. Drake's client came ambling up to our table, a happy grin, proof he'd gotten everything he wanted out of the day's excursion. We balled up our sandwich papers and tossed them in the trash, and the 3 of us strolled back to our aircraft. Bobby Lorento might be rich and famous, but we were the ones in this crowd who knew how to come and go in style. By the time I got home, leaving Drake and Michael at the airport to finalize their business, it was late afternoon. I was still full from the late barbecue lunch, so I planned nothing more complicated than to take Freckles for a quick walk, followed by an evening devoted to nothing much at all. I'd barely clipped the leash to the dog's collar and stepped out the front door when Elsa woo-hooed at me from her front yard. We walked over to say hi. I immediately noticed she seemed concerned about something. Everything okay? Oh, I shouldn't be such a worrywart. But I still think something's wrong over at the Delaney's. Ever since we talked before, I've been watching those girls. I haven't seen the 2 of them together in ages. Yeah, you mentioned that. Is it unusual? Maybe one girl has been away. Oh, maybe. But it's been quite a long time, and both their cars are there. I looked up the street and saw that, yes, 2 Corvettes sat in their driveway, a red one and a blue one. I did a quick age calculation. The Delaney twins must be 18 or 19 now, certainly old enough to be on their own. I remembered my own late teen years, and how girls that age almost always hung out in pairs or groups. Even shopping, I always went with Stacy or Brad. You told me the parents travel a lot. Maybe she went with them. But that's the thing. I see both girls. Zane comes out and gets into her red car, and other times Clover comes out and goes in the blue one. And the problem is, I never see them together. Those girls have always done everything together. Freckles was tugging at her leash, but I took a moment to give my attention to Elsa. So what are you saying? I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Chapter 7. 16 years ago. I ducked into the Gap and tucked myself behind a rack of jeans. Why, oh why, had I agreed to come to the mall with Graham? Only because it's not Saturday, and I know most of my friends wouldn't be here. How lame is it to be out shopping with an old lady? Okay, to be fair about it, she'd gone her own way and let me go mine. I have my allowance, the monthly amount from my soon-to-be inheritance that I can spend on clothes and necessities. But geez Louise, it's barely enough. 2 years ago, I'd hoped to save up enough for a car, but my cash only goes about as far as a couple of CDs and maybe one new outfit a month. The only car on the horizon is my mother's 5-year-old Buick, which still sits in our garage, to be mightily bestowed upon me for my 18th birthday. 6 more months, and I cannot wait. even though it's a Buick. I'll trade it in on something cooler as soon as I graduate and get a job. From behind the jeans, I looked at my watch. Another 10 minutes before I needed to meet up with her at Orange Julius. I could just not show up. But that would never fly. She'd wait around, or worse yet, get mall security to look for me, and then I'd be in for a lecture. God, I hate those. The gentle, "Now, Charlie, it's dangerous for a girl," blah, blah, blah. If Graham knew how often I sneaked out at night, if she had a clue. She's got no idea that I go over to my house and get the car key off the hook by the garage door and meet up with my friends. She'd faint dead away if she knew how many times Brad North and I have ended up in the back seat. One time when Ron went over to start the Buick and keep the battery charged, he said something about how the gas gauge seemed lower than he'd remembered. And after that, I made sure to put more in each time I drove it. I looked at the price tag on the jeans I'd pulled off the rack and put them back. A familiar voice caught my attention. Oh, geez, it was Graham. She'd stopped right outside the store and was talking to somebody. Maybe if I slid over to the jackets, I could disappear. "Oh, there's Charlie now," Graham said. Oh, well, I would have had to go in a few minutes anyway. I waved and she motioned me over. "You remember Mr. and Mrs. Delaney, don't you, Charlie?" I smiled and nodded. The parents of the twin girls Graham insists I help babysit now and then. They'd been over only a few nights ago, and we played Candyland until I felt like I'd get a cavity. Now the two happy-go-lucky girls were holding hands and skipping around, singing some irritating little song.
"So anyway,"
Rick Delaney said, continuing as if I'd gone invisible.
"It's pretty boring work, but the people we get to meet are so fascinating. There's this young actor in our current project, just getting started, but he'll be somebody. Name's Orlando Bloom."
I started to pipe up and say Orlando wasn't that new. I'd noticed those dark, smoky eyes of his in a movie about Oscar Wilde, and it was already out in the video store. But Mr. Delaney wasn't pausing for a second.
"Our favorite to work with so far has been Steven Spielberg. Can you imagine? I'm handling the camera rigging right next to Steven Spielberg."
Jane Delaney piped up. "Yeah, and you'll see our names right there in the credits. Watch for it. His newest film hits the theaters next month." Yeah, like I want to sit in the theater an extra 20 minutes after the show just to see your name in print? I don't think so. But I smiled when she looked my direction.
"And,"
said Rick,
"we'll be on location in Santa Fe on a new action-adventure shoot for the summer. My sister's coming to stay with the kids this time. We'll be put up in the crew housing."
Which is probably some old motorhome or trailer out in the middle of the desert in the summer heat. Call me unimpressed. One of the twins tripped on a leg of a wrought iron bench and started screaming, which gave Graham and me the perfect chance to break away. "Would you like to drive on the way home?" she asked me as we stowed our few shopping bags in the trunk of her solid old Ford sedan. "Whatever." "Yes! Boy, that couple sure can go on," Graham said as she sank into the passenger seat. "The whole world of movie people seems so superficial to me. Do they honestly think actors and big-name directors are going to be their friends? Neighbors and family, those are your real friends." I knew it was another of her not-so-subtle life lessons, so I put on the appropriate face and thought about my date tonight with Brad. I hoped she didn't notice I was 10 over the speed limit as we headed down Lomas. A song from the background music at the Gap kept running through my head. "The girls are cute, though, don't you think?" I continued to hum as I diverted my attention back to what she was saying. Oh, the little twins. Yeah, sure, they were okay as kids went. "Brad asked me out to a movie," I said. "On a school night? You know the rule." "It's not really night. It's an afternoon matinee that starts at 5. We'd be home by 7:30. Actually, it didn't start until after 6:30, and there was no way I'd come directly home anyway. We were going to grab a Bob's Burger first, and then would probably hang out with some friends after. She wouldn't like it, but shit, I'm 17, and she can't treat me like I'm 10 anymore. She gave a sigh of resignation, which I recognized as her way of deciding this was one battle not worth fighting. "If you've got your homework done." "I do." "Mostly. I'll finish the history essay during English in the morning." Of course, the movie went late and the friends bailed, so it was just Brad and me making out and drinking rum and cokes in his car for an hour. Graham surely noticed my lipstick was completely gone, and my hair a tousled mess when I walked in at 10. She didn't say a word, just went around and locked the doors and went into her bedroom. On the kitchen table sat a glass of milk and a plate of homemade cookies. I felt bad. Not bad enough to go apologize to her, just bad enough to finish off the milk and cookies. The next morning at school, my head pounded and I swore off ever taking another taste of rum. Topping it with a heavy snack had been a mistake, and my stomach was rebellious. When I got a note in homeroom that my guidance counselor wanted to see me, I almost turned the other way in a desperate attempt to flee school. But I didn't. The consequences at home weren't worth it. "Charlotte, hello," said Mrs. Reynolds. "Come on in and have a seat." I complied, mainly because I was rather shaky on my feet. All I remembered of this woman was how we'd had a few meetings my sophomore year after my parents' plane crash. She'd done her best to assure me that life had to go on, the school would make allowances for my trauma, and the best way to handle it was to get on with it and concentrate on my work. I basically blew it all off. "As you know, we like to meet with each graduating senior and talk a bit about your plans for the future. I see you've applied and been accepted to UNM for the fall term." She was reading from a manila folder on her desk. "Have you thought about what you'd like to major in?" I went blank. Other than freedom from my surrogate grandmother, I hadn't thought much about my future at all. "Many students have plans in place. Others have no inkling," Mrs. Reynolds said with an indulgent smile. She'd read me like a book. "For those who haven't already expressed an area of interest, we like to give some ideas. I notice here on your transcript and from the standardized tests you've taken that you have very strong math skills." "I do?" Right offhand, I couldn't say what grade I'd earned in any class for 2 years. My general impression was that I was barely holding my own, although I supposed the university wouldn't have accepted me if I was a total failure. She continued, "Have you considered a career path in accounting?" Chapter 8. Freckles and I walked to our little neighborhood park, the one where Stacy and I used to meet. I unclipped the dog's leash and tossed a tennis ball across the grassy space. Elsa's comment about the teenage twins had put me back in the world of my own high school days. Unlike a lot of friends who remembered high school as a time of dances, football games, and singing in the choir, my experience had been completely overshadowed by the loss of my parents, the uprooting of routine during my life with Elsa, and spending too much time in the world of lies and deceit that kids create when they start hanging out with the wrong crowd. The counselor who'd suggested accounting classes had no idea how decisively she had set me on the right path. Back to the twins. I decided I would start paying more attention, see whether it seemed Elsa's observations had any merit. She may have turned into the neighborhood busybody, but she's far from senile. I thought back to what she'd told me so far. The parents had been away for a while now, most likely on one of their movie jobs. The girls were apparently living at home alone, but they were 18 or 19 years old. I'd done the same at that age. I realized I knew little else about them. Were they in college? Did they have jobs? Did they have a lot of friends? I had no idea. I must have thrown the ball for a whole lot more times than I realized. Poor Freckles was beat. She had taken the ball off to the side, and now she was lying in the cool sand beneath one of the swings. "Okay, baby, we can go home." The suggestion revived her, and she trotted over to me. I snapped the leash on once again and stuffed the ball in my pocket. We retraced our route, and I caught myself staring at the Delaney house as we passed. One of the girls came out and noticed me. Oops, caught spying. She said hi, and I said hi. She wore a skin-tight black mini dress, impossibly high platform shoes, and her blonde hair hung straight as a plank to the middle of her back. "How are you girls doing?" I asked. "Elsa Higgins says your parents have been away. Everything going all right for you, too?" "Oh yeah, we're fine." She turned her attention to the phone in her hand and started thumbing a message to someone as she walked toward her driveway. "Okay, well, good." So there you have it. They're fine. I wasn't sure whether I'd spoken to Zane or Clover, and wasn't at all sure she remembered how long ago I had babysat the two of them. Anyway, I could now report to Elsa next time I saw her, although I had a feeling this was exactly the response she'd already received when speaking with the twins. The girl paused beside the blue sports car and looked up at me. I realized I'd stopped in front of their house. I gave a little wave and yielded to Freckles, tugging at the leash. The car didn't start moving until I'd reached my own yard, which seemed a little strange. Normally those girls got in, threw their cars in gear, and raced out of the neighborhood. I took a moment to go get the mail from our box, glancing back up the street as I did so. The red car was still in the Delaney driveway. I supposed I could walk over there and ask the other girl a question or two, but wasn't that putting me in the same busybody mode as Elsa? And, frankly, I had plenty of other things going on in my life right now. It wasn't my place to go insert myself into someone else's family situation. To underscore the point, Drake pulled into our driveway just then and Freckles bounded toward him. As soon as his truck came to a full stop, I dropped the leash and let her run to greet him. He got out and bent over to ruffle her ears and speak to her in baby talk. "So, your customer seemed happy with the photos he got?"
"Yeah, he did. Depending on his editor's feedback, he may want to go again in a few days. And we earned several hours of flight revenue, even though the job was close to home." He stepped onto the porch and pulled me close. His flight suit smelled of jet fuel. "We're just back from a walk. How about I feed this kid while you go shower, and then we'll meet at the gazebo with some wine and cheese?" I puttered around the kitchen as Freckles scarfed down her kibble as if it were a race to the finish. In a short time, I had a small platter of sliced cheese, salami, some olives, and an assortment of crackers. I was rummaging for the wine opener when Drake came in, wafting the scent of his favorite soap, a vast improvement over jet fuel. "Shall we open the new bottle we bought today?"
he suggested, taking over the duty. I carried the food plate and some napkins outside. "Better bring light jackets," I called out when he opened the back door. Once the sun goes down in a desert climate, the temperature can drop dramatically. And our shady spot, chosen for summer appeal, had not exactly warmed much during the day. I slipped into the fleece jacket he brought me and took my wine glass from him.
"Here's to a possible new venture," he said, raising his glass to touch mine. At my puzzled look, he added, "The little cabin? I'm serious about checking it out, finding out who owns it."
"It could be a great little getaway. As quickly as we can get there by air, we'd both be handy to our businesses if need be." I made myself a stack of cracker, cheese, and olive.
"And a fun project,"
he said, sitting back in his cushioned chair and staring up at the gazebo's ceiling.
"I really enjoyed making this little retreat for us."
We finished our light dinner and sat bundled in the blankets I retrieved when I went back for the rest of the wine. The day's events kept playing through my head, starting with the discovery of the cabin and going through our sighting of Bobby Lorento at the wine festival. The woman I'd spoken with at the wine booth had been very certain Lorento was with someone other than his wife. I could call Ron and report, but the evening was too pleasant to bring his investigation into it. The news could wait for morning. Chapter 9. I arrived at RJP Investigations around mid-morning, the late start being my little reward to myself for finishing the taxes yesterday. My plan today was to assemble file boxes for the year's accumulation of receipts, bank statements, and other yearly crap the IRS makes us keep. The storeroom would now give up the oldest box to the shredder and add this new one to the collection. Another of those dreary drudge work tasks only a financial person can love. Freckles had ridden with me today, and she parked herself in the square of sunshine on the oriental rug in my office. By the time I'd pulled a batch of folders from my desk drawer, the dog was stretched out in tummy-up bliss. All that ended the moment a loud crash sounded downstairs. Sally screamed. I pictured the front door flying open and banging against the potted rubber plant beside it. Was that a tinkle of broken glass, or did I imagine it? Freckles ran to the top of the stairs, barking like 25 pounds of vicious wild killer.
"Who's been talking to my wife?"
demanded a booming male voice. Fee-fi-fo-fum. Between barks from the dog, I caught hints that Ron was on the phone in his office, and Sally's voice sounded cowed in a way I'd never heard her before. My first instinct was to reach under my desk for my purse and get my hands on my Beretta. When I looked up, Ron had appeared in his doorway. I tucked my pistol into my waistband when I saw he was already armed.
"Well?"
demanded the voice. Sally stammered something, and I caught sight of my dog racing down the final steps, preparing to launch herself at the intruder. "Freckles!" I shouted, but the dog was deaf to the sound of my voice and clueless about everything but her mission. Ron pointed his Smith & Wesson toward the ceiling as he took the stairs one at a time. I was only a couple of treads behind him. We reached the bottom and got our first real look at the situation. Sally stood behind her desk, her normally tan complexion so white her freckles stood out like a constellation of brown stars across her nose. A large man faced her. When she glanced around him toward Ron, the man spun. It was Bobby Laurento. Wow. He sure seemed a lot bigger in the confined space of our office than he had yesterday from a distance in the open-air market. I made a grab for my dog's collar, but she eluded me.
You been putting ideas in my wife's head?"
Laurento stared daggers at Ron. A quick assessment showed the football player didn't seem to be armed, well, with anything other than his two huge fists. Ron lowered his weapon, but I noticed he kept both hands on it. His voice was cool and modulated as he went through the motions of getting Laurento to introduce himself, as if we didn't know. Still, it was a good move on Ron's part. The man calmed by about 3 notches on the anger scale.
"My wife, Marcy, she's been talking to you,"
he stated, his voice rising again. Ron nodded.
"I've spoken with her." "So are you the SOB who told her she ought to sell my Super Bowl rings?"
Ron's gun hand fell limply at his side.
"What on earth are you talking about? The little bitch took my rings to a pawn shop. All 3 of them. I can't believe it. My rings that I earned at the Super Bowl. 3 winning games."
Freckles was circling Laurento's legs with evil intent in her eye, and I figured the last thing we needed was a dog bite charge leveled at us along with his other accusations. I edged past Ron, got the dog by her collar, and led her upstairs where I sent her to her crate with a cookie for her bravery.
"Look, Mr. Laurento,"
Ron was saying when I came back downstairs.
"I don't know anything about your Super Bowl rings, other than the fact I enjoyed like hell watching those games and seeing you win."
The belligerent manner dropped another 2 notches.
"Can we talk in here?"
Ron asked, steering Laurento toward the conference room. Sally let out a shaky breath, although she didn't take her eyes off the 2 men. "Should I call 911? She whispered to me when I got close. I gave a tiny shake of my head. Things seemed to have calmed down quite a bit. I edged closer to the open door where the men had gone.
"I'll tell you Marcy hired us to find out if you were cheating on her."
Ron said. I noticed his body language showed he was ready to run if the response proved to be a negative one. Ron isn't cowardly, but he's no fool either. And now in his mid-40s, he's not looking to be taken down by a pro ball player.
Marcy hired you?
Laurento scratched his head.
Well, that's just stupid. She knows I cheat. I've had girlfriends all along. We players travel. We got needs. The wives get treated pretty damn good with clothes and jewelry and great big old houses. Now she wants more?
This guy could not be serious. I felt my jaw clench.
Are you familiar with a company called Innocent Times?
Ron asked. Laurento shuffled a little, giving away the answer.
Look, I don't care what kind of arrangement you and your wife have, whether she agrees with your version of this story or not. I was hired to do a job, and I started to look into it.
The athlete tensed up.
My rings. You're sure she pawned them? Do you know which shop? Yeah, that's how I found out. I found this ticket.
He pulled a slip of paper from his pocket.
So, you go down there and retrieve them?
Did it really take a rocket scientist to figure this out? I chafed at the conversation.
Them rings are worth, like...
I could see him trying to figure it out.
Look, Ron said. Just go down to the shop and see what they want for them. They probably gave Marcy a fraction of the real value. As far as your relationship, I can't tell you what to do there. She was my client. She'll have to decide what she wants to do.
I noticed Ron said she was the client. Personally, I hope that meant he intended to resign from the case and this particular dysfunctional couple. With his ticket in hand, Bobby the Bomb headed toward our front door, which hung a little crookedly on its hinges. At least, thank goodness, the leaded glass insert hadn't shattered. I watched him walk away and get into a jacked-up truck with huge tires that sat at an angle in our driveway. It started with a rumble and was soon out of sight. Well, that went swimmingly, I said with a grimace toward the door. Do you now have a clue why I don't like us taking these cases? Ron ignored me and walked over to examine the door frame.
Some longer screws ought to fix it.
He went toward the kitchen, and I heard the back door open and close. He would get his toolbox from the shed out back and spend his afternoon fixing a problem that hadn't needed to happen. Sally and I exchanged a look. Men. Back upstairs, I boxed up last year's files and labeled it with a thick black marker. I'd just stashed it in the storeroom when I heard voices at the front door. These were much more civil, and in a minute I heard light footsteps on the stairs. Victoria, Ron's wife, met me at the top. "Hey there," she said. "Looks like you guys had a little excitement this morning." I rolled my eyes. "I'm on my way to take fabric swatches to a client in Old Town, but I thought I'd stop by on the way and invite you and Drake to our place Saturday evening. We're grilling steaks and ribs. I'm guessing Ron didn't already mention this." "He didn't. He was a little busy." She laughed. As she left, I watched her stop beside the door and give Ron a kiss. I hope the big dodo appreciates her. With what happened on their wedding day a few months ago, we're lucky we have her. I spent another hour wrapping up my little organization project and then headed home. Elsa was working on her front flower beds, and she waved me over when I pulled into my driveway. I knew she was going to bring up the subject of the twins again. I swear she's becoming a dog with a bone on this subject. "I went over there a while ago. I saw Clover leave, but since the red car is still home, I figured that means Zane is still there. Well, if she is, she's ignoring me completely. I rang the bell and called out, even walked around to their backyard. Something's not right over there, I tell you." I opened my mouth to list a selection of logical reasons why a person might leave her car home while she's somewhere else, but I saw the look in Elsa's eyes. "It's just..."
Young girls and the troubles they can get themselves into," she said. "I cared for those 2 little ones, and now I'm worried. Could you check into it? I mean you and Ron and your company."
I gave a resigned nod, hoping my lack of enthusiasm didn't show too greatly. She seemed relieved.
"What is it about girls when they hit their teens? They change so much."
I thought back to my own teen years. My experience was clouded by loss and grief, but even before that, I remembered the onset of puberty as possibly the worst time of my life. Pressures abounded everywhere. Girls made snarky comments about your hair, your clothes, your looks. Although I'd never been one of the cool kids, popularity was paramount to so many of them. Boys, well, the sexual tension was always in the air. I'd dated Brad North nearly all my senior year, and by the time we entered college, we were talking marriage. Yeah, and look how that turned out. Chapter 10. 13 years ago. January, 2 months after my 20th birthday. I'd fully expected this morning's meeting with the family lawyer to go the same way every other meeting went. No, Charlotte is too young to be living on her own. No, she can't have free access to her inheritance yet. If she's really going to marry this North fellow, then there should be a prenuptial agreement. All the meetings with this impossibly ancient attorney went the same way. Elsa attended as my guardian, Ron as the senior-most family member, and me slumped into a chair while they all talked about me as if I weren't in the room. I'll graduate with an accounting degree in 1 more year. I think I can handle my own money now. The house, the furnishings, and vehicle, for now, the attorney was saying. Upon her 21st birthday, she'll receive access to half the trust funds. At age 30, the remainder. I patted the tabletop with my hand. Could you all at least pretend I'm right here? I tried for a respectful tone. Sorry. The lawyer actually looked a bit chastened. Charlotte, the trust fund provision is not my decision. Your parents wrote it that way. Each of your brothers received his share at the appropriate age as well. I know I made a face when he used the word appropriate. I couldn't help myself. He turned his attention back to the long sheets of paper on the desk, and I fiddled with my ring on my left hand. The diamond Brad had given me when he proposed at Christmas wasn't a large one, but it signified that we had a future together. In 1 year's time, I would have my degree and a husband, and we would be living in a nice neighborhood, a far cry from our contemporaries in their student housing apartments. Today's meeting was momentous for me. My own home. No matter what the rest of them said, I felt like a grown-up. Finally. I signed the papers the lawyers pushed toward me and walked out of his office, not quite believing my luck. Graham suggested a celebratory lunch. She'd put stew in a big pot on the stove before we'd left for the meeting. Ron begged off, saying he had to meet with a woman about renting a space for his business. He'd received his private investigator's license 2 years ago, and the cases started to roll in, thanks to the guy who'd mentored him. But working from home with his shrewish wife Bernadette and 3 small kids underfoot was proving nearly impossible. So the celebration ended up being just Graham and me, which was fine. I gobbled down the stew and cornbread, mentally cataloging the possessions I'd collected in 5 years in this house, while she talked about the practicalities of being a homeowner. You'll need to be sure to have the furnace serviced each fall. Ron did it last September, so it's working fine now, and he'll help you this spring when it's time to switch over to your air conditioning. I nodded absently. She probably thought the smile on my face was gratitude for her advice, when in reality I was thinking how great it would be to have Stacy over to hang out tonight. I was pretty sure some of my dad's liquor supply must still be in a cabinet somewhere over there. The moment Graham paused, I jumped up and put my dishes in the sink, then dashed to my room to start packing. The shiny black extension phone I'd bought for myself sat on the bedside table, I was fairly certain the phone at my own house, my house, wasn't connected yet. So I picked up this one and punched Stacy's number to deliver the great news. Tonight? Yeah. Wow, that's fantastic, Charlie. I'll tell Jennifer and Karen and Lisa. They'll round up the guys. I'm pretty sure Dominic was getting a keg for the weekend. If he can get it now, he'll bring it. I was thinking it'd be just, oh man, this'll be great. You and me. But she'd hung up. Well, I was about to host my first party. I started flinging things into a box. I spent the afternoon putting my clothes into the closet I'd used 5 years ago. At some point, I would have to go through the old stuff I'd left behind. Clothes the 15-year-old me had loved were just plain icky now. Walking through the living room and kitchen sent me back to childhood, with waves of memories, both sweet and painful. My mother's china in the dining room hutch, linens she'd inherited from her mother, my dad's pipe on an end table. I went into their bedroom, half expecting to see Mother's robe hanging from the hook on the bedroom door. But Ron and Elsa and the other responsible adults of the day had cleared my parents' personal things. When Brad and I were married, we would move into this room. It would be weird. Another thing that had been cleared from the house was all trace of food. There was not so much as a stale cracker or ancient bag of popcorn. I would need to buy groceries. I checked my wallet where I had a whole $10 to last me the month. Welcome to the real world, Charlie. At least, thanks to Elsa's diligence and my own sneakiness, the car in the garage was gassed up and ready to go. I went out there and got behind the wheel. The neighborhood had a whole different feel to me. Adult Charlie driving my own car from my own house to do my own grocery shopping. Up the block, I saw a woman at the Delaney house, holding the hand of a little blonde girl with each of hers. They must be in kindergarten or first grade by now, just coming home from school. The woman wasn't their mother. A fragment of conversation passed through my memory, Graham saying something about the parents now having a nanny for the girls. They were apparently making an obscene amount of money now, her words, and could afford such things. It meant nothing to me. At the supermarket, I discovered this stuff was expensive. Bread was more than $1 a loaf, and my $10 wouldn't go far. I settled on items for the party for now. Tomorrow I would have to figure out something that didn't involve Graham or See I Told You So Ron. Friends started arriving a little after 10:30 that night. Obviously, Stacy knew that was the magic hour when Graham finished watching the evening news and would be dead asleep, the time I had always sneaked out. By midnight, I was beginning to wish they'd all go home. I kept turning down the music. Even though all the windows and doors were closed on a January night, surely the sound was rocking the neighborhood. The gang had decimated the food supply, but the keg seemed bottomless. By 2 a.m., I was ready to hide under my bed, except Rick and Lisa seemed to have locked themselves in my room. I wanted to be a good sport, but I had an exam on Internal Revenue Service rules in, 6 hours. Where was Stacy? Maybe she could convince the rest of them to go wind things down. I walked through the living room, past overturned cups and paper plates gooey with onion dip. A dribble of red salsa trailed across the white rug in front of the TV. I picked up as much of the trash as I could hold and headed for the kitchen. I should have put the big wastebasket in the living room, as if anyone would actually use it. I pushed through the swinging door. There stood Stacy and Brad, kissing. The cups and plates dropped at my feet. Stacy heard the sound and backed away from him. "Nope," she said with a laugh and a little slap on his shoulder. "Scott's the better kisser." She was laughing as she walked toward me. "A silly bet. I told Scott he was the world's best kisser." My best friend had always been a joker, much more playful than I, full of pranks. Was this just another of those? I didn't know. I only knew I was tired and grumpy and had a huge mess to clean up and an exam to pass very soon. "Party's over," I said to her. "Go tell the rest of them it's time to go home." Chapter 11. The memory of that first night in my own home hit me in a flash, as if it had happened yesterday. Ooh. Brad and I had continued as a couple another few months. With finals and graduation, I had no time to dwell on my feelings about what might have been a simple misunderstanding, and certainly no time or energy to talk seriously with him about it. There were little signs all along, I saw in retrospect. I walked off the podium with my new diploma in hand, joined him at the back of the auditorium afterward, and handed him the ring. He and Stacy eloped less than 2 months later, and even had the audacity to send me an invitation to their reception. I didn't go and didn't speak to either of them for more than 8 years.
"Charlie, you seem 1,000,000 miles away,"
Elsa said from the seat beside me. She held a huge bowl of potato salad on her lap. I blinked back the old memories and turned onto Ron and Victoria's Street. Drake was doing a midday flight and would meet us. Ron had warned that the steaks were going on the grill at 6 o'clock sharp, and if I knew my hubby, he would definitely be here on time. The thought of Drake made me realize that Brad and Stacy's betrayal had been one of the luckiest events of my life.
"It looks like we've been blessed with this weather. This is the warmest April I've seen in a while."
She says it every year, but I didn't remind her.
"I brought my jacket anyway. You young kids never seem to notice the cold, but I sure do."
She also says that every year. I parked on the street in front of the house and helped Elsa with her potato salad, taking her elbow as she insisted on carrying the large bowl up the flagstone pathway to the front door. With my minimal cooking skills, my contribution to the party was a jar of salsa from Pedro's and 2 large bags of chips, all jammed into a canvas tote bag. Ron answered the door, trailed by his 10-year-old Joey, the only one of the 3 boys who hadn't suddenly become 6 feet tall.
"Hey, come on in,"
Ron said. He took the bowl from Elsa.
"Vic's in the kitchen."
The scent of barbecued ribs filled the house, almost making my knees weak. I followed my nose and found Victoria lifting a wide pan with 2 racks of ribs from the oven. She set it on the stovetop and turned around, her face bright pink from the warmth. Elsa had followed Ron out to the backyard, where he promised there was beer in the cooler. "Those ribs smell so good," I said, taking a seat on one of the bar stools at the granite counter.
"They'll be better after we add more sauce,"
Victoria said. I must have whimpered.
"You can have one now as an appetizer,"
she offered. She started to pull the foil from the pan, but I held up a hand. "I doubt I could eat just one. I'll save it for later." I pulled the chips from my tote bag. "We could open this salsa. I picked it up from Pedro's yesterday, and there are 2 bags of his chips, which are always fantastic." She tore open the first cellophane bag, and, like woodland creatures at the sound of prey, 2 of the boys loped into the room and eyed the bowl as chips filled it. "Take this out back," she told them, "and leave enough for your dad to have some." The 2 were gone already, handfuls of chips headed toward mouths. Victoria was shaking her head as she opened the second bag and dumped chips into another bowl. It is truly astounding what those 3 can put away. They eat constantly. "So, married life is good? Everyone settling in together?" "It's great. The boys are only here alternate weeks, so Ron and I actually do have some couple time. My design business has kept me so busy since the first of the year, I've barely taken a breath." Elsa came in from the backyard, a tall glass of iced tea in hand. I'd gotten an especially hot bite of the salsa and decided the tea was a good idea. As I walked out the back door to get some, I heard Elsa say,
"I suppose Charlie told you about the new mystery in our neighborhood?"
Still on the subject of the Delaney twins. In the backyard, Ron was doing something at the grill, and I discovered Drake had joined the party. He must have come through the side gate. He gave me a quick kiss and pointed out the tea pitcher on a long table that was set up to hold the food when everything was ready. I poured myself a glass while he reached into the cooler for a beer. The two younger boys, Joey and Jason, were tossing a ball between them, while Justin slouched in a chair, tapping away at his phone. I wandered toward him and took a seat beside him.
"Sup, Aunt Charlie?"
He didn't take his eyes from the lines of text on the screen. "Not much. How about you?" A shrug. The dismissive attitude and inattention to an adult would have earned me or my brothers a cuff on the head from my dad. At the very least, a mild reprimand from Mother. These days it seemed the way of the teen world. I searched for a topic of interest. "You have a girlfriend?"
"I don't know. Kinda. There's some girls I like."
No eye contact, but it was the longest communication I'd gotten from him yet. Could I tease another whole sentence from him? "Girls, huh? So they're all interested in Justin Parker?" It wouldn't be a stretch to think so. He had his dad's height and dark hair, his mother's chocolate brown eyes, and a sexy little smile I'd like to think was similar to mine. He finally looked up at me and flashed the smile.
"Yeah, you know, girls don't much settle with one guy. A lot of them just want to hook up."
Teen code for sex without any emotion attached. "Justin, really? That's what they're saying to you?" I gave a nod toward his phone. He clicked the phone off, darkening the screen.
"I think I'll go get a Coke."
He made it sound as if the girls were propositioning the boys. At 15? Oh, come on, Charlie. You remember high school. The boys were doing the asking. With his phone stashed away, Justin looked like nothing more dangerous than a great big kid. He pulled a canned cola from the cooler and watched the younger boys throw the ball, while he popped the top on it. Ron said something to him, and he walked over and shook hands with Drake. The kids were growing up so fast. I meandered back inside to see if I could give Victoria a hand. She was seasoning a platter full of steaks, and Elsa sat at the counter with her tea. "This looks like enough food for an army," I joked. I suppose the big surprise of my married life is how much food 3 growing boys can pack away, Victoria said with a grin. There are 5 adults and the 3 boys. Do you think a dozen ears of corn will be enough? I'm sure my eyes went wide. I'm used to planning food for 2. She kept stacking corn into a huge kettle. Hey, Elsa was just saying the twin girls who live up the street from you seem to be on their own a lot these days. Do you suppose they would like to be included in some of our gatherings? Maybe meet the boys? I thought of Justin's comments about girls and hooking up. Let me think about it. The girls are a bit older and probably have their own set of friends. I don't know them very well, but I can go over and talk to them. From Graham's little smile, I suddenly knew she'd planted the seed of the idea in Victoria's head, with little thought as to how it would actually work out. She may have even plotted it all out to get me over there to see what the twins were up to. I sighed. Well, maybe it was time I did exactly that. Chapter 12. I tossed and turned most of the night, the result, I admit, of too much heavy food and the pitcher of margaritas Ron made once the afternoon slipped into evening. The other reason was the promise I'd made to go over and talk with the Delaney girls. I do this. I make promises I really shouldn't, then regret it. Why do I get into this stuff? Finally, around 6 a.m, I got up and went into the kitchen, hoping I still had some of that stomach-settling herbal tea on hand. Freckles heard me and began to whimper in her crate, so I let her out and sent her to the backyard. A blast of chilly air rushed in when I opened the door for her, a wild caprice of nature reminding me how fickle this month's weather can be. While the kettle heated, I leaned against the cupboards and debated my approach. There was no way I could stall about the visit. Elsa would pin me down for a report the very next time I saw her. My gaze fell to a boxed cake mix I'd set out the day before. In a moment of grand gesture thinking, I toyed with the idea of baking and decorating cupcakes for the barbecue. Although a time crunch intervened and I'd grabbed chips and salsa instead, the cupcakes were still a possibility as a door opener today. Then I discovered I was out of eggs, and the whole 2-hour process of baking seemed like way more effort than necessary. I had the perfect little icebreaker right here in the backyard. I led her inside and gave her a bowl of kibble while I dawdled over the daily news on my tablet and finished 2 cups of tea. An hour or so later, Drake wandered into the kitchen, wondering what I was doing up so early, happy to accept a cup of coffee the minute the brewing cycle finished.
"I'm taking that photographer back out today,"
he said as he spooned sugar into his coffee.
"You want to come along?"
I'd better not. I promised Elsa something, and if I don't get it done right away, I never will. He filled a bowl with a grown-up cereal, while I chose the Frosted Flakes, and we split the last of the milk. I jotted a list to remind me that a grocery trip would be in order.
"Okay, then,"
he said, landing a kiss on my forehead.
"I'll touch base when I'm ready to lift off, and again when we get back."
I hadn't asked where the photographer wanted him to fly. Odds were good it would be a lot more fun than what I had in mind, but I decided there was no time like the present. I dressed in jeans and a t-shirt with a small triangle of lace trim at the throat. The outdoor thermometer showed 60 degrees, but the breeze belied that. I grabbed a light fleece jacket from the hooks near the door and called Freckles. Up the street, I saw the red sports car was the only one in the Delaney driveway. This could be a wasted trip unless I caught both girls home at the same time, but it was worth a shot. We started walking that direction. As an excuse for ringing the bell, I brought along a battered paperback book I would claim I found lying in their driveway. The plan was to have Freckles work her little cutie pie routine and get the girls to fuss over her, so I would have the chance for a low-key interrogation. I know, it wasn't much of a plan. I played my role to perfection, walking by the house and doing a little double-take in the driveway, in case they were watching from their living room window, turning my back partially and dropping the book out of my jacket. Freckles gave it a sniff for good measure, and I glanced up at the house. An observer would see me debating whether to disturb the occupants over an insignificant book, but, good citizen that I am, I would dutifully carry it to the door and deliver it. Freckles sat on command, and I rang the bell. I got that hollow, empty house feeling, so I rang it again. Still no answer. Well, drat. Was I going to have to replay my ruse several times a day until someone came home? If we had other snoop bodies around like Elsa, it would make for a silly show. Now I was in a quandary. If someone had witnessed my picking up the book and now I stuck it in my jacket, I would appear to be a thief. If I left it at the doorstep, the twins would have no clue why. Plus, there went my reason for stopping. Dang, Charlie, get over it. Go on your way and come back when you can actually find someone home. Elsa would tell me to bust down the door. The fact one car was still here and no one answered surely had some nefarious meaning. But it was likely the 2 girls had gone somewhere early in one car. I was debating next moves when I heard an engine sound from my end of the street. Sure enough, the blue Corvette slowed and turned in beside the other. Okay, showtime. I couldn't swear to it, but I thought the young woman who emerged was the same twin I'd seen the other day. With her was a guy of about the same age. A palpable thread of tension stretched between them. "Hi," I said, meeting them halfway between her front porch and the driveway. "You're Zane, aren't you? Remember me? I used to live with Mrs. Higgins across the street. We babysat you girls when you were small." "I'm Clover," she said, with a vague smile that indicated she barely remembered me, and even if she did, it meant next to nothing. "Oh, yeah, sure. I guess you get that a lot." "My whole life." I looked pointedly at the guy. He had a sort of preppy look, short brown hair with a fringe that came halfway to his dark eyebrows, intense blue eyes, not a zit to be seen. He wore jeans and a t-shirt from some band I'd never heard of. "This is Ryan." By the time Freckles had gone into her bit, jumping up to Ryan with her eager trust all dogs have, that sureness everyone will love them, he didn't appear to. But Clover called to her and gave the dog a sweet pat on the head. "Oh, Oh, well, we were just walking by and I saw this lying in your driveway. Figured one of you must have dropped it. I thought Zane must be home since her car's here. Well, if she didn't answer, she must still be asleep. She glanced at Ryan as she said it. Wow, she must sleep like the dead. I rang the bell twice and knocked pretty hard. Clover's face flushed a deep pink. The boy seemed tense as a guy wire.
Clover,
he said.
It's okay to tell her.
The girl had a hard time catching her breath, so he answered.
Zane's gone away to school. She's in Las Cruces.
Really? Thought I saw her driving the red car a few days ago. That was me, said Clover. She stood a bit straighter. Zane couldn't take the car with her right away, so we're keeping it here. I drive it every few days to keep it running good.
That's right,
Ryan said, reaching for the paperback.
Thanks for returning the book.
It was complete bullshit, but it was a dismissal, and I knew enough to leave. Chapter 13. I tugged the dog's leash and we headed toward the park until the two were inside. Nervous glances and fake smiles aside, there was so much wrong with their story. I didn't believe Zane would have gone off to college without her car, not to New Mexico State. Las Cruces is a mid-sized town without much in the way of public transportation, and all the fun places to go are off campus. No kid I ever knew went to that school without a car, if they had one. Secondly, it's April. She wouldn't start school until the fall semester. Plus, it would be too easy to check, which is exactly what I planned to do. We walked to the end of the block and doubled back, veering to Elsa's front door rather than going on to our own. Okay, you've got me 90% convinced, I said the minute she let us in. That dark-haired guy, is he the one you've seen around quite a bit?
The one you were talking with out in the driveway a minute ago? Yes, he's the one.
She bustled to the kitchen and returned with a dog biscuit for Freckles. Meanwhile, I had my phone out and was already looking up the number for the admissions department at NMSU. A female who sounded about 12 years old answered. I told her what I wanted to know, and she put me on hold for a good 5 minutes.
I'm sorry,
she said when she returned.
I can't find the right records.
So Zane Delaney isn't registered?
Well, she could be. I just can't find the record. And Mrs. King isn't here today. If you call back tomorrow, she might be able to tell you.
I tamped down my impatience and said I would try again. Well, that was frustrating, I said, declining Elsa's offer of coffee. You said you know the aunt. That's Rick Delaney's sister?
Yes, Donna. Let me see if I can find her number.
I still wanted to look for a logical explanation that didn't involve anything sinister. With luck, Donna Delaney could provide it. I dialed the number Elsa gave me, then put my phone on speaker so we could both follow the conversation. Donna answered, slightly breathless, and apologized that she had been out in the yard when the phone rang.
No one hardly calls my landline anymore. I've fallen out of the habit of listening for it, she said. I introduced myself and told her I was with Elsa. They gave each other happy little hellos. We're a bit concerned about your nieces. Elsa's noticed some odd things at their house, and their parents haven't been around in a while. Clover told me Zane has gone away to New Mexico State, but I can't seem to verify it. Would you happen to know? We heard a long sigh over the line. No one keeps me in the loop. I'd like to think the girls are in school, not just hanging around the house, but I really don't know. I've noticed the two of them coming and going at all hours, but never together. They used to do everything together. Now there's this boy hanging around. I suppose he's clean-cut enough.
But looks could deceive.
I'll try and reach my brother by phone. I think the crew is on location in some foreign desert, but maybe they'll have cell service or be able to get a message. It's possible Zane is traveling with them.
Possible, but why wouldn't Clover have simply told me so?
"Elsa, thanks for keeping an eye on the girls," Donna said. "I've worried about them for a long time, but Rick and Jane didn't seem to think it was necessary to send them to live with me. I suppose life in small-town Colorado would have bored them to death anyway, and I would have my hands full." I glanced at Elsa as she and Donna said goodbye. This miraculous woman had certainly had her hands full with me. I was lucky she'd given me a strong upbringing, and although not all my choices are great ones, at least we both came through it alive and well, and we've remained friends. Chapter 14. 6 years ago. So I'm wondering what to do about my job. Sloan & Mercer is a great accounting firm, but I see my future there going either into a rat race spiral or turning completely dead end. If I don't hurry and get on the fast track for promotions, I'll be stuck forever preparing the simplest tax returns. I looked across the table at the guy I'd been dating for 3 months. He looked totally bored. "Gary, have you heard a word I said?" He let out a huge sigh and signaled the waitress to bring him another beer. Didn't bother to ask if I wanted more wine. I tried to see what I'd found attractive about him in the first place. He had nice hair. That was about it. His career in electronics wasn't on hiatus, as he liked to tell people, but it basically meant the company had let go of the dead weight in an overall downsizing maneuver, and he hadn't yet found another job. Our so-called dates had degenerated to where it was mostly a case of my suggesting we go out somewhere, as long as I was willing to pick up the tab. He flashed a smile at the waitress as she set the beer down, and he fussed with a lime wedge while I thought back to what I'd been saying. The lagging economy was the main reason I didn't quit Sloan & Mercer. There was no certainty I'd find anything else very soon, and although my inheritance money would take care of me for a while, I couldn't imagine myself being like Gary, using up my savings and sitting around the house all day. "So, how was your day?" I asked, although he'd pretty well covered it in the 5 minutes it took to say hello in the parking lot and walk into the restaurant.
"Are you asking whether I got myself out and applied for a job? Because that line's getting really old, Charlie."
"Okay, you don't want to talk about my work, and you don't have any, and we really have nothing else in common."
I pulled a 20 out of my wallet and slid it to the edge of the booth.
"This should cover the drinks. Have a nice life."
I walked out expecting that shaky feeling when you aren't sure you've done the right thing. But the feeling never came. Gary had been sweet and attentive in the beginning, and we'd both had career hopes that made us seem like an up-and-coming couple. And he wasn't bad in bed. But you can't build a life on such fragile pinnings. And at 27, I was looking to settle with the one. I just didn't have a clue who it might be. My mother's Buick sat in the lighted parking lot, another piece of my life where I'd become stuck. It had seemed a practical matter to keep the car that was paid for, rather than rushing out to buy what I really wanted. But sheesh, the thing was more than 10 years old now. I climbed in and listened to the battery strain a little to start. Another thing I'd better attend to before next winter. At least my red lab would be waiting at home for me. A dog is the only thing you can count on in life. I pulled into the McDonald's drive-thru lane and got the Pooch a cheeseburger and myself a Big Mac and Coke. The evening was looking up already. I turned on my street and noticed a bunch of extra cars a few houses up the way. 4 teens piled out of one and made their way laughing and kidding around toward the Delaney house. Looked like a party. On a Tuesday? A little wave of disapproval coursed through me. The twin girls must be about 13 now. What were they doing having a party on a school night? Drop it, Charlie. It's probably their birthday and the parents are throwing a bash for them. My disapproval turned to faint envy. Even on my birthday, there wouldn't have been a big party with lots of friends on a school night. It would have been a sleepover Friday night with a few girls. Graham always baked a huge chocolate cake, and she let us girls have run of the house all night long. Now I can only imagine how she was handling the noise we made. Locked away in her own room, she probably turned up her radio and fell asleep on some old big band tunes. The envy turned to gratitude. My birthdays were always fun. The phone was ringing when I walked into the house. Most likely it would be Gary, calling to apologize and suggest we get together again. Translated to, "Hey, we didn't eat anything tonight." I ignored the ringing until the answering machine took over. Standing by the kitchen counter, I let my greeting message play while I handed the dog his cheeseburger. He scarfed it down in 2 chomps. The voice which spoke to the recorder wasn't Gary, thank goodness.
"Hey, sis, I've been wanting to talk about an idea I had. Just want to run something past you. Call me."
I picked up the receiver before he hung up. "Ron? Sorry, I just walked in the door. What's up?"
"Hey, yeah, I wanted to talk about something. We could meet at Pedro's."
I looked at my Big Mac. "I've got dinner already, but come on over if you want. There's absolutely nothing going on tonight around here."
"Okay, be there in 20 minutes.
Ron used to live a lot closer, but since the split last year with Bernadette, she and the boys stayed in their house, and he moved to the Northeast Heights, to a dumpy apartment only a bachelor could love. He doesn't love it, but he's there. I think it's his version of a hair shirt. I finished my yummy fast food dinner and had put coffee on by the time he arrived. He parked himself at my kitchen table with his coffee and the new bag of peanut butter cookies I'd bought yesterday.
"Dinner,"
he grunted. "Sorry, there's nothing better. I ate the one and only Big Mac and, well, you know what kind of a cook I am."
"The Nutter Butters are good."
"So?" It's rare that my brother says we should talk, and I admit to being a little apprehensive.
"I hear you're not thrilled with your job at Sloan."
"No big secret."
"So, how about you and me become partners?"
"Me? In the private investigation business? I don't have the credentials for a license." He chased 3 cookies with a big swig of his coffee.
"Not what I had in mind. I'm thinking you'd be the financial brains. Keep the books, send bills out, answer the phone sometimes."
I ran it all through my head. A partner and not an employee. So how much money do you need from this partner? He glanced down at the table for a second.
"Enough to cover the current bills. I guess I've been better at spending than keeping on track of what people owe me."
I pictured the dim little windowless office on the 2nd floor of a has-been building up on Wyoming. It would mean driving halfway across the city for me to spend the day without seeing the sun. My job at Sloan and Mercer wasn't the greatest, but the downtown offices were nice and they were close to home. My terms would include a new office, someplace in a decent part of town. I'll front the money for the upgrade if that's what it takes. I'll need to see your financial statements as they stand now. He gave me a blank look. "You don't have financial statements?"
Yikes.
"How do you figure out what to declare on your taxes?"
"I got a little receipt book that makes a carbon copy. At the end of the year, I add them up."
"Fine, until you get audited." I paced the kitchen floor. "Okay, here's the deal. I'll set us up with a real accounting system, computerized and everything. I can come up with the money to get started, but I can't financially support the business if it isn't making a profit."
"Oh, it is. I mean, there's money every month."
"Yeah, but now you're in trouble with unpaid bills."
"Bernadette."
"Okay, I'm not placing blame. Let me take a look at your last couple of tax returns so I get a basic picture." His mood brightened by a dozen notches.
"We can do this, Charlie. You and I have always gotten along real well."
"True. Our other brother Paul is from a whole different planet, but Ron and I have always been close. One other provision. I don't want to get into the investigation end of things. You bring in the cases and work them. I do finances only." We hashed out the details for several more hours until I realized I really should get off to bed if I was going to be worth diddly at work tomorrow.
The idea in my head was that I would give 2 weeks' notice and use evenings and weekends during that time to locate new digs for RJP investigations. He stood up and gave me a hug.
It'll be a great partnership.
A big unknown as far as I was concerned. But the thought of walking into Sloan and Mercer and handing in my notice raised my spirits way up the scale.
I'll go home and gather the information you need,
he said, suddenly motivated.
Let's get together again tomorrow night and go over it again. When can you get away so we can look at offices?
I laughed. A step at a time, Ron. We walked to the front door together, the dog trailing at our heels. Out on the porch, the music from the Delaney house was roaring louder than ever, and at least a dozen kids had spilled out into the front yard. Graham would have sent them all packing a long time ago if I'd tried that, I said.
She'd have tanned your hide. I can't believe the parents are letting them do this. It's almost midnight on a school night.
I doubt they're letting them. They travel a lot, and I have a feeling they aren't home.
13-year-old girls home alone?
Hey, boys do this stuff, too. I hope Bernadette is keeping a better eye on your kids than this. His mouth went into a firm line.
Yeah, she'd better be.
Chapter 15. Drake and I decided to have a rare late-morning breakfast at a restaurant where we love the Eggs Benedict. It's on the west side, so we each took our own cars. He'd lined up another flight with Michael, the photographer. This time, they would fly to the western part of the state to get shots of the dramatic red rocks in the Gallup area. I pored over the menu at Cece's, deciding which version of the eggs I wanted. I'm partial to the traditional Benedict, but the Florentine version was also very good. Across the table from me, I sensed Drake's movement, and I looked up to see his customer standing near the door.
Okay if we invite him to join us?
Drake asked. Sure. He waved Michael over, and he greeted us with a tired smile.
Sorry, late night,
he said after he'd attracted the waitress's attention and signaled for coffee.
My wife called from Virginia. It was after 2 a.m. when our daughter got home, and Joanne was fit to be tied. I guess Drew met up with some kids she talks with on Instagram all the time.
I can't say I'm so out of it I don't know what that is. Social media is everywhere these days. But I so rarely check my Facebook page, the few friends on there just assume I must have died or something. My real, actual friends still email or phone me when they want to chat.
I tell you, teenage girls are something else. They literally live with that phone in their hands every moment the darn thing isn't on the charger.
I thought of the girls across the street and the few times I'd seen them recently, and yes, he was right about the constant presence of the cell phone. So you guys are off to Gallup this morning? I was tired of the teen subject.
Yeah, my editor thinks the whole Southwest consists of that type of stunning rock formations. So even though I've got a lot of other footage around the state, he wants red rocks included in the spread.
Drake spoke up.
Getting tribal permission from the Navajo is why this part of the job has taken a while longer to arrange.
I remembered a few other jobs that took us over Indian Nation lands. Their sacred sites are normally completely off-limits, so the flight plan has to be pretty specific. We ordered our eggs and chatted about helicopter work in general, Drake telling Michael about some of our adventures, particularly the one in Scotland where I had an incident over the North Sea. He made it sound as if I'd been more heroic than I actually was. At the time, I'd been terrified.
What about that little cabin we landed by the first day we went out over the Sandias?
Michael asked.
I'm still checking into the land records,
Drake said.
There doesn't seem to be a clear legal description for the plot. We'll see. It may not work out.
I'd made the first cut into my egg dish when my phone beeped with a text message. Ron's name showed up on the screen with the words, "Bobby Laurento is back in the news," in the visible portion of the message. Unless this was an emergency, I wasn't going to miss my favorite breakfast for an update on the client and his dysfunctional marriage. I read the message, replied to Ron that I would be in the office within an hour, and dropped the phone into the depths of my purse. I shouldn't have left it out on the table in the first place. We finished our breakfast in peace, and I kissed Drake before getting into my car. At the office, I helped myself to a second cup of coffee and went upstairs to find Ron on the phone in a conversation that sounded like routine questions. Employment background checks have become the bread and butter of our business. I waved at him through the open doorway and proceeded to my own office to take a look at my email. He appeared in front of me about 5 minutes later. "So, what's the latest news our football player friend has gotten himself into now?" I asked, distracted by a notice saying Macy's had a big sale on jeans.
Apparently, he went down to the pawn shop yesterday evening and discovered Marcy had not pawned the rings. She sold them. On that basis, the owner had put them in his display case, and one ring already sold. So Laurento goes completely ballistic, leaps over the counter, and punches the guy out before the shop security guard could pull out his truncheon. He gave Bobby a quick jab to the gut, called the police, and the cops hauled Bobby the Bomb to jail.
"How's the shop owner?"
"Broken jaw, but it will mend okay. He's pissed as hell."
"And this affects us how?" The link showed a super good price on those jeans.
"Marcy Laurento called this morning and wants me to go down and post bond for Bobby. I wasn't here and she left a message on the machine. I haven't returned the call yet."
"Don't they have an attorney for such things?"
"I plan to suggest she call one. I could go down there and put up the bond money, but I sure can't give Laurento advice on his legal mess."
"I wasn't aware the Laurentos were even speaking. Wouldn't you rather just leave him in jail, teach him a lesson?"
"I don't know what the situation—"
His sentence got cut short by a ruckus downstairs. "Ron?" It was Sally's voice, and she sounded panicky. We both hit the stairs running. Marcy Laurento stood in front of Sally's desk, wearing a designer dress, 6-inch heels, and a furious expression. Her hair hung in luxurious curls past her shoulders, and her makeup was freshly applied, so I guessed she was hardly distraught over her husband's situation.
"There you are,"
Marcy shouted at Ron.
"Didn't you get my message?"
She shot a poison look toward Sally, who took a step back. Next, our employee would be demanding hazard pay for the receptionist job.
"Marcy, tone it down. I got your message. Can we talk in the conference room?"
"We'll talk right here. Why haven't you got Bobby back yet?"
Her teeth showed as she snarled the words. Ron stood taller and squared his shoulders.
"The retainer you paid us has been used up, and until we talk about this calmly, I'm not doing anything more on your case."
"Fine."
She reached into her little clutch purse and took out a Gucci wallet, from which she drew 5 $100 bills.
"Here's more money. How much will you need for his bail?"
"Wouldn't you rather your attorney handle this?"
"My attorney won't speak to Bobby. She got an earful from him the other day when he received the divorce papers, and she says she'll only talk to me now."
Marcy paced to the front door and back, the high heels clicking on the hardwood floor like angry typewriter keys.
"So who's Bobby's attorney?"
"Tom Hawkins, back in Texas. He says he's not licensed in New Mexico, and besides, he's had it with Bobby's temper getting him into trouble."
"Your husband needs legal advice I can't give."
"Yeah, I'll find somebody. Meanwhile, I need you to bail him out. How much do you need?"
Her fingers were inside the wallet again.
"I have no idea until I call the station. I don't know what the charges are or whether he's even eligible for bond, so can you settle down?"
She continued to pace, and I finally had it with the staccato sound. I went upstairs to Ron's Rolodex and prowled through the A's until I came across an attorney we don't especially like. It would be such great fun to know he was having to deal with Bobby and Marcy Laurento. I copied the man's name and phone number onto an index card and took it downstairs.
Marcy seemed so grateful for the information, I almost felt guilty for giving her the name of such a jerk. Almost, not quite. Ron, the big sellout, took Marcy's money, made a couple of calls, and headed downtown to get Bobby. I couldn't, in my wildest dreams, imagine the weird dynamic between that couple. He cheated, she wanted a divorce, she stole from him, he lost his temper, she bailed him out using money from selling his own jewelry. Somehow, apparently, it worked for them. I got home a little after 5 to be met at the driveway by Elsa. Belatedly, I remembered I had planned to call NMSU again, but business hours had gotten away from me.
"I talked to Donna Delaney,"
Elsa said, a little breathless after dashing across our yard.
"She finally reached her brother somewhere in Egypt. Zane isn't with them, and they don't know where she is. I told Donna about that boy who's hanging around." "And?" "Rick told her he knows Ryan Subro. The families have been friends for a long time."
"Did they ask us to do something to help?"
"Well, not really. According to Donna, Rick and Jane aren't worried. They say they've talked with both girls on the phone in recent days, and everything's fine."
"So then, everything's fine. We should butt out."
"It isn't fine, Charlie. I just know it isn't."
I really, really tried not to look as impatient as I felt. Chapter 16. 5 years ago. "So, what do you think of the colors?" I asked my brother. Ron and I were standing at the curb, staring at the half-painted Victorian house we'd decided to buy for our offices. The old house, in a neighborhood of similarly sized places, had good bones, but was in severe need of TLC when we found it. We'd done a lot of the interior cleanup, wallpaper removal, and refinishing the floors ourselves. When it came to the exterior, with 2 stories of trimmed wood, plenty of shutters and gingerbread, we'd hired a crew. My contribution to this part of the project had been to choose paint colors. The house would be a light gray, shutters dark gray, and white for the fancy bits. So far, 3 weeks had been spent sanding away the old peeling parts and priming the poor old dear until she looked like an ancient woman with a bad case of age spots. Now the west face of the house, the side where a long driveway led to the back, was done in our color scheme. Our first chance to see how it all came together. The painters had gone for the day, and the midday heat had abated a little as the afternoon grew later. To my question, Ron gave a nod. "Looks good to me." What did I expect from him anyway? A rousing cheer? This was the guy who'd not even bought a houseplant to brighten his previous dingy office. I needed a woman's point of view. I was having lunch tomorrow with my friend, Linda Casper, who, after finishing medical school and her residency, was in the process of setting up her own practice. She'd be the ideal person to give an opinion about our project. Right now, my body was bone-tired. I rubbed an aching shoulder muscle and gave the structure a final appraisal. "Well, I like it. When it's finished, I think I'll love it." I brushed at the layer of drywall dust coating Ron's shirt, but it was hopeless. Each of us arrived home at night to throw our clothing into the wash, take a long shower, and fall into bed. If I'd known how exhausting the project would be, I might have steered toward a property without so much labor attached. The good part was, I now felt emotionally invested in the business, and the more I worked alongside Ron each day, the more certain I felt our partnership would be a good thing. I didn't regret leaving Sloan and Mercer. Not one bit.
"I could go for a margarita,"
he said. I knew what he was hinting at, and Pedro's is one place we could eat without having to go home and clean up first. "At least shake the dust off your shirt first," I said. I looked at my own appearance, but I'd stayed away from the kitchen area where the new wallboard was being installed. I could get by with brushing my hair and washing my hands and face. We went back inside and performed our little cleanup duties, one by one, at the bathroom sink, then went to our vehicles. Another selling point for the Victorian house was its proximity to our favorite restaurant near Old Town. 4 minutes later, we pulled up outside the small side street place.
Hola, Charlie and Ron.
Pedro came out from behind the bar.
Your usual?
I gave a nod and waved to his wife, Concha, who had just delivered 2 steaming plates to another table. Within 2 minutes, we each had a frothy margarita sitting in front of us, along with a basket of chips and a bowl of Pedro's homemade salsa. Concha didn't even need to take our order. I always get the green chili chicken enchiladas, and Ron will have a beef burrito. I can bet money on it.
So,
I said once we'd wolfed down half the basket of chips.
The painter said 1 more week to finish the exterior, and the inside is nearly done. I think we could move furniture into the upstairs offices any day now.
We'd already gone shopping, so desks, file cabinets, shelving units, a conference table and chairs, and kitchen appliances were ready to be delivered as soon as we made the calls. While I'd handled a lot of those duties, Ron still had investigations to work, so he'd been taking advantage of the quiet at his old office for phone calls and such.
Just say the word. I've got 2 buddies with pickup trucks standing by, and we can haul everything out of my old office and have it set up in a day's notice. I tell you, I'm more than ready.
Our dinners arrived, and I breathed deeply of the fragrant green chili scent. All I really want at this moment is to sleep for a day and a half, I said as I cut into my enchiladas to let the steam out. Which I won't do. Don't worry, I'll be back at the new office first thing in the morning. 30 minutes later, my tummy full and my head pleasantly lulled from the margarita, I pulled into my driveway at home. Up the street, it appeared a gathering of some kind was happening at the Delaney house. Matching hatchback cars sat out front, and I could see the shine of the twins' blonde hair from the glow of the nearby street lamp. Several teens milled around. The family Mercedes was backing out of their driveway. It came my direction and slowed in front of my house. Jane Delaney powered down the passenger side window. "Hey, Charlie," she called out. "Hey, how are you guys? Haven't seen you in a while." It was sort of my standard greeting since, in fact, I probably hadn't had a conversation with any of the Delaneys in more than 2 years. "Gosh, I know. We're constantly on the go these days. Redford's looking at a new project to be filmed around Santa Fe, and we're on our way to a pre-production meeting now." Rick grinned from his driver's seat.
I'll be the assistant director on this one.
"If it comes through," Jane reminded with a perky little wink. "Nothing's for sure in this business." He rolled his eyes in a you-know-how-it-is gesture. I smiled, but it felt like a tired one. "Looks as if the girls have a few friends over," I said. "Oh, yeah, it's their 15th birthday, and we got them the matching Audis for their starter cars. If they take good care of these, I promised something nicer next year. They're so excited." Again, my smile felt forced. At 15, I'd felt lucky to drive Elsa's huge boat now and then. I was still stretching a few more years out of my mother's old car, even now.
"Well, we're running a little more than fashionably late,"
Rick said to his wife.
"Right, so we'll see you around,"
Jane said. I watched them drive away, thinking how sad it was they couldn't stay for their daughter's birthday party. Park a lavish gift outside and leave them on their own, I suppose was the philosophy. I was too tired to dwell on it. I went inside, gave my own neglected fur baby some attention, and hit the shower. By 9 o'clock, I was completely sacked out. I rolled over at some point and detected the beat of rock music nearby. Really, girls? The party isn't over and the neighbors don't matter at all? A glance at my bedside clock showed 3:14. I pulled the pillow over my head and snuffed out the sound. When my alarm went off at 6, I slapped the snooze button and winced at the pain that zinged through my shoulder. All this manual labor was getting to me. If I didn't hold the scraping and sanding to a minimum, I'd be too crippled for my accounting work.
Beside my bed, the dog's tail beat against the floor. We were starting our day whether I was ready or not. I zombied my way through the morning ritual and rubbed some muscle-relaxant cream on my poor shoulder. Informed the dog he would be staying home again, and grabbed my purse. A brisk wind greeted me as I headed toward the old Buick. Once I knew the bottom line on what the renovations were costing, I might just spring for a new vehicle for myself. The reminder of new cars made me look up the street. The two new ones were in the driveway at the Delaney's now, but what really caught my eye was the scattering of trash on their front lawn. Apparently no one at the party had thrown a single cup or plate into any trash receptacle, and now the litter was blowing through the neighborhood. Enough already, I decided. I tossed my purse in the car and picked up 2 red plastic cups from my front lawn. The gutter held 3 more, and a scattering of paper plates were flying across Elsa's yard. Okay, this is ridiculous. I picked up the items I passed as I marched myself up the street. I don't care what time you went to bed, little chicks. I'm ringing this doorbell until you're up. The twin who answered was less bleary-eyed than I would have expected, although she was still in her sleepwear, loose shorts and a tank top, and her long hair hung in tangles over a makeup-free face. "Are you Clover or Zane?" I asked. "Clover." "Look, Clover," I said, losing some of my ferocity. I held up my 2 fistfuls of trash. "This is all over the place. Not good." "Sorry about that." I stood aside so she could see her own front yard, which was by far in the worst shape. "Sorry is one thing, but it's windy out this morning and your stuff is ending up all over the neighborhood." Zane stepped into view behind her sister, giving me the blurred mascara stink eye. "Didn't your parents come home last night?" I asked, really trying not to sound like a grumpy old witch. Seriously, I'm only 28, but sometimes I feel 70. "We're fine," Zane said, ignoring the trash I showed her. Clover gave a quick glance over her shoulder. "We'll get it cleaned up this morning, Charlie." "Thanks. I'm sure the whole neighborhood will appreciate it." Zane gave a dismissive pah and disappeared from view. I stood there with 2 handfuls of trash. Clover told me to wait while she got a bag. When she came back, she put on a sweatshirt and stepped out onto the front porch, pulling the door closed behind her. "Don't mind Zane. She just wants to have a good time. She got pretty waxed last night. I went to bed after the police left. We told them my mom was visiting relatives and my dad had just gone to the store and would be back soon." The police had been here and I'd slept through it? "I guess I'm not surprised your parents don't get more upset about this kind of thing. I mean, this is not the first party by far." I dropped the trash into the bag she held open. "They don't care. Really, they're so easy on us." "No kidding." "They've got these fantastic careers now, and they take care of us." A fond glance toward her new car in the driveway. "Really, Charlie, it's all good." Chapter 17. Ron came back from the police station around 3:15, looking like a bedraggled stray. I was in the kitchen, snitching a couple of Oreos from the package I'd left on the counter earlier. "Fun time?" I teased.
"Ugh, I'm beginning to see your point about these cheating spouse cases."
He dropped his cap on the table and picked up the coffee carafe, scowling at the 2 inches of black liquid in it. I almost offered to make a fresh pot, but he'd already reached for his mug, filled it, and set it in the microwave. In my mind, the day-old versions of some things are okay, but coffee is not one of them. I stared as he shoveled several spoonfuls of sugar, and I changed the subject. "So you got Mr. Laurento out?" He nodded.
Asked him where he was staying, and he said, "At home, of course." So I drove him all the way out there. The second I see Marcy's car in the driveway, I figure there's going to be real trouble, so I wait around to be sure I won't need to call the police.
Yikes, what happened?
She meets him at the door, and from what I can see, she's wearing nothing but a pair of high heels." I know my eyes widened.
"You noticed her shoes?"
He may have actually blushed a little.
"So what happened then?"
"Bobby has a big grin on his face and he goes in the house. I drive away."
"You think you'll be getting another call? Once he gets past being all happy again, the same old issues will come back. She'll remember the cheating. He'll remember his fancy rings."
"Yeah, I know. All the way from downtown out to the North Valley, he couldn't stop talking about getting the rings back. Now I'm hired to do what it takes to make that happen. He pretty much gave me carte blanche to spend whatever it takes using his American Express Black."
"Is the pawn shop guy going to let Lorento buy back the two he hasn't already sold?"
"That's why I went over there immediately after I dropped Bobby off at home. The owner doesn't know his clerk sold them on Bobby's behalf."
He reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 velveteen boxes, and handed them to me. When I opened them, I nearly had to reach for my sunglasses. "Holy cow! That has to be the most diamonds I've ever seen in one place." The rings had other information. The Super Bowl logo, team name, the year. But the dazzle from the stones kind of blurred the detail. I snapped the boxes shut and handed them back to Ron. "So now you have to go back to Lorento's house to return them?"
"Later. I'm not walking in on whatever's going on at that big house of theirs. He'll contact me, I'm sure, once he's out of bed."
He pocketed the boxes.
"For now, I'm locking these 2 away in the safe at home, while I go looking for the third."
"How do you plan to do that?"
"I managed to get the buyer's name. When I went out to buy these, I got the youngest-looking clerk in the shop. Said I was representing an anonymous collector who wanted all 3. The girl looked up the record and said the ring they sold went to someone named Segal."
"I'm surprised she told you that."
"Frankly, I am too. The owner most certainly wouldn't have revealed the name. Maybe it was the fact I so readily paid for the other 2 rings."
"Well, I'd be looking over my shoulder every minute I had those things in my pocket," I told him. The phone at the reception desk rang, and with Sally gone for the day, I ran to catch it. "Charlie, is that you?" The female voice was only vaguely familiar, and I suppose I hesitated. "Donna Delaney, we spoke yesterday." With Elsa. The Lorento drama and Ron's investigation had set the neighborhood doings on the back burner for me. I asked if I could put her on hold long enough to go upstairs. At my desk, I shifted thoughts and picked up the phone again. "I'm sorry if I interrupted a busy day for you," Donna said. I assured her it was fine. "I've been thinking a lot about the twins ever since I spoke with Elsa. I reached my brother in Egypt, and it turns out Zane isn't with them." Elsa told me. "Oh, okay. Well, after I called the girls and spoke with Clover, but I just don't feel I'm getting the whole story, and I keep thinking about dear little Zane. You know, in elementary school the kids called her Zany Delaney, and that tag stuck. Instead of being offended, she played up to it. Came up with increasingly wild pranks. By 15, both girls were living on the wild side. Rick and Jane kind of vanished as parents. I mean, they're gone all the time, and now they make so much money, they've made up for the lack of parenting with lavish gifts. Those cars. What 15-year-old needs her own brand-new car? And that was the first pair they bought. Now they're older, they've gotten something even more expensive. They have unlimited clothing budgets, and neither kid has ever held a job. I wish I had more influence with the girls these days." I could tell she didn't approve, but maybe there was a hint of envy, too. "I get the impression Clover is the quieter one," I said, although my memory of the parties across the street definitely included both girls. "In general, yes. But even as small children, I can't tell you how many times they tricked me into thinking one was the other. They are identical in appearance, so the only differences I could spot were in their tone of voice and mannerisms. Jane used to tell me the girls could even fool their dad.
I wasn't sure where she was going with all these stories.
So what can I do for you? Elsa gave me your office number because you're a private investigator now.
Not exactly true, but I didn't want to interrupt her.
So I'd like to hire you to look into this, to find out that both girls are safe and sound. I discussed it with Rick, and although he's sure everything's fine, he did authorize me to check into it. I can't personally do it. We're in spring planting season here, and if we don't get those potatoes out right now, we'll not have a fall crop. Our growing season is pretty limited up here. There's no chance I can break away and come to Albuquerque right now.
I asked a few more questions, but Donna had no current information on the twins' habits or friends. I quoted our normal daily rate for investigative work, and told her Ron would most likely be the person actually conducting the investigation. She seemed agreeable enough and gave me a credit card number to cover the retainer. I also took down contact information for Donna and for both parents. I ran the credit card for $500, thinking the whole case might end up being as simple as Ron showing up at the door and both twins actually being home at the same time. Donna had agreed that a photo of the two girls together would suffice to alleviate her fears. I quickly typed notes about everything I'd learned from the aunt and carried the printed page, the credit card receipt, and contact information to Ron's office.
It'll at least be a couple of days, most likely, before I can get to it. I want to get this whole convoluted Lorento mess off my desk as soon as I can. Having both spouses on my back about different subjects is driving me nuts. I pretty much have the evidence Marcy requested, but now it's the search for the ring for Bobby.
A missing person might be more important than a missing diamond ring.
Probably is. Have the police been brought into this?
Elsa called them a few days ago, and they treated her like a nutty old lady. They said the girls are over 18 and, as adults, are free to come and go as they please.
Exactly.
But now the family is concerned. Well, some of them are. And we've been paid to look into it.
And in 2 more days' time, maybe she'll come waltzing back home and the case will be solved.
Elsa tells me she hasn't seen both girls home together in months.
So she's what? Sitting at the front window every minute of the day? Come on, Charlie. I'll get to it when I get to it. Unless you want to start asking around. You're done with the taxes and not doing a whole lot else that I can see. Go ahead and get started.
The not doing much else part stung. I was hardly lounging around all day with a paperback romance and a box of bonbons. But it was true, my urgent deadlines had passed, and Drake hadn't needed me on a helicopter job recently. I resisted the urge to make some childish gesture at Ron, turned on my heel, and went back to my office. Chapter 18. I stewed over Ron's comments as I drove back to my neighborhood. Not so much his obsession with solving the football player's case, as the part about my sitting around doing nothing. While I would show him, we would just see who solved which case first. Taking Elsa's word for the fact both girls had not been home together for a while, I decided to see who I would catch there today. Both Corvettes were in the driveway. I parked in my own driveway and walked up the street, gave a hard push at the Delaney's doorbell. A twin dressed in low-riding jeans and a crop tank top answered the door, barely glancing at me before her eyes went back to the smartphone in her hand. "Clover?" She looked at me. A flicker of emotion, something I couldn't read, crossed her face, but then she gave a bright little smile. I'm Zane." "Great. I've been wanting to catch both of you at home. Mind if I come in?" The smile faltered. "Clover's not here right now. She and Ryan went to the movies." I reached for the handle on the screen door and pulled it open. "I'd like to chat a minute, Zane." She didn't want me to come in, but I used my age advantage to get my way. She stepped aside as I pushed into the living room.
It was impossible to tell at a glance whether the house's disarray was caused by one girl or two. A bright pink fluffy hoodie lay draped over the back of a dining chair. At least 3 pairs of shoes caught my attention, 2 of them by the couch in front of an enormous screen TV set. Pillows and a couple of fuzzy blankets were tossed there, a cozy nest for viewing the big screen. A scattering of receipts littered the dining table, along with 2 shopping bags.
Clover said you were in Las Cruces, I said. Oh, yeah, I am. It's spring break.
I tried to gauge the truthfulness of her response, but lost eye contact when Zane glanced at her phone's screen, distracted.
Your Aunt Donna called me this morning. She's worried about you girls. Really? Why?
The question was a little sticky to answer. I couldn't very well admit the elderly lady across the street spent her days spying, and she was the one who alerted the aunt.
Donna said she tried calling and no one answers. Seriously, she must be using the landline. Half the time I don't even know where that phone is. Anybody who needs us uses our cell phones.
That makes sense.
If you'll give me those numbers, I'll pass them along to her.
Zane looked me straight in the eye.
Don't worry about it. I'll call her myself.
She wants to hear from Clover, too. She needs to know you're both okay. And when she talked to your dad recently, he said he hadn't heard from you two in a while.
Geez, what is this? The phone police? We're living on our own and we're fine.
She took a breath and forced the perky smile again.
Really, Charlie, it's all good.
I knew a dismissal when I heard one. Pushing for more information would not accomplish anything, so I turned toward the door.
Just give your aunt a call and reassure her, okay?
She kept the smile in place, but the door closed pretty firmly behind me. I crossed their front lawn, remembering the time I'd confronted Clover about the loud party and trash all over the neighborhood. The incident had happened nearly 5 years ago. Her words and tone had been nearly identical to what I'd heard just now. It's all good. Great catchphrase to gloss over an iffy episode or deliver a blatant lie with wide-eyed innocence. I'd used it plenty of times myself back in the day. It might not be what Elsa thought, but those girls were lying about something. Zane might indeed turn right around and call her aunt, thinking that would get us off her back. But Donna knew the girls played tricks and games. She'd specifically asked for a photo of the two together, and that's what I planned to deliver. I went inside my house and straight to Drake's office. He had a pricey Pentax camera with a lens that brought objects right up to your face. While he used it for grabbing great shots during his jobs, I had purposes other than scenery in mind. I checked the batteries and ran through the menus quickly to remind myself how everything worked. Freckles whined from her crate, and I let her out. With the camera, my purse, and the dog's leash stationed near the front door, I called Elsa and asked her to give me a heads-up when she saw either twin leave their house.
Am I helping on the case?
She asked. I heard the eagerness in her voice.
Absolutely. I need to track the girls' movements, and your eagle eyes will be invaluable.
I'd barely finished making myself a peanut butter sandwich for the road when the kitchen phone rang.
I'm not sure which one it is, but the girl just went out to the red car. Keep an eye out while I'm following this one. I need to know if the other girl comes home. Supposedly she went to the movies with that guy.
So maybe this one really was Zane. If I remembered correctly, hers was the red car. I grabbed a bottle of water to go with my sandwich, called to Freckles, and we headed for my Jeep. Before I could get my key in the ignition, the Corvette raced past my driveway, made a rolling stop at the corner, and turned left. I jammed my gear shift in reverse and squealed out of the driveway. I would need to finesse this a bit better if I hoped not to attract attention. I managed to get close enough to witness each of her turns as she left the neighborhood and headed east on Lomas Boulevard. If she made 2 turns in quick succession, I would definitely lose track. The good news was she probably had no idea I was following her. Aunt Gerard, Zane made a right, and I did a barely legal right-on-red turn to keep her in sight. She slowed as she approached the UNM campus and turned into a parking lot for a couple of the big dorm buildings. I slowed, wondering what I should do if she went inside. As it turned out, she pulled to the curb in front of Hakona Hall and tooted her horn twice. A girl with flowing dark brown curls came down the steps a little awkwardly on her high platform shoes. Otherwise, her outfit of jeans and tank and smartphone were nearly identical to Zane's. She smiled widely and reached for the door handle on the vet. A group of 4 college-age boys stood near the bottom of the steps, and they called out to the girls. Zane turned to respond, although I couldn't tell what any of them were saying. Her friend gave a coquettish sway with her hips, but stayed with the car. 50 yards behind them, I snatched up the camera and got a few shots. At this point, I didn't know if the group of kids had anything to do with anything, but I figured it was best to gather any and all data I could get. The girl slid into the passenger seat, and the red car's top began to retract. As long as I could somewhat match her speed, following a bright red convertible with a blonde at the wheel and a brunette riding shotgun should be fairly easy. Animated conversation took place for about a minute. The girls waved to the guys, then the car began to move. I dropped the camera on my lap and cruised up slowly to narrow the gap between our vehicles. Zane turned left from the parking lot and roared up Gerard with a fair amount of noise. It must have been for the benefit of the boys. By the time she reached the light at Lomas, she had slowed to a normal speed, and I caught up, only a couple of cars behind her. She made the right turn, then sped up again. By the time I began to keep pace, we were both doing more than 10 over the speed limit. Not that it bothers me, but some of these lights have the traffic cams that get your picture if you shave a red light a little too close. I really didn't need another ticket on my record when the previous one was about to reach its time limit and drop from sight of my insurance company. Lomas is a major street with traffic lights at all the big cross streets. I managed to keep within one light of the red Corvette until she reached Louisiana Boulevard. She pulled into the left turn lane where she made the light and I didn't. I watched the convertible longingly until it went out of sight. By the time I got a green arrow and followed Zane's direction, there was no sign of her car. Ahead were the city's major shopping centers and a freeway entrance. 2 young women, off for the day and heading this direction. I could guess they might be doing a girls' day of lunch and shopping, but the choices were nearly endless. I came to the ABQ shopping mall and pulled off the busy street. The center offered both storefront and underground parking, but a quick recon of both didn't reveal the car I was seeking. Next up the road was a bigger challenge. Coronado Center was built in the 70s as the biggest mall of its day, and it hasn't shrunk with time. Multiple parking lots with traffic that's constantly changing. I took one look and decided it was a waste of time. Not to mention there were other shops throughout the area. I should have noted the shopping bags on the Delaney dining table for clues on the girl's taste, but I hadn't, and it was too late now. Chapter 19. The only sensible thing was to go back to square one. Ultimately, Zane had to come home. I headed that way, vowing not to admit to Ron how badly I'd done this surveillance. On the other hand, he's always telling me what a bore it is to watch someone and how this type of spying is frequently unsuccessful. If his questions got specific, that's the line I would stick to. Back in the neighborhood, the first thing I noted was the blue sports car still in the driveway. So if Clover had gone out with Ryan, there was no real way to tell if she'd come back yet. My dog had initially been enthralled with the long car ride, but was now quickly becoming fidgety. I clipped her leash to her collar, and we did a little brisk walk to the end of our street and back. Letting the Delaney twins out of my sight again was something I wanted to avoid. The view of their house from mine is fairly restricted. I have no windows facing their direction. The view from my living room requires me to stand at one edge of the front window and peer around the trunk of a sycamore tree in my yard, and I'm still limited by shrubs in other yards. Elsa's place would work far better.
Her living room has comfy chairs and corner windows that practically put the Delaney driveway in your face if you're using a decent pair of opera glasses. She keeps those on a small table beside the sofa. All I needed was to pack a bag of doggy treats and take along my uneaten sandwich, and we'd be set for the rest of the afternoon, provided I could get Elsa to let me in. Since she's rarely anywhere but home on a weekday afternoon, it came as no surprise when she opened the kitchen door at my knock. A quick explanation of what I planned to do, and I was in. I didn't even have to converse. Old people can talk nonstop if you only let them. In her living room, I raised the opera glasses to my eyes. The ones with the little handle down the side are the handiest, by the way, unless you want to build up arm muscles of iron by holding up a regular pair of binoculars. These days, I'm into the philosophy of easier is better. Freckles waited diligently at my side until the peanut butter sandwich was down to the smallest sliver of crust. Once she got that, she settled on the floor. I heard all about the doings at Elsa's church, the various health problems of all her friends, and how the monthly pie supper had gone. Truthfully, I had no idea there were so many varieties of pie. You gotta keep up with church ladies to get this stuff. About the time I thought I would overdose from the tales of all the sweets, a flash of red came into view. Zane and her friend were home. The red vet pulled in beside the blue one, and the top began its journey to the up position. Both doors opened at the same time. Zane and her brunette friend stepped out. They circled to the trunk and began pulling out shopping bags. This time I read the labels and knew the stores were all out of my league. If shopping was on the agenda again, I would know where to find these ladies. But unfortunately, I would stand out as an intruder in any one of those shops. Lights came on across the street, and Elsa excused herself to start dinner. I sat in the dark, feeling only a little like a creep for staring at the lit windows where the girls moved about behind sheer curtains. I couldn't see the details, but got the idea they were trying on their new clothes to show each other, maybe deciding on outfits to match. Very 12 years old, in my opinion. If that was the case, I would bet they were getting ready to go out. I made a mental list of what I would need to do if I had to take off with 2 seconds' notice and follow again. Since the goal of this whole exercise was to get a photo of Zane and Clover together, I'd better have the camera. And in case I ended up outdoors, a jacket would be smart. I assumed a college party could go on all night. It had been a few years since my days at UNM, and I'd never exactly been a party animal. The sky grew dark, and I turned down Elsa's offer of a bowl of Campbell's chicken noodle soup. Good thing I did. The 2 girls came waltzing out the front door, the brunette laughing. I couldn't see that they were dressed much differently than before. They both wore jeans and very similar crop tops. Boots. These had to be the new items. I didn't have time to ponder the question, though. They were heading toward the car, the blue one this time. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my purse and camera. "Can Freckles stay with you until I get home?" I asked as I whipped open Elsa's front door. She nodded, but I barely saw. I closed the door and dashed across the 2 yards, making a mad leap for my vehicle. The blue car roared past my house as my engine caught, and I practically screeched out of my driveway. This time surveillance would be a bit trickier than previously in broad daylight. I memorized the car's taillight pattern and wondered whether I had a prayer of keeping up with her. Zane, I assumed it was still Zane, turned toward Rio Grande Boulevard, the opposite direction from her earlier trip downtown. Once we passed Old Town, the traffic thinned appreciably, and I had no trouble keeping her lights in sight. She kept heading north. A bunch of possibilities came to mind. If the girls planned to cross the Rio Grande and head out to the west side, we would once again be caught up in a tangle of traffic, shopping centers, and a maze of streets I wasn't very familiar with. Then again, they could go almost anywhere. Several major arteries could take us back to the middle of the city, to Interstate 25, and from there to nearly any destination, including the airport or the northern mountains. As it turned out, I had seriously dramatized the possibilities. A couple miles later, Zane turned left toward the river. Although there's a developed visitor center and hiking paths out here,
It appeared the kids were taking a small side road to an area of their own. The narrow road would make it very apparent a car was behind her, but there wasn't much I could do. Another car had followed me. Suddenly it all made sense. The riverside spot had been a teen hangout for a lot of years. It had simply not occurred to me that my generation wasn't the only one who discovered it. The Corvette continued along the trail, passing a couple of areas designated for parking. Ahead I could hear the thumping music and see the glow from a couple of campfires. I steered to the next parking area I came to, letting the car behind me close the distance to the vet. I knew the area well enough to be 90% certain the girls wouldn't be more than a quarter mile from this spot. My trainers weren't the best choice of footwear in an area strewn with vines and branches, but I could do this. I reached into my glove box for the flashlight I always keep there, praying the batteries were still in decent condition. Most likely I would only need it to get back. Finding my way toward the party would be no problem at all. The music alone would lead me. I tucked the light into my pocket and stuffed my purse beneath the seat. The camera would definitely look out of place, but I hoped to accomplish my mission without being noticed. The 200mm lens should get great shots while I played stealth in the woods. I was about to get out when it occurred to me that if I got into trouble, no one knew where I was. I quickly called Drake and gave the basics, asking him to go over to Elsa's and get the dog when he arrived home. Bless him, he didn't ask for details. He's figured me out pretty well over the years. 2 more cars had driven by since I arrived, and no one gave a second glance toward me. Rather than walking along the road, I took a path that cut through the woods and most likely led to other picnic sites. As I recalled, there were a dozen or more, each equipped with a concrete table and benches and an ugly metal grill you really wouldn't want to actually put your food on. I stayed to the left of the gathering of kids until I came to a break in the trees where I could get a good glimpse without actually stepping out into their midst. I was at least 80 yards away, and no one in the group seemed to be aware of anything beyond their own fire-lit circle. The purpose of the party was abundantly clear. Guys and girls drinking and flirting, raucous laughter and throbbing music. Pretty much the normal. I raised the camera and took a peek through the lens, focusing to see if I could spot Zane or Clover. The first person I recognized was the girl who'd been with Zane most of the day, the brunette with all the hair. During their prep time inside the house, she'd added a bunch more curls and some flirt to her style with a couple of coquettish sparkly clips. She was standing near a beer keg with a red plastic cup in one hand, her phone in the other. The screen cast a glow upward to her face, and I could see she was laughing over something she read there. With the camera lens as my spyglass, I slowly scanned the crowd. There must be about 30 kids, most likely all college age, although a few of them could be high schoolers. One group at the northern edge stood close together, passing a joint among them. Nearly all held red cups from the stack near the keg. A surprising number were looking at phone screens in lieu of talking with their friends. Parties sure had changed since my day. I spotted the twin who could be either Zane or Clover. The guy Clover had supposedly gone to the movies with, Ryan, was nowhere in sight. After 30 minutes or so, cars stopped arriving and the crowd seemed to be settling in for the evening. Laughter grew louder. Someone turned up the music. No sign of the second twin. The brunette flashed her brilliant smile at a guy with curly dark hair down to his shoulders. He walked over and spoke with her, running his finger across her bare forearm. On the screen of his phone, I caught sight of a photo. The same girl, nude. I gulped. Yeah, dating had changed a whole lot since my day. The two of them walked away from the firelight into a shadowy area where a group of cars was parked. I scanned the area once again, hoping to see the bright flash of 2 blondes together. It was getting chilly out, and my jacket wasn't doing a lot of good on the back seat of my Jeep. I'd like nothing better than to leave this place for the warmth of home and husband. Obviously, both twins weren't here, and I was wasting my time. I used the flashlight to get back to my Jeep, got in, and cranked up the heat. Keg parties among college kids were certainly nothing new, but something about the group bothered me. The edgy glances from girls, the palpable sexual tension. But there was more. I couldn't quite define it. The Jeep roared to life, and I retraced the route back to my own neighborhood. Drake's truck was in our driveway, and I pulled in beside it. He'd said he would make himself a sandwich for dinner, so I had no obligation to rush in and settle in front of the TV. The Delaney house sat dark and quiet. I picked up my flashlight again and nonchalantly walked across the street. Chapter 20. Frankly, I'm no expert at breaking and entering. The few times I've done it, my success has usually come from an unlocked door or open window. So, okay, that's really the only method I know. The trick is to make it look as if you belong. I approached the dark Delaney house with a confident step, walked right up to the front door and grabbed the knob. Not even a mere budge. Around back, a sliding glass door seemed promising. A little shaking and jimmying can sometimes get their flimsy latches to release. I discovered the Delaneys did not do cheap. Their doors were good quality and fairly new, which made sense. Some of that newfound money had gone into upgrades on the old house. I made a quick visual scan of the windows on the back of the house, checking first to be sure the shrubbery was thick enough to block views from neighbors behind, but found nothing that looked like a quick entry. Until I came to the side door on the garage. Should have thought of this first. It's one area a lot of folks miss in their nightly lockup process, and it often reveals another entrance to the house. I tried the knob. Luck at last. My flashlight came in handy as I picked my way through the detritus of my neighbor's earlier life. Twin bicycles with pink handlebar grips, a collapsible backyard pool, which at some point had been replaced by an oval in-ground one, a sofa, 2 big stuffed recliners, a triple dresser of dark wood, its matching nightstands, and a king-sized headboard, all lined the path from back door to front. Cartons spilling bright fabrics and stacks of books filled the dark recesses. Stalactites of coiled rope hung from the rafters, and one corner was filled with leftovers from a film set, heavy metal stands and 2 Klieg lights. It seemed as the couple began to earn more money and upgrade their lifestyle, none of the old stuff had left the premises. Mainly I concentrated on not tripping. It would be embarrassing to go home impaled on a rusted garden tool from someone else's garage. Eventually, the meandering path brought me to a door, which predictably was unlocked. I opened it cautiously and stepped into a laundry room. As far as I could tell, the girls had left no lights on. The whole place lay in darkness now. I did a quick scan with my flashlight and saw the laundry room open to the kitchen, and beyond it lay the open living and dining rooms, the parts I'd seen before. Presumably bedrooms and bathrooms lay to the south of those. Knowing how easy it was to watch movement through the sheer curtains, and remembering I'd left Elsa to look for activity over here, I masked the beam of my light with one hand as I entered the main areas. Not that it mattered. My elderly spy friend had most likely watched me walk over and approach the house. If so, I hoped she would warn me if either of the twins came home. I got an eerie view of the living room with pretty much the same clutter I'd observed during my previous visit. The dining table held the same shopping bags, plus a few new ones, and the same litter of receipts lay beside them. I could come back to those. A hallway led off the far side of the living room, and I headed there, dodging a pair of sneakers that seemed to have leapt off their owner's feet and landed in a heap where they would be in everyone's way. A series of doors revealed a small bathroom decorated in navy blue and tan, a large bedroom with twin beds, loads of purple, and a bathroom with a long vanity and half the contents of the cosmetic counter from Macy's. At the end of the hall, a master bedroom seemed in good order, neatly made up when its occupants had left several weeks ago. Their bathroom wasn't nearly in as much disarray, or as interesting, as that of the daughters. I veered back to the domain of the girls and began a little recon.
Both beds were messy and unmade. Discarded clothing covered a dresser and side chair. A bookcase against the wall held a random collection of children's books and a few old Nancy Drew mysteries. The top of the case had 2 decorative metal trees for earrings and necklaces. They couldn't hold everything, apparently, because a scattering of spared jewelry littered the surface nearby, like fallen leaves in a forest. None of that interested me, but on the nightstand between the twin beds was something that did. A cell phone. I glanced over my shoulder. After watching these kids a while, I couldn't imagine either of them being more than 10 feet from this device. But the house was empty. I'd watched Zane and her friend leave and go to the Riverside party. Could Clover have forgotten her phone when she left with Ryan for the movies? Doubtful. I picked up the phone and sat on the edge of one bed. It responded when I pressed the button, lighting up immediately. The background showed a photo of the 2 girls, with identical smiles and arms around each other. The little icon for text messages showed only 2. I tapped it and saw they were from Zane. So this must be Clover's phone. It made sense as I'd seen Zane at the party with hers. The list of recent calls was extensive. I'd just begun to look through them to see who I might recognize when the phone vibrated and pinged in my hand. I jumped and it fell to the carpet. I stared at the screen as if it were a poisonous snake. A banner came up showing the sender as Zany. "We're at Riv. You coming?" Maybe this was good news. Not quite a photo, but I could report to their aunt that the girls were in contact. A beam of light crossed the bedroom window, catching my attention. A car had stopped nearby. Uh-oh. Whether it was Clover and Ryan or someone else, I was in deep doo-doo for being in here. I put her phone back on the nightstand and picked up my flashlight, where I'd set it beside me on the bed. No one had got out of the car yet, but it wouldn't take them more than 30 seconds to cross the yard and open the front door. I dashed down the hall and through the living room, stumbling on the stupid sneakers in my haste. I heard 2 car doors slam, then male and female voices. The scattering of shop receipts on the dining table caught my eye, pale slips in the muted beam of my light. I'd taken a huge chance coming in here and hated to leave with nothing to show for my heroics. I reached out and snatched a fistful of the paper strips, jammed them into my pocket. Through the kitchen, into the laundry room I dashed. I slipped out the door and into the garage and pulled it oh so quietly shut behind me, letting my bright beam guide me through the maze of garage junk. I beat a quick retreat to the back door. I peered into the backyard. No lights shone out here, but I figured it was time to stop taking chances. I ducked into the side yard, out the gate, and to the street. A look around showed no vehicle in front of the Delaney house. Either Ryan had dropped Clover off and driven away, or the vehicle I heard was someone else. I arrived a minute later at my own front door, panting like an exhausted puppy. I'm getting too old for this. At home, Drake was in his office with his pilot log book in front of him. He's diligent about making entries for every flight, and over the years has filled several books with not only the required hours flown, but little notes about where he went and who his passengers were. Although he's not a name-dropper in social situations, more than a few celebrity names appear in those pages. He looked up and flashed me the smile that had won me over when we met.
"You and Elsa cooking up something next door?"
he asked. In a way, I was over there for a while. I wasn't sure he'd approve of my spying on the other neighbors, and I felt fairly certain he wouldn't be wild about the fact I'd sneaked into the Delaney home and searched the girls' personal things. Did you eat anything?
Yep, me and Freckles shared some of the leftover chicken in the fridge. There's more if you want me to warm it up for you.
I declined, needing a few more minutes for my stomach to settle down. I walked into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of wine. Freckles followed my every step. One thing about dogs, they know when they've exhausted one food supplier and are fickle enough to switch loyalties immediately to the next person who might be a likely candidate. Sorry, kid, nothing for you here, I said as I pulled the stolen sales receipts from my pocket. I smoothed the wrinkles from the slips and spread them out.
I'd managed to nab 4 transactions from 4 different stores. A little flush of pride as I considered there might be useful information here. One was a long list from Walmart, a few household supplies and a lot of snack food and soda. How did the twins stay model thin eating this kind of stuff? I wanted to know their secret. The other 3 receipts came from clothing stores, and the names matched the shopping bags I'd seen. Ralph Lauren and Barney's were apparently their favorite brands. I was about to discard the whole batch as a waste of time. Really, who cared that those jeans had cost $300? Then something caught my eye. The Walmart receipt wasn't from the store where I always went. This one came from Las Cruces, the town where I'd been so certain Zane Delaney was not attending school. But what if she was? What if the twins had been telling the truth all along? Chapter 21. I woke from a restless night filled with questions about the girls across the street. It didn't help when the Corvette zoomed past our house somewhat after midnight, just as I'd been drifting off to sleep, reminding me I still wasn't sure which twin had actually driven it to the river party earlier. I'd thought of phoning Donna Delaney with the skimpy information I had, but it seemed pointless. There really was nothing to report yet. I decided I might as well get an early start at the office, so I left Drake asleep under our nest of warm blankets and tried to be as quiet as possible as I showered and dressed. The Victorian was dark and quiet when I arrived, with only the glow from a lamp on a timer at the front desk. I pulled into the parking area and back and called Freckles to follow me inside. We set coffee to brew, and I opened the bag I'd bought at the drive-thru window at McDonald's. I know I'm not supposed to be eating this stuff. A warm bowl of gooey, mushy oatmeal at home would have been the healthier choice. My inner critic finally shut up, and I bit into my egg on a muffin. Freckles doesn't care what I have for breakfast. She'll take a tidbit of whatever is left. Upstairs, with the coffee mug in hand, I turned on my computer and noticed Ron had left a note in his scratchy handwriting stuck to my desk phone. It was to invoice the Laurento account for the hours he'd put in yesterday, tracking one J.L. Siegel, supposedly the purchaser of the missing Super Bowl ring. Did he want me to set up a second account for Bobby Laurento, or bill these hours against the retainer Marcy had paid? I set the note aside to ask him. It would be simpler to do it once than to do it wrong and have to backtrack. It took me an hour to run an accounts receivable report, print clients' month-end statements, and stuff them in envelopes for mailing. One of these days I would look for a way to automate this more efficiently and send billing electronically. But for now I needed to review each client's account before dunning them. I had gathered the batch to set on Sally's desk for the mailman when I heard sounds downstairs. It sounded as if Ron and Sally had arrived at the same time, and I walked downstairs to refill my empty mug and greet them. I saw your note about the Laurento billing, I told Ron. Shall I wait until you've got the ring back, or just accrue the hours every day?
Well, I thought this was going to be an easy one. Look up the buyer, do a quick drop-in visit, and offer cash. Bobby said to give him 10% more than he'd paid for it, which I'll tell you is a sizable chunk of change. I figure, what guy wouldn't love to make 10% on his money in a couple of days, right?
I wasn't at all sure how this answered my question, but I let him talk.
I can't find him. There are only a handful of Siegels in Albuquerque, none with the name or initial J, but it didn't take me long to call them all and inquire.
No luck, I'm guessing?
Right. So I went statewide, which ate up the rest of the day, and still no luck.
Somebody who collects Super Bowl rings wouldn't necessarily be local. Maybe the pawn shop guy put the word out. I don't know, Craigslist or something? And the buyer came to town on a mission.
Yeah, it'll be impossible to track every Siegel in the country. So I'm back at square one.
I wished I could help him, but it sounded daunting and I had other things on my agenda today. I went back upstairs, really wishing I'd swiped that cell phone I found in the twins' bedroom last night. It would contain a wealth of information, and the girls would never guess their snoopy neighbor was responsible. Daddy would just buy another phone,
and there probably wouldn't even be a lecture about taking better care of their things. I doodled on the note Ron had left, realizing he'd never answered my question about the billing. Across the hall, Ron's voice rose.
So, no address or anything?
A long pause. He was apparently on hold, because he began crushing paper and tossing the balls toward the trash basket. I knew this because I could hear him hit the wall each time he missed. The repetition began to irritate me. I got up from my desk and walked to his doorway. Can you just... I came to a halt when his attention turned back to his call.
What's the name on the card? Address? Really? You didn't get an address?
He was scribbling on a notepad, and I could tell this wasn't going the way he wanted it to. I started to turn away, but heard his receiver drop back to its cradle.
Charlie, can you give me a few minutes?
Not really. Sure. I sat down in the chair across from his desk.
With the boss away, the young clerk who sold the ring made some fundamental mistakes. She put a name on the sales slip, no address, and she didn't compare it to the name on the guy's credit card. The name on the card was J. Livingston.
I felt a smile coming on. Ron, seriously? J. Livingston? J.L. Siegel? You've been spoofed. His eyebrows pulled together. Jonathan Livingston Siegel. It was a bestseller book way back in the 70s.
How would I know that?
Okay, so he doesn't read much fiction. The guy gave a fake name for the receipt, but it's doubtful he could do that on a credit card, especially one with a high enough credit line to cover a ring like that. You're not looking for a Siegel. You're looking for Livingston. My brother surely would have figured this out. He's a good detective, really. I think he was simply flustered by the dollar amount and fame of the lost item. A more experienced pawn clerk would have gotten better information, and we'd be on the way to tracking the ring.
All right,
Ron said, looking a little sheepish.
But Livingston isn't exactly an uncommon name either, so it still looks like I'm back to square one.
I felt badly about the roadblocks in his path, but I had my own path right now. After all, it was my brother who'd suggested he work the Super Bowl case, and I take the mission of getting the photo of the Delaney twins together. My goal wasn't going to happen with me here in the office, so I decided to head back to the home front and go back to old-fashioned surveillance. Goody. It was becoming second nature to me, glancing up the street to see which cars were home at the Delaney place. Once I'd snapped that all-important photo, I really had to get a life. This time the red car sat in the driveway. I decided to quit being shy about showing up at their door. Why be cagey when the request from their aunt was a legitimate one? I put Freckles in the house and walked over and rang the doorbell. No answer, but I wasn't actually surprised. This had become the new format of my days. I rang a second time to be certain, then walked around to the backyard. As hoped, I found the garage side door unlocked, so I went right on in, immediately wishing for my flashlight. The only light came from the space around the large roll-up door, and it was minimal. I picked my way through the same collection of junk as last night, and again found the connecting door to the kitchen and opened it. Not much had changed in the living room and dining rooms, other than I noticed a pair of lace-up sandals kicked off near the front door, a little spill of dirt beside them. With no idea when the girls left or how long they would be away, I made straight for the pink bedroom and looked on the nightstand. The cell phone was gone. I patted the rumpled bed covers and did a quick peek under each bed. Horrific. You don't want to know. The jeans and shirt the party twin had worn last night lay at the top of a pile of clothes on a chair. I picked up each item and shook it, but no cell phone showed up. Damn it, I knew I should have grabbed that thing last night. In the back of my mind, I had the feeling if I could see the calls made from that phone, I would somehow be able to figure out the locations of both girls, although the whole concept was a bit fuzzy to me. I turned in a circle, studying the room. The clutter was so prevalent it was hard to focus on any one item, but I made myself give it a really hard look.
Same with the adjoining bathroom, where the vanity surface couldn't be seen for the litter of hairbrushes, eyeshadows, mascara tubes, and lip glosses. 2 hairdryers, 2 sets of giant hot rollers, 2 lighted magnifier mirrors, and a pair of electric flat irons. I thought of my own personal single plastic compact of blusher and 1 tube of lipstick in the shade I'd always worn. I own a blow dryer, and somewhere in the depths of a drawer is a curling iron I rarely see. I think I'm definitely missing something in the girly genetics department. My boggled mind tried to focus once again, but I still saw no cell phone. I meandered back to the bedroom, resolved to give it one more go-over, when my own phone vibrated in the pocket of my jeans. My heart rate went into overdrive, and I must have jumped a foot. I grabbed it before it could ring a second time and tapped the screen without looking.
"No one's home over there,"
Elsa said.
"I saw Clover drive away about an hour ago."
She was guessing as to which twin she'd seen, but I was busted nevertheless.
"I saw you go around to the backyard, but I don't think anyone will answer the back door either."
Thanks. Yeah, you're right. Hey, I'm just checking out something over here. Can you keep watching a few more minutes and call me again if she comes back? She seemed tickled to be a part of my detective work, and I felt somewhat reassured no one could walk in on me, as had almost happened last night. I set about giving the house a much more thorough search. Chapter 22. I took a quick peek into the girls' closet. The floor was covered by a huge pile that made it look as if the shoe department at Dillard's had exploded here. The upper shelf contained a few childhood board games, including the same Candyland I had played with these kids more than a dozen years ago. Plush animals filled a shelf unit like a little button-eyed zoo. If there was a clue that would help me here, I didn't see it. With the luxury of a lookout across the street, I decided to spend a little time in the rest of the house. These opportunities wouldn't come often. The parents' room contained a king-sized bed, neatly made with a thick comforter of silk in the same navy and tan scheme I'd noticed in the main bathroom. Their adjoining bath followed those tones as well, with tasteful decor items in just the right numbers and the necessities tucked away in drawers. It seemed the kids respected their parents' space and had left it untouched in their absence. On to the living and dining areas, where the girls and their messy lifestyle once again reigned. I looked more carefully this time at the receipts and shopping bags on the dining table. All came from Albuquerque businesses. The bags were empty, and I resisted the urge to fold or toss them in the trash. The huge sectional sofa in the living room faced a monster big screen TV, the seating area littered with popcorn tidbits and candy wrappers. 6 plastic drink cups with dried cola residue sat on the tables. The 2 elephant ears houseplants flanking the door to the backyard looked desperate for water. I jammed my hand in my pockets to quell my fierce urge to tidy the place. A bookcase contained a few books, but held mostly travel mementos. A tiny Eiffel Tower, a set of carved wooden camels, a metal pitcher with a distinct Middle Eastern design. Photos of the family proved they'd been to these places, along with some cute casual shots of the 2 girls as they grew up. Toddlers gathering Easter eggs in the backyard, a first day of school pose, the 2 with sleek long gowns and prom dates. I didn't see a single handwritten note or tell-all diary in the room, so I headed to the kitchen. The front of the fridge brought a few insights. A shopping list with yogurt, green juice, blueberries, M&Ms, and potato chips sent mixed messages. A photo of the twins at different ages and a variety of vacation spots stuck there in little magnet picture frames. Disneyland featured in several of them. Inside the fridge, the same contradiction of taste and lifestyle showed up in boxed salad greens, which looked fairly fresh, from Whole Foods, alongside a 6-pack of beer. The freezer contained fish sticks and frozen pizza. The tall trash can in the laundry room contained 3 more pizza boxes and a bunch of empty Coke cans, which really should be in their recycling bin. Frustrated, I turned to study the whole scene. Was there not a single clue to tell me what the girls were up to? I didn't see one useful thing. I felt myself getting grumpy. The whole thing was a waste of time. I made my way out the laundry room door to the garage, through the mess, out the back door, once again leaving it unlocked as I'd found it, although I doubted another sneaky visit to the house would produce any further information. Short of ripping into pillows and dumping the contents of drawers, I'd pretty much covered the place. I mentally kicked myself once again for leaving the unguarded cell phone last time. It had to be the place a modern girl would leave a wealth of notes and messages. I had let it slip away. Elsa saw me coming and called out from her front door, so I veered toward her.
"It sure took a while to figure out no one was in the backyard," she said with a grin.
Yeah, it did. I have to say, I'm no closer to knowing anything about those girls, other than they are messy housekeepers. Oh, one might be a health food nut, while the other binges on pizza and Cokes.
"I still say—"
She stopped, figuring out her insistence wasn't going to solve anything.
"How about some lunch? I can make us a grilled cheese sandwich real quick."
Well, how could I say no to that? Her sandwiches had gotten me through a lot of problems much rockier than this. I trailed her into the kitchen.
"What clues do you have so far?"
she asked as she sliced Velveeta off a huge block. Nothing much. I followed one girl yesterday while she picked up a friend at one of the UNM dorms. They went shopping, came back here a while, then went to a party down at the Bosque. I stayed long enough to pretty much look over the whole crowd, but the second twin wasn't there. Those sandwiches were smelling wonderful as the buttery surfaces of bread toasted on the hot griddle. Maybe I need to talk to Donna Delaney again, see if I can get a number for the parents. I was basically thinking out loud, passing time while Elsa scooped the sandwiches onto plates and cut each in half. Surely they know where each of their daughters is, and the whole puzzle can be solved.
"Donna said they didn't. Remember? They told her Zane has enrolled at State and Clover's here."
I felt fairly sure Zane wasn't enrolled in school. Spring break had happened a month ago, so I didn't quite buy her glib answer. However, it didn't mean she hadn't moved to Las Cruces. It could be nothing more complicated than her leaving home a few months early and getting a job prior to the fall semester starting in a few months. I kept thinking if I could speak directly with the parents, I might get more information. For the moment, though, that sandwich was calling my name. We finished our lunch and I called Donna. Building upon my skimpy bits of evidence, I told her I suspected one or both of the girls had been in Las Cruces recently. I'd really like to talk with Rick and Jane if that's possible. Maybe they will have remembered something else since you spoke with them, or maybe I'll come up with some new questions. Frankly, I'm hitting a lot of dead ends right now.
"I'm happy to give you the numbers," she said.
"But it may be a while before you get through. Rick told me their location was changing yesterday, and they would be completely out of cell range for the next week. He said something about needing a satellite phone, whatever that is, but I didn't get the feeling he has one yet." I jotted down the information she gave. It would probably not net me anything new, but it wouldn't hurt to try. She thanked me for sticking with it, expressing worry again over the way the girls' lives were going. I had the feeling she judged her brother's parenting on a fairly strict scale, but she didn't say so. I was about to dial one of the numbers, not really counting on reaching Jane or Rick, but my phone rang in my hand before I could enter all the digits. Ron.
"Hey, I need you to get over to the Lorento house and talk to Marcy. I'm on my way to the hospital. She whacked Bobby over the head with a skillet, and he's getting treated for a concussion."
"What?"
"That's all I know. Marcy called me in a panic. The police apparently went to their house, and I don't have much more than that."
Great. Just great. He gave the address in an exclusive area of the North Valley, no more than 15 minutes away.
"If they arrest her, we'll have to go bail her out too, I suppose."
I could not express how very little I wanted to do that. Chapter 23. I drove north on Rio Grande Boulevard, past the turnoff where I'd followed Zane and her friend to the river party, and continued into a pastoral area where the old-time small properties and shacks had been bought up and merged into estates favored by the state's successful business people. Now McMansion sat surrounded by ancient cottonwood trees and acres of tended grasses. I started watching addresses, fairly certain I knew which was the Lorento place. The property had originally been acquired and the 10,000-square-foot house built by a real estate developer with a flair for the magnificent and good connections in the media. After he got involved in a condo project in Mexico that went bust, he'd been forced to sell his bucolic retreat and move to the less spacious but equally prestigious Tanouan Country Club neighborhood. There the houses were big but jammed so close together it was hard to appreciate their grandeur. It would have been hard to give up the quiet and surrounding natural beauty for that, I imagined. The Lorentos had come along and bought it for the relatively bargain price of $4 million. Something I only knew because the broker who handled the transaction was a friend of a friend, and he couldn't keep quiet about his brushes with the rich and famous. I spotted a white rail fence that ran alongside the road for about a half-mile before it curved inward and met with an entrance. High wrought-iron gates blocked the way, but a keypad and small speaker mounted on a brick pedestal told me what I had to do. I pressed the intercom button. "Marcy, it's Charlie from RJP Investigations. Ron Parker sent me over." No word came through the little box, but I heard a whirring noise and the gates began to roll back. The paved drive was a good quarter-mile long, bordered by thousands of purple and yellow pansies, and more of the white rail fencing. Beyond the fence, on my left, stood a trio of thoroughbred horses, their brown coats gleaming in the sunshine. One looked up as my jeep passed, but the others only continued to nibble at the grass. I briefly wondered if they had any purpose, or were merely here to make the rest of the estate look good. The acres of green and the long driveway served basically as a framework for the house itself. 3 stories of red brick, white shutters and 2-story columns holding up a portico and impressive veranda. Very traditional if you lived in the Midwest. Completely dramatic here in the Southwest, where everything else was either stucco or adobe. I spotted Marcy standing at the front door, so I followed the circle, which looped to the left and parked under the portico. Somehow I was certain my 7-year-old Cherokee was the crummiest vehicle ever to have filled that space. Marcy waited at the top step until I caught up with her. Then she led me into the house. I wondered whether she remembered me from the day she'd come into our office on a tirade. I followed her through the 2-story entry hall, a floor expanse covered in black and white marble tile, with a round pedestal table in the center that held a bouquet of spring flowers to rival anything found in the White House. A maid was dusting an elaborately carved console table near the curved staircase. I was trying not to look dazzled by the amount of gold rococo ornamentation and size of the crystal chandelier overhead, as Marcy led the way into a sitting room. She strode to a pair of tall windows at the far side of the room, but I held my ground near a white sofa. If she thought her home, impressive to the point of gaudy, or the silent treatment would somehow influence my opinion, well, I couldn't see the point. "Ron says Bobby is doing all right, if you were wondering." When she turned, I saw her eyes were red-rimmed and her nose a brilliant pink. "Oh, God, I can't believe I did that." She reached for a tissue box on a gold end table and lowered herself to the edge of a chair. I followed and sat on the sofa. "What happened?" "Oh, I don't know." She dabbed delicately under each eye, but the mascara damage was already done. Her hair most likely had been styled this morning, but had gone over to the wild side now. She wore bright purple workout attire and matching Nikes. "You have no memory of the events?" "Well, not that. I remember. I got up early and did my workout in the gym on the 3rd floor, then went to the kitchen to make a smoothie. Bobby was in there, staring into the fridge like he'll do sometimes for, like, an hour. He said something,
got that sweet tone in his voice, and I almost hugged him. Then I realize he's on his phone. He says, "I'll see you soon, Darla." "Darla's my best friend." Her voice broke and she trailed off into sobs.
Ouch.
"Yeah," she sniffed. I slammed the fridge door in his hand and asked how long he'd been fooling around with her. "A while," he says, and I just got so angry. They say sometimes you see red. Well, I did. I grabbed the nearest thing, which was a cast-iron skillet our chef had left on the stovetop, and I swung it. Oh, God, I really didn't mean to hurt him.
Really? Because if that was my husband, I would have meant to kill him. She gave a little smile and a tiny hiccup escaped.
Ron said the police came. The maid came running in when Bobby fell, and there was blood and everything. She asked what she should do, and I didn't know, so I guess she called 911. An ambulance took him away. I mean, he was conscious, moaning and cussing and all, but he said he didn't want to press charges, so the police went away.
I wondered if the football player would change his mind once he was thinking more clearly.
I don't know what's gone so wrong with us, Charlie. Bobby and I used to be the best couple. We've known each other since college in Texas. He was so sweet to me. I mean, he was a football star there, too, and all the girls were interested in him. But he just let that roll off. We were an item and stayed together through graduation. He got drafted by his favorite team, and we moved, and married life was wonderful. He started bringing in big money, and I had so much fun setting up our first house.
That was in California?
Yeah. He was my first real boyfriend. I dated a little in high school, but I saved my virginity for the right man. Bobby was the one. We moved a couple of times when he changed teams. Then there was the injury, and he decided to retire. Actually, we made the decision together, and we picked Albuquerque because it's a nice city, and we could get out of the pro ball limelight. It seemed like a good way for us to start over, live in the country, start a family.
But there's still some bad stuff going on, obviously. Marcy nodded and sniffled again. His cheating is bad. I'm not minimizing that. But why the retaliation? Why sell his prized rings?
We seem to be in a vicious circle, Bobby and me.
She slumped back into the chair and stared into the space between us.
He wasn't the only one. We got into this social whirl. There were parties, lots of flirting. Other guys made moves toward me, and I dallied a couple times, too. I guess they gave me the kind of flattery Bobby was dishing out onto his other women. He didn't seem so wrong. It was a tit-for-tat kind of thing.
If he was going to hurt you, you'd hurt him right back?
Yeah, I guess. It's just the other women were strangers to me. It hurt, of course, but not like it did when I heard Darla's name.
You hired our company to find out if he was cheating, but it sounds like you already knew he was. A long sigh.
I knew this time was different. He was happier than I'd seen him in a long time. I was worried he'd found someone he would leave me for.
You knew it was Darla, even before this morning, didn't you? I shifted on the sofa and faced her directly, forcing her to make eye contact. Isn't that why you sold his Super Bowl rings? Before the other affairs, they were little hurts, but this was a big hurt, and you wanted to hurt him back in a big way. Retaliation never works to make someone love you. She looked toward the fireplace and her eyes welled up.
I know.
So, where will it go from here? She turned back toward me.
No,
I meant I know who has the ring.
A wave of frustration washed over me. Couldn't she have said this from the start? I stood up, nearly upending another big flower arrangement, and paced to the fireplace. When I faced her, it was all I could do to put a gentle look on my face. Marcy, what do you want out of this whole deal? Save your marriage, get out, stick with Bobby no matter what? Move on? You're sending such mixed signals here, I don't know what you want from us. She slumped deeper into the chair, staring at the expensive carpet with a zombie-like fixation. Okay, then, I said, moving toward the door. You figure it out, and when you get your act together, I hope it all works out for you. Seeing that I was ready and willing to walk out brought her back to life. Wait, I'm not really sure how it's all going to work out, but I need to find the ring for Bobby. It's the right thing to do. Well, that was a refreshing attitude anyway. You said you know who has it. Call him and say you need it back. It's not quite that simple. She was twisting the gigantic diamond ring on her finger. I walked back to the sofa where I'd been and sat down again. Tell me about it. And this time, it had better be the whole truth. Chapter 24. I called Ron when I got outside to my Jeep, and he informed me he'd left Bobby Laurento in the care of the ER staff at the hospital, where Bobby was to stay overnight for observation. We had a short discussion about whether Bobby should go home once he was released. I felt Marcy was remorseful about the skillet incident, but there was no telling what Bobby might do when he saw her again. Does he have somewhere else he can go until things cool down? Ron said he would check, but he'd told me he was already back at the office, and I got a feeling he didn't want to go dashing back to the hospital for another talk with the client. I drove down the Laurentos' long driveway, waving goodbye to the horses as I passed. By the time I arrived at the RJP offices, the sun was low in the sky, and I really only wanted to be home. But this day wasn't over yet. I heard Ron on the phone when I climbed the stairs. I dropped my purse at my desk and tidied a few things I'd left undone earlier before he came across the hall to me.
Okay, it's set that Bobby Laurento can come home with me tomorrow.
Wow, that's a generous offer.
I just talked to Vic, and she's fine with him being there a day or two. No more, she said. We have the boys this week, and they'll be thrilled. She says if we put Bobby on the basement pull-out sofa, he won't be inclined to stay very long.
Marcy's feeling badly about what she did. I don't think she'd give him any grief about coming home, but who knows what he might do. Those two are a pair, I'll tell you.
So what's the big story you promised me?
I know who has the missing Super Bowl ring. His jaw dropped.
And you found this out how?
Marcy told me.
You're right, it is a story.
He moved over to the small sofa near the bay window.
Tell me.
His name is Jay Livingston. Marcy met him at a charity fundraiser in Dallas, where football was the theme and memorabilia was big among the auction items. Livingston was admiring Bobby's newly won Super Bowl ring from the previous season, but he was also admiring Marcy. Bobby wasn't willing to donate the ring to charity. Marcy, it turned out, had her head turned a bit more easily. Livingston went on an all-out campaign to get close to her. Well, that's how it sounded to me. She told me about the charming little gifts he began sending, and apparently he also started showing up at any event where he heard Laurento would make an appearance. Eventually, drinks at the bar became clandestine little meetings, and she confided her marriage wasn't happy. Well, you know what a guy will do with that information.
I didn't find any matching Livingstons in this area,
he said, apparently oblivious to most of what I'd said. Apparently he travels the country for these events.
So where does he live?
Marcy doesn't actually know. They would meet up and spend an afternoon in a hotel. New York, St. Louis, Miami. He gave me a look.
I got a phone number. It's how she contacted Livingston to let him know when she'd be traveling. I was just about to look up the area code and find out where it is. I held up the scrap of paper I'd written on.
So Marcy planned all along to sell the rings and tell Livingston where to go buy them?
Essentially, but maybe plan isn't the word. She said it was after one especially bitter fight with Bobby that she took the rings. Later, she was feeling a little guilty about it, and when Jay Livingston called, she told him what she'd done. He acted like he sympathized, but unbeknownst to her, he went to the shop she'd named and bought the one ring. She wondered why he quizzed her about the store, but didn't think much about it.
I wonder why he didn't get all three. I shrugged.
Maybe even a rich guy has his limitations when you're talking in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I did a little research, and there are a lot of factors that go into the values of these things. Who the player or team member was, his role in the game, etc. Every team member, the coaches and the staff get rings, you know.
I didn't know that. Had never actually cared before now.
The pawn shop owner told me the one he sold was the most desirable of the three, because Bobby threw the winning pass in that game.
So maybe Livingston had a ready buyer for it himself. Someone ready to give him a tidy profit?
It's anyone's guess. Let me track that phone number and we'll see what happens next.
I handed over the information, more than a little eager to close up shop for the day and get home to my hubby and dog. By the time I'd shut down my computer, found my jacket, and picked up my purse, Ron informed me the area code for Livingston's phone was in El Paso, Texas. Chapter 25. El Paso sits on that little jag of Texas land directly beneath New Mexico on the map, the little shelf that gives our state its nearly squared edges. It's the border city to Juarez, Mexico, and as such has always been popular with kids who want to duck across the border for some evening fun and tequila, especially the students at New Mexico State. El Paso is only a hop down the road from Las Cruces. All this went through my mind as I drove home. I like things tidy and organized, so the idea of clearing 2 cases with one relatively short drive south made a lot of sense to me. It was the only reason I toyed with the idea of volunteering to help Ron. Freckles greeted me at the door as if she hadn't seen me in a month. Days alone, apparently, stretch out infinitely for a dog. I ruffled her fur and scratched her ears and babbled sweetie sweet words to her, to which she wriggled and danced and led me to the kitchen. Drake had been home a while. I'd called him when I left the office, and he'd offered to start the grilled chicken and salad we'd talked about for dinner. He stood at the sink washing lettuce.
"Don't let her lie to you,"
he said with a nod toward the eager pup who was sitting with her nose pointed at her empty food bowl.
"I fed her 15 minutes ago."
I gave him a kiss and ignored Freckles. He set aside the vegetables and pulled me into his arms.
"Hey, I didn't get a chance to tell you. I found out who owns that property, the little cabin we found."
"Really? Do you think it's available?"
"Haven't got that far with it. All I know so far is the piece of land is 12 acres. The road we spotted below is one boundary, and from the topo map it looks as though it wouldn't be too difficult to lay a driveway from it up to the cabin."
"Would we want that? Driveways invite nosy people and vandals."
"It's an option that would make it easier in case we're weathered out from flying."
"How does the current owner get up there?" It was something I'd wondered from the beginning.
"That, my dear, is something we'll have to ask once we make contact."
He turned to the bowl containing 2 chicken breasts and spooned more of the spicy-scented marinade over them. I set plates and flatware on the table and poured a glass of wine for myself. Drake already had a beer in a frosty mug nearby. I filled him in on the latest drama in the Laurento household. He just shook his head.
"Bobby Laurento used to be one of my favorite players. Why do people go all weird once they have fame and fortune?"
I could only make a guess. People start treating them differently, as if they can do no wrong, so they suddenly get away with bad behavior or buy the solutions to their problems instead of having to work them out. If their antics make the news, it's covered in a silly boys will be boys way, so there isn't much outrage over it.
Boys will be boys. Sounds as if the wife was every bit as wild this time.
She was. I'm not pointing fingers at men or making excuses for women. They're both messed up.
Childish. That's what the Lorentos' behavior had become.
Speaking of kids acting up, I thought I'd volunteer to drive down to El Paso tomorrow to help Ron find the guy who has the missing ring.
Drake sent me a puzzled look.
He's another kid?
Oh.
I could see where my stream of consciousness had skipped a few steps in the telling.
I'm thinking while I'm down there, it would be easy to prowl around in Las Cruces and see what I can find out about the Delaney girl who is supposedly enrolled in school there, but isn't. Ron's following a lead we have on the ring collector and is trying to get an address. If we've got that, it could turn into a twofold bonus if we can solve both cases at once.
As it turned out, simplicity took extra time to accomplish. By the next day, Ron had made contact with Jay Livingston and, pretending to be a buyer for the ring, set up a meeting. During our little heart-to-heart, Marcy Lorento had agreed to use the money she'd obtained from the pawn shop when she sold the rings in order to get them back. This little transaction would no doubt cost her a bit extra from her clothing allowance. Jay might be interested in Marcy in the bedroom, but this was business, and he wanted to make a profit. Ron also had the little matter of taking custody of Bobby Lorento when he was released from the hospital and taking the man into his own home. While he took off to accomplish those tasks, I drove out to the peaceful green estate on Rio Grande, where the last battle in their marital war had taken place. The horses had been moved to the pasture on the opposite side of the drive. Otherwise, everything appeared the same. Marcy was either busy with a charity luncheon, the story I was given, or she was too embarrassed to see me, the version I believed. But she left a thick brown envelope with my name on it. The maid who answered the door handed it to me without even asking to see identification or have me sign a receipt. It either meant the household operated greatly on trust, or Marcy was watching from a window and knew I was the one getting the money. I counted it in front of the maid, $110,000 in $100 bills. From what Ron had told me, this represented a 10% profit for Mr. Livingston on an investment he'd held less than a week. Not bad. I wished my retirement fund was doing anywhere near that well. I admit to being more than a little nervous with that kind of cash, so I drove straight back to the office and locked it away in the safe. The following morning I got an early start, retrieved the money, and headed south. In one way, it was a heady feeling. There was nothing to stop me from disappearing into a new life and never having to get involved in another private investigation case. The irony was not lost on me. Here I was, driving toward Mexico with enough money tucked under my car seat to live quite comfortably there for a long time. The downsides would be my dozen-word Spanish vocabulary and the fact I'd go crazy without my husband and my dog. Our little family was scattered enough at the moment. Drake had taken a job flying some fish and game department men around in the northern part of the state. Since he would be gone overnight, Freckles was spending the day with Elsa. Ron had charge of Bobby Lorento, and I didn't even bother to ask how that would go. I could imagine him trying to keep the big football player from going back home, attempting to prevent the battling couple from having contact until we could be sure there wouldn't be another skillet incident. I could possibly end up staying away overnight, too. The drive to El Paso takes nearly 5 hours. I shaved off some of that time by blatantly ignoring the speed limit in the wide-open areas south of Sirocco, and was hitting the El Paso city limits before noon. It had been years since I'd come down this way, and of course the city looked nothing like it used to. But my cell phone had provided me with a neatly organized set of directions, and I followed them. One of these days I would modernize with a GPS for my vehicle, one that would talk me through the trip. It's silly that I haven't done so already, given the number of times I'm trekking off somewhere unfamiliar to me. I-25 turned into Interstate 10, and my directions led me into a complicated spaghetti bowl of interchanges before sending me eastbound into an upscale subdivision. Various twists and turns put me onto a cul-de-sac, where I faced a handsome 2-story home stuccoed in shades of moss green. 6 stately palm trees flanked the drive. I took a brief moment to gawk. My home turf has nothing like this, and I'm always a little surprised to find what I think of as tropical plants in a desert environment. Patterned tile led the way to the front door. Through the beveled glass double doors, I caught glimpses of a curved staircase with curly wrought iron embellishments. I pressed the doorbell button and waited while a set of chimes played something melodic. Jay Livingston answered the door himself. He stood a tad under 6 feet, with a slim waist and broad shoulders. He wore jeans, a dark turtleneck, and lambskin jacket. Dark hair with a slight wave to it curled to touch his earlobes, and his green eyes showed golden highlights beneath the dark brows. A warm smile completed the picture. I could see how Marcy Lorento had been charmed by him.
"Come in,"
he said when I introduced myself. He ushered me into a living room so well-ordered and perfect, either he was the world's neatest man or the cleaning lady he had left only minutes earlier.
"You brought the cash for the ring?"
The bulky envelope was jammed into my largest purse, which I'd brought for the occasion. "I'd like to see the ring, please." He reached into the jacket's inner pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. Although I'd seen the other 2 rings, when he'd opened the lid, I have to confess to being more than a little dazzled. The ring was huge, designed to be impressive on the chunky size 11 finger of a football player, and every millimeter of it was covered in diamonds and rubies. Livingston watched as I took the box and turned it to see the ring. "I have to say, wow, I can see why you like to collect these things." I set it on the coffee table, unzipped my purse, and pulled out the pack of money. He accepted it and gave me the ring. "I counted that, but you can certainly double-check." He opened the metal brad on the envelope, gave a deep look inside, and closed it again.
"It looks right. Thanks for coming by."
He stood and moved subtly toward the door, my obvious cue that the deal was done, and he had other things to occupy his day. I tucked the ring box into my purse and thanked him. It sounded a bit silly to thank a guy for selling me something at a markup, but I was just thrilled the whole transaction went so smoothly. Back in my car, I lost no time retracing my path out of his swanky neighborhood and getting back on the highway. Chapter 26. The entire transaction with Livingston had taken less than 30 minutes, and I was back at the outskirts of El Paso, with plenty of time to grab some lunch and pursue my other case. Las Cruces is a quick 45-minute drive, and the first exit sent me toward a selection of fast food choices. I wheeled into the first Mexican food place I spotted and ordered a burrito. Managing the floppy foil-wrapped packet, I pulled the Walmart receipt I'd stolen from the Delaney dining room table and found the store's address. I'm not terribly familiar with the town, but figured these big box stores tend to group together on the major thoroughways. Surely I could find it by driving around, but the appeal of finishing this task quickly and being home in my own bed tonight won out. I called out to an older couple who sat at the next table. "Do you live here in town? Do you know how I could get to the Walmart over on Walton Boulevard?" I got 2 versions, but the woman's directions seemed more straightforward. I left them to discuss it, wadded up my food wrappers, and beat a path back to the Jeep. I pulled into the Walmart lot less than 10 minutes later, the beauty of a small town. "I'd like to speak with the store manager," I told the woman behind the customer service desk. She eyed the receipt in my hand. "If it's about a return, I can help you." "Thanks, but it's something else." She asked to see the receipt anyway, examined it, handed it back. My $100,000 transaction with Jay Livingston had drawn less scrutiny. Eventually, she paged a Bill Morgan who came from somewhere in the back and greeted me politely. He had the country air of a guy who might have been a dairy farmer before the economy changed and corporations dealt out the better-paying jobs. I introduced myself as a partner in RJP Investigations from Albuquerque and said we were looking into a missing persons case. We'd been talking quietly off to the side, but I could sense curiosity from the customer service lady, so I suggested we go to his office.
I wonder if you can show me the store's video footage for the day and time the sale was made,
I said, giving him the receipt once he'd led the way to the back.
The asset protection office is right next to mine. Let's check.
The fancified title belonged to a security manager. It took a few minutes' discussion between the store manager and this guy, but finally they decided the video from 2 weeks ago should still be available. Security guy performed some moves at his computer keyboard and motioned me to step around the desk and take a look.
Your receipt says the sale was made at one of the self-check kiosks, number 3 to be exact, so here's the view of it.
I'd already been aware that the little bluish-black domes in the ceiling of retail stores were cameras, but I'd never seen how much detail they captured. On the screen before me, I saw an overhead shot of a check stand. As he edged the picture forward a few seconds at a time, a slender blonde with hair up in a long ponytail wheeled her shopping cart up to it. In a few seconds' time, she'd wrung a bag of cookies, a frozen pizza, a 6-pack of Cokes, a tube of toothpaste, and a pack of toilet paper through the scanner and bagged them. The items matched what the receipt said, and the food choices matched what I'd seen in evidence at the Delaney house. The girl pulled a credit card from her purse and inserted it in the machine. While it did its thing, she reached up and scratched the top of her head, fiddled with the purse strap, and generally seemed impatient. The moment the machine released her card, she grabbed it and picked up her 2 bags. As she approached the exit door, the face on view showed me it was indeed one of the Delaney girls.
I'll switch to the parking lot camera now,
said the security man. When he did, we saw the blonde walking briskly across the lot. She got into a blue Corvette.
Is she the one?
Mr. Morgan asked. Yes, it's the girl I'm looking for. The story is that she's attending school down here, but the college can't verify she's enrolled.
Well, you'd have to check with them,
Morgan said. I thought of that, but this being Sunday, the admissions offices are closed.
Could be she just moved here and got a job,
he suggested. That very thing had crossed my mind at one point. Do you have facial recognition programs? Something that would scan all the videos and see if she's a regular shopper here? Security dude shook his head.
We'd have to go through them all manually. It's a lot of work.
Bill Morgan spoke up.
Yeah, it is. Normally I can't justify that much of an employee's time unless the law is asking and a court order goes along with it.
I understand. I thought about what my next move should be. Came up with nothing of much use. Could you do me a favor? If you happen to see her in the store again, would you mind giving me a call? It would be helpful if I could report to her family that she's alive and well and where she's living. That'd be good enough for them. For now, anyway. I handed him a business card. I sensed reluctance on his part, but he agreed. I walked out, conscious that my moves were appearing on the cameras the whole way out the door and going to my vehicle. The feeling was somewhat reassuring, somewhat creepy. There didn't seem any point in my cruising the streets of town hoping to catch a glimpse of the twin. I already knew both Corvettes were regularly at the house in Albuquerque, so if one of the girls had moved here, she'd switch to a different car. None of the story I'd been given so far made sense, but I didn't think the answers were to be found here in Las Cruces. Home beckoned. I called Ron to update him with my progress on the Lorento case. He didn't much want to stay at the office into the evening, so I said I would deliver the ring to his house. By 2 o'clock, I was on the road for home again, glad business was taken care of, at least to the best of my ability. I now had several hours ahead of me to decide what to do next about Donna Delaney's request. Chapter 27. By the time I hit the southern edges of Albuquerque, my body was buzzing from all the hours behind the wheel, and my brain had gone numb. I exited at Lomas and wound my way into Ron and Victoria's neighborhood, parking at the curb in front of their house, handing the ring over to my brother as I pled tiredness for my reason not to come in. It was the point in the day when I wanted nothing more than a bowl of soup and a cuddle from my dog, before curling up in bed. For once, it didn't bother me a bit that Drake wouldn't be home tonight. Freckles came bounding out Elsa's back door when she opened it to my tap. I thanked her profusely for watching my rambunctious little one all day, but declined to come in. I suppose she saw the fatigue in my eyes because she didn't push it. I followed the soup, cuddle, sleep plan, adding only a quick phone call to Drake and a hot shower. I was in bed before 9 o'clock. Then I was wide awake at 4:30, rested and refreshed. All the way home yesterday afternoon, I toyed with various ideas for ways to get the Delaney twins in one place and snapped the elusive photo to wrap up the case. I'm kind of funny about projects. I like to tie up loose ends and finish them. The Lorento case still hung in the air as a trail of random threads. I had no illusion about those two working out what they would do about their marriage, but at least our assigned task, my task anyway, had been completed. Now I needed a photograph. Just one. It shouldn't be difficult. I'd sorted through the things I did know about the two girls and their recent activities. A store purchase in Las Cruces, 2 Corvettes now parked in Albuquerque, the shopping sprees, the river party. When I got to that point, I remembered the girl Zane, well, I thought it was Zane, had picked up at the dorm and spent the day with. She might provide a lead. All of this ran through my head while I made coffee and sat outside sipping it. The sun peered over the top of Sandia Peak, revealing a gorgeous spring morning and the backyard practically bursting with brilliant green. New leaves and shoots were showing up everywhere. The hanging baskets of petunias I'd placed around the gazebo overhang released their heady sweetness into the air. A flicker of what the hell zipped through me. It was tempting to sit out here and give myself over to an entire day off, but I knew I wouldn't. After an hour, I was getting antsy. I needed just one photograph. The sooner I got it, the sooner I'd be free to goof off. I took my empty cup inside and grabbed a couple of cereal bars from a box. Trading robe and slippers for jeans and a t-shirt, I did a little something with my hair and surveyed the result in the mirror. Could I pass for a college kid? I decided yes. Students came in all ages these days. With an old textbook under my arm and a swing in my step, I headed for the door. Freckles raced to her crate, eager for the treat she always got, and I went out to the Jeep. At UNM, I pulled into the same parking lot where the twins' friend had met her. I flipped back through the photos on the camera, the ones I'd taken at the river party, finding the girl and memorizing her face. Students began milling about, getting into vehicles, beginning their day with yawns and bleary eyes. I scanned every face, but it took close to 40 minutes before the one I wanted showed up. Her long brunette hair was more subdued today, pulled into a side ponytail that trailed over one shoulder, and her makeup was far less dramatic. She had a backpack looped over one shoulder and was staring at a cell phone in one hand. I got out of my Jeep, feigned nonchalance, and started on a path that would bisect hers. When my shoulder bumped hers, she looked up in irritation. I noticed she didn't drop the phone. I grabbed the first name I could think of. Sorry. Oh, hey, you're Chris, right? Zane and Clover's friend? Missy. Yeah, I know Zane and Clover. She quickly surveyed me with wary eyes and a half smile. Yeah, I saw you the other night. You went to the party down at the river with... Oh gosh, I can never tell at a distance. Was it Zane? I fell in step beside her. Clover. Her eyes were back on the phone screen. So weird. I've known them forever, and I still can't tell them apart. Zane got a little tattoo on her neck. Missy indicated a spot behind her own ponytail. It's a tiny dragon, but personally I think it's too little and came out looking like a spider. Ah, I guess it was so small I never noticed it. I glanced up at the nearest building. Sciences, if I remembered from the old days. Well, this is me. I peeled off, noticed Missy kept walking. Her eyes stayed on her phone, and she had near collisions with several others who were doing the same. She would never remember the encounter with me, and she'd never know she had just given me a hugely valuable piece of information. I doubled back to the parking lot and drove home. Freckles was thrilled to see me again so soon, doubly so when I picked up her leash. I'd decided the direct approach was best. I would walk over and come right out with the request for a picture of the two girls together. It wasn't unreasonable for their aunt to want one, and I was merely the messenger. Both Corvettes were in the driveway over there, so this was as good a time as any. Plus, having my little friendship ambassador along couldn't hurt. For Donna's purposes, a cell phone camera would be fine. I didn't want to walk through the neighborhood with Drake's big camera swinging from its strap around my neck. I stuck my phone in my pocket, clipped the dog's leash on, and headed out the front door. The day had warmed nicely, and we were just a girl and her dog out on a walk, with one little side mission. I rehearsed my lines on the way up the street. One simple, straightforward request, that's all. Your aunt wants me to send a picture. As I mounted the step, I noticed their front door stood open behind the screen door. From inside, I heard a blare of some rock tune. It paused and started again. A cell ringtone. I stepped to the side and pulled Freckles along with me.
"You've reached Zany Delaney,"
said a voice.
"Yeah, it was a blast. I just got up."
A pause. Laughter in response to something the caller said. It sounded like Zane, I supposed. I'd only spoken in recent times with Clover, the twin with the quieter demeanor. Maybe if I could get a look and see that tattoo. I started to step toward the open doorway, but another phone rang, this one with a chiming sound like cathedral bells.
"Hello? Oh, hi. Yeah, this is Clover."
My heart thumped a little as I reached for my phone camera. Both girls were in the same room. I would whip the screen door open and get my picture before they knew what happened. The dog picked up on my excitement, running around me and entangling my legs in her leash. I stumbled, crashing my shoulder into the metal screen, making a clatter.
"Who's there?"
Hi, it's just Charlie."
Clover came toward me, her phone still at her ear. I knew which twin it was because I could see the side of her neck.
"Sorry, just me and Freckles."
She told the person she would call them back, then jammed the phone into her pocket.
"Hey, Freckles,"
she said softly.
"You're so cute."
She pushed the screen open and knelt to pet the dog.
"I thought I heard you and your sister talking to someone when I walked up on the porch. Is she here?"
Her head shook, rattling the dog's tags.
Well, no, that was me. She went to the store and forgot her phone. That was a friend she went to a party with last night."
I glanced toward the two cars in the driveway. She noticed.
"She walked. It's just to the little convenience store over on Central."
It was a lie, I felt sure. For one thing, I'd never seen either of these girls walk anywhere their bright, speedy cars would take them. As for forgetting the phone, if not for the previous time I'd been in the house, I wouldn't have bought that story either. But what was I to do? Confront her and have her shut down altogether? I decided on the if you can't beat them, join them approach. A memory from years ago surfaced. Clover was the quieter of the two, and she was also more outdoorsy. "Freckles and I were going for a hike a little later. Want to come along? Just an easy one up in the foothills." Her body tensed. "Remember the time you girls were maybe 10 or so? You were spending the day with Elsa, and she thought a picnic would be a great idea? She drove up to that picnic area, and I came down the trail all sweaty and hungry. I was never so happy to see anyone, 'cause dummy me, I'd left my water bottle behind. She fed us all."
"I do remember that day,"
Clover said.
"You were kind of my hero back then."
"So what do you think? I'll grab a little something from the fridge and we can picnic again." The thing inside her, which had been so closed off to me, opened up the smallest bit.
"Okay, yeah, why not?"
Chapter 28. I had no clue what, aside from pizza, fast food, and soda, these girls ate. Sandwiches seemed tricky. I could make 4 kinds and still get it wrong. so I opted to toss a couple of cheeses, a small salami, and some fruit into a little cooler. Sodas and bottled water rounded out the offering, which I hoped covered the choices well. It wouldn't surprise me if she bailed anyhow, and I ended up putting it all back in the fridge. I carried the cooler out to my Jeep, checked the gas tank, and was teasing Freckles with the promise of a car trip when I saw Clover come out to her front porch. This was the moment of decision. She caught sight of the dog and came walking toward us. See, pets really are the world's ambassadors. Clover climbed into the passenger seat, turned to reach over the console and pet the dog, who wriggled with excitement at our newfound company as I backed out of the driveway. We hit the freeways, exited at Tramway, and watched for the turnoff to the Juan Tabo picnic area and head of the La Luz Trail. I hated to admit how many years it was since I'd been here, and I hoped I would recognize the turn. My guest didn't seem to notice. She answered my conversation attempts with monosyllables and kept checking her phone. As bonding experiences go, this might not have been such a great idea. I found a parking spot and pulled in, ordering Freckles to stay in the back while I got organized, making sure the food cooler sat in a shady spot. I pulled out my cell phone. "Let's leave our phones here," I said, putting my phone into the glove box. All week long, I work in an office where the thing rings all the time, always someone wanting a piece of me. When I get out in nature, it's so great to ditch it and just listen to the birds and the wind. She looked a little panicky. "Once we get partway up the trail, there's probably no signal anyway." "What if we need help?" "Well, someone will come along. It's a popular trail." Mine was probably the last generation who would ever remember the freedom of being completely unconnected. "I'll just zip mine in my pocket," she said. If she'd been my kid, I could have made it in order, but she wasn't, so I let it go. We started up the easy slope of the first section of trail. The full trail goes all the way to the top of Sandia Peak at 10,000+ feet, with some steep places which, this time of year, could still have snow on them. But my plan included no such heroics. Unless we felt especially inspired and hearty, I figured we would go the first half mile or so, turn around and come back. A mile at this altitude feels farther than you think. "I used to hike this trail quite a bit when I was your age," I told my companion. Getting out like this was like the perfect antidote to school, where I had all these classes on tax regulations. In fact, I think I was coming up on my accounting exams the day I hiked out here and ran into you guys with Elsa. "That was funny," she said with a tiny smile. "Mrs. Higgins had her hands full with us, I guess. We'd run up the trail a ways, and she would call out and tell us to stay in sight. We laughed and made a game of staying just beyond the limit. She got us when she turned around and walked away. We were watching from behind a big rock and saw her heading down the hill. Oh my God, we got so scared she would drive away and we'd have to walk all the way home." I know, even in her 80s, she could do so much. She's amazing. We sneaked back down, watching to see what she would do. I was ready to scream and run to catch up with her car, but Zane was all brave, talking about how, yeah, we'd hitchhike home if we had to. Elsa would never, ever have left you girls up here. Yeah, I know that now. But to a kid. Her eyes misted over, her lower lip quivering. Her brownies used to get me to come running. Clover blinked twice, coming back to the present. Yes, that's exactly what she did. She got to her car and opened the trunk, and we heard her say, "Now where did I put those brownies?" And we came racing down the hill. I laughed over the memories, and Freckles leaped around in circles, flushing a few quail from behind a bush. They ran across the trail, heads bobbing, tiny legs skittering 1,000,000 miles an hour. Dang, I wish I'd brought brownies in our lunch today. You're making me hungry. We came to the bend in the trail where I'd planned to turn around. The view from here was spectacular, with the city spread out below
yet looking close enough to toss a pebble and land it on one of the major streets.
"We need a selfie of the two of us,"
Clover said, unzipping her jacket pocket. Had the girl actually begun to think of me as a friend? Wow. She stepped close to me and stretched her arm with the camera facing us. Her pensive smile flashed bright for the photo.
"I'll friend you on Facebook so you can see it. Bet we get a ton of likes."
For one moment, I wondered what it would be like to be 19 again, so young and carefree. She posed another shot to get the panorama behind us, although most likely not a lot of it would show. We headed down toward the picnic area. "I'll get the food," I said when we arrived back at the picnic tables. "You guys stake out a spot for us." The dog wiggled with excitement. Clover took the leash, and the two of them began examining the choices, looking for the best spot. I caught up with them at the site highest above the parking lot. I'd remembered to include a plastic tablecloth. You never know what condition public tables will be. And I spread it wide across the concrete surface. When I brought out the goodies, Clover's eyes lit up.
"Cool,
an actual adult picnic. Not that I wouldn't have been okay with peanut butter sandwiches," she amended quickly. I found it oddly endearing that she cared enough to insert the little politeness. "We aim to please," I joked, handing her the cheese knife while I unscrewed the tops on the water bottles. "Too bad Zane wasn't around to come along with us." A shadow passed over her face, something I couldn't interpret. A wariness, perhaps a dread that I would get into more of the same old questions. "Oh well, more food for us," I leaped in to say. "Her loss." She sat stock still for a full minute, her expression far away. Again, I couldn't read her thoughts, but hated that we'd lost the light-hearted moment. "Look, there's a roadrunner," I said, pointing about 10 yards away. The change of subject brightened Clover's face. Luckily, the dog was still leashed, and I distracted her with a tidbit of cheese while the bird ran out of our sight. "Let me see the pictures again," I said when Clover brought out her phone. She turned it to face me, and I reached out and swiped through them. She had a flair for this. Good camera angle, great lighting. She'd captured a candid shot of me and Freckles at some point up the trail. I'd never realized she was aiming toward us. It was an appealing picture of the moment when I let the dog off the leash and she'd licked my face. "You're pretty good at photography. Ever thought about a career of it?"
"Oh, I don't know. I haven't really thought much about the future. Zane thought about getting into the film industry, doing something like my parents. They know a lot of people."
As she talked, I swiped back through the photos one more time. Before today's outing, there were shots from the river party. I recognized Missy, the girl from the dorm, and the boy I'd seen at their house a few times. Before the party, there were shots taken inside the Delaney house. One twin about to bite down on a huge pizza slice, feet modeling a pair of new red shoes. One more swipe and I nearly dropped the phone. Clover continued to drop famous names as she talked about her parents. The photo on the screen showed Zane sweeping her hair upward with one hand. She stood with her shoulder toward the camera, rear end jutted out, knees flexed in a model-like pose. The little tattoo was clearly visible. So was everything else, since she wore nothing but the red shoes. I must have reacted because Clover looked back at me. I quickly swiped back to today's photos. "Come on, Charlie, don't be a prude. They're not your kids. It's not your place to form judgments." I stared again at the photo of me and my dog. "Hey, can you email this one to me?" Drake's birthday was coming up, and a framed photo like this one would make a great gift. Clover looked at the picture.
"Yeah, that's a good one. You and Freckles were so cute together."
I put my email address in and tapped a couple of buttons, sending the picture on its way. "Thanks. It was nice of you to take that shot." She basked a little at the praise, and I wondered again how these girls, given such complete freedom at their young age, received their guidance and validation in life. I may have been on my own fairly young,
but I had the stability of school and nearby family. I thought of the thousands of little compliments and smiles Elsa had given me over the years. I needed to show more gratitude for it. Chapter 29. I checked my email the moment I got home. The photo was every bit as nice on a big screen as it had been on Clover's phone. I found some decent photo paper and printed it. The ink was barely dry when I heard a sound at the front door. Quickly stashing the picture out of sight, I joined Freckles in giving Drake a hearty welcome. With one arm around me and the other hand being kissed by the dog, he beamed. "How was the job?"
"Uneventful. The best kind."
As owner-operator and pilot of his own aircraft, the responsibilities sometimes weighed heavily on him. Days that didn't require a post-flight inspection to investigate a small noise or perform required maintenance were the easiest.
"Right now I just want a shower, and then I'm thinking Pedro's for dinner."
I'd had such a lazy afternoon, although technically I was on the job. Having dinner out seemed in keeping with the tone of the day. "I'm going to check with Ron while you shower," I said, wondering whether my brother's larger-than-life house guest was gone yet.
"Invite them along to dinner if you want to."
He began peeling off his flight suit and headed toward the bathroom. I didn't get an answer on Ron's phone, so I left a message stating our intentions and suggested they meet us if they didn't have other dinner plans. When I clicked off the call, I noticed the Facebook app on my screen. I've so seldom used the thing I had to go look up my password and mess around with the various icons until I figured it out. The first thing I did was search for Clover and Zane Delaney. Clover had already posted several pictures from our hike, mostly selfies that included Freckles. She had tagged me in one where I was opening the picnic cooler. There was a shot of the twins together, posted yesterday, but the photo hadn't been taken then. In it, both girls were wearing sweaters. Our spring weather had been too warm recently. I stretched the picture and saw a fuzzy glimpse of what appeared to be Christmas lights in the background. Funny she would choose that one now. On Zane's page, there were pictures from a party and the comment, "OMG, last night's frat party." I didn't recognize any of the other kids, but the background suggested an outdoor setting. Each photo that included Zane showed her miming a silly action, dancing with the beer keg, draping a flimsy scarf around her neck, pouring a cup of beer over a boy's head. The photographer's words came back to me, the man who talked about his teen daughter and the things her friends posted online. Maybe Zane was called Zany for good reason. Movement behind me caught my attention. Drake emerged from the bedroom, smelling of soap and fresh clothing.
"Hey, you're not going all teenager on me, are you?"
he teased, looking at the phone in my hand. "Only a little bit." I dropped it into my purse and told him the results of my call to Ron. Freckles dashed willingly to her crate in exchange for a doggy cookie, and we walked out to Drake's pickup. A glance up the street showed both sports cars in the Delaney's driveway. I suspected Zane's Facebook post about a frat party was actually one of the river parties here in Albuquerque. Maybe she'd told so many people she was going to state, now she had to keep up the pretense through social media. I shrugged off my doubts. It was anybody's guess what those girls were up to. I felt a tad guilty for befriending Clover when I only intended to spy, but I wasn't going to let it bother me tonight. I had chicken enchiladas on my mind. Ron's car sat outside Pedro's, our favorite hole-in-the-wall restaurant just off the Old Town Plaza. "You got my message," I said when we walked in. He and Victoria exchanged a blank look. It's when I noticed they had sat at a table for two. "He's leaving his phone muted for a while," she said. "Kind of hiding out."
"I'm not hiding out," Ron said with a testy grimace. "I just don't want to talk to Bobby Laurento or his wacko wife right now." I got the feeling something had happened in my absence this afternoon. Drake and I pulled up chairs and joined them without asking. "Bobby and Marcy on the warpath with each other again?" I asked,
accepting the margarita Pedro brought over.
Lorento's on the warpath with everyone at the moment, including you and me.
Me? What did I do? Wasn't my trip down to El Paso and the long drive back to deliver the ring last night going to count for anything?
Someone switched the ring.
Whoa, back up and fill in the gaps.
Last night, Bobby was out when you delivered the ring. He came in late, but I'd waited up, knowing he would be thrilled to have it back. He comes in, I hand it over. He takes one look and says, "This isn't mine."
I felt the blood drain from my face. It had to be. I looked at it before I handed over the money. It was never out of my possession until I gave it to you.
How closely did you examine it?
Did I have a jeweler's loop and really check the diamonds? No. I just figured Livingston only owned it a couple of days. He wouldn't have had time to commission a zirconia version. My chicken enchiladas arrived, but my stomach was in a knot, and I couldn't take a bite.
Ron, are you saying the ring is a fake?
Drake asked. He took my hand under the table.
It's not a fake. It just isn't Bobby's. Remember how I said the whole team, the coaches, managers, and everyone on the winning team gets those rings? This one belonged to an assistant coach. Its value is about a quarter of Bobby's. The diamonds are smaller, the platinum is thinner, and that doesn't even count the value as a collectible.
I did the math in my head. We just paid more than $100,000 for a ring worth $25,000?
Well, Marcy did, with Bobby's money.
My God, Ron, what are we going to do?
I told Bobby we'd stay on the case and find it. For tonight, I'm lying low and letting Lorento get used to the idea. I got him a room at the Marriott and told him if he had to talk to someone, it better be his buddies. After he left our place, I called Marcy, explained the situation to her, and suggested she not talk with Bobby. He's placing the blame squarely on her. Well, a little bit on us, too. Once I feel like he won't come and bash my head in, I'll start working to find the real ring.
He had managed to polish off a huge burrito while he talked, obviously not as bothered by this whole mess as I was.
I know you're still working on the Delaney twins deal, but I'm going to need you on this one, too. You went to Livingston's house, met with him. We need to talk about that. See what possible leads you might give.
I stared at my untouched enchiladas. I couldn't think of a single clue, nothing I'd seen in El Paso that could lead us to the real Super Bowl ring. Drake prodded me to eat something, but my usually favorite dish held no appeal tonight. Chapter 30. I lay awake long into the night, berating myself for not having examined the ring more closely before handing over the cash. Stupid. I'd checked the team name and year, both were correct. It simply hadn't occurred to me Livingston would have another team ring on hand to substitute. And that must be the case. He'd planned well in advance, and the scam was the big reason he'd been so willing to sell his new purchase. But still, if I'd only looked closely, handled the ring and read the inscription inside, I'd been such a fool. On the other hand, Marcy Lorento was the real fool, falling for Livingston's pickup lines when all he really wanted was money. It would be interesting to see her reaction to the betrayal. After stewing for hours over my own culpability, transferring the blame to Marcy, and thoroughly chastising her in my mind, I gave up on sleep. I got out of bed to relieve Drake from my tossing and turning, pulled on a robe, and went into his office. I closed the door, not wanting Freckles to think we were starting a new day already, and turned on the computer. Where to start? At this point, I had no idea whether Livingston was actually a collector or if he was in the business of turning a quick buck whenever he could. My guess was the latter, seeing as how he'd almost immediately agreed to sell his new purchase to me. I began my search by looking up football memorabilia for sale. The search results were a bit overwhelming, with thousands of sites. I started with the largest and most popular. Several Super Bowl rings turned up, most with photographs from multiple angles and promises of squeaky clean provenance. I didn't find Lorento's ring, but I learned a bunch of the markers I should have checked. No wonder Livingston had been so cordial to me. He spotted me for the uneducated dope that I was. Again, I felt myself going down the blame path, but steered the other direction. Whether my lack of knowledge or Marcy's hormones were to blame, it didn't matter. The job was now to retrieve the ring. Getting Livingston for fraud and grand theft would be the icing on the cake. And yeah, you betcha I planned to get this guy. On to other sites listing football collectibles. Still no Lorento ring. Okay, I decided, let's switch to finding the man if we can't find the ring. Searches for Jay Livingston gave me a few leads. Unfortunately, there was an actor by the same name, a middle-aged guy who'd played minor roles in nearly every incarnation of Star Trek, and had a list of film credits a mile long. His name came up with regularity in searches, along with a John Livingston, who made the circuit of motivational speakers claiming to offer the secret to make anyone's life perfect. None of these Livingstons appeared to be the one I wanted, unless the man I'd met had managed to lose 50 pounds and 20 years since the actor's publicity shots were taken. The speaker Livingston had the right physique, from what I could tell, but his sandy blonde coloring, vivid blue eyes, and deep dimples didn't match. Okay, so the internet didn't have all the answers. In the morning, I would go back to square one, the pawn shop where Livingston had purchased the ring. Someone there would have a vivid memory of the man, and maybe I could learn more. I yawned and shut down the computer. Only when the room became dark did I realize I could see the faint light of dawn around the window shades. Cripes, I'd been awake all night. My eyeballs burned from the hours at the monitor. I blinked hard a few times to work up some moisture, then tiptoed back to bed. Drake groaned and rolled toward me when I slipped under the covers. I nestled into his warmth and let the heaviness of sleep settle over me. When I woke, bright sun cast a square of light through the glass block windows in the bathroom and beamed it via mirror to my shoulder. I squinted against it, but it pulled me toward wakefulness. Drake was nowhere in the room, but I could hear small sounds from the kitchen. A glance at the clock told me it was not quite 7:30. I'd had a full 2 hours sleep. Ugh. I rolled over and pulled the covers over my head, but it was no use. Names and places and photos from my hours online came rushing back at me. Even though I'd found nothing useful, I couldn't seem to turn off the litany running through my brain. I stumbled to the shower and turned it as hot as I could stand, scrubbed shampoo into my scalp, and then turned the rinse water to a tepid chill. Something in the routine would have to wake me up so I could function today. Drake stood at the front door, jacket on, ready to walk out, when I came out of the bedroom, wearing my robe and wet hair.
"Hey, Sleepy,"
he said, walking toward me and planting a kiss on my forehead.
"I left you a note. Didn't want to wake you."
"You're headed out early?"
"Yeah, it's fish and game. We'll be up near Bandolier. I'll call you when I'm ready to pull pitch." Well, the note tells you all that.
He stood back and looked into my eyes.
"You didn't get much sleep. You okay?"
I didn't go into the full extent of the ring disaster, nor exactly admit my guilt over it, but I got the feeling he saw more than I realized. "It'll work out. It's just having 2 cases going on at once is leaving my mind a little scattered." He gave me a real, long-lasting kiss this time, and promised to keep me updated about his flight. I watched him drive away, toying with the idea of going back to bed for a while, knowing I'd never actually fall asleep. I poured coffee into the biggest mug I could find and strolled the backyard while I drank it. The flowering shrubs and trees were starting to leaf out, and the grass was getting a bit long. If one of us didn't find time to mow soon, we should call a yard man. I filed the task for later. There was too much going on right now. Back in the kitchen, I couldn't think in terms of food yet, so I went into the bathroom to dry my hair and to try to make myself presentable. I'm not big on primping. The whole routine took less than 15 minutes, and I emerged with hair in a ponytail and a swish of blusher to show for my efforts. Freckles danced around me, eager for another adventure today. She stuck by my side while I gathered my things and made certain she was at the car door the moment it unlocked. Up the street, I heard an engine and looked up to see the blue convertible coasting to a stop at the edge of my driveway. "Hey, Charlie." I tossed my purse on my seat and closed the dog inside. "Clover, hey, how's everything?" "Fine. Did you see the pics I posted of our picnic? The one with you and Freckles got tons of likes. I put our selfies on Instagram and Snapchat, too. Check them out." I nodded a little absently, thinking what a pain it would be to check all those social sites. She revved her engine as I was about to ask how Zane was doing, and with a wave she was gone. Oh well. At this moment, recovering our other client's diamond ring was far more urgent than wondering who liked me on Facebook. Chapter 31. Ron and I arrived at the office at nearly the same moment. I found myself following his vehicle into the driveway and tracking his moves as we pulled into our respective parking spots. Sally's minivan was already there, and I caught the whiff of coffee as we approached the back door. "Did you hear anything more from either of the Lorentos last night?" I asked my brother. He shook his head.
"Thank goodness, no."
"I spent half the night on the internet. The ring hasn't shown up on any of the big auction sites." He stepped back and let me precede him into the kitchen.
"Damn, I hoped he would try to turn it quickly. Otherwise he's likely to hold on to it for a long time. He'll have to assume Bobby would report this to the police."
"Why hasn't he?" I set my purse on the table long enough to rinse my favorite mug and fill it from the carafe.
Ron shrugged. "He still might. If we get a call from the Major Crimes Division today, it'll tell us what Bobby was doing last night."
"So maybe we should step back and let them take over?"
"Bobby left my house shouting, 'This is on you, find my ring.' I'm taking him seriously."
"Okay, then what's our next move?"
"I'll talk to the pawn shop guy where Marcy originally sold the rings. Livingston seems to have a finger on the pulse of the business. I mean, he knew right away when this ring came on the market."
"Yeah, because he was sleeping with Marcy and she told him."
"True, but this local guy is probably familiar with his competitors. Maybe knows of a place in El Paso where Livingston might be trying to move the ring. He's also heavily into the trade show circuit and watches auctions for certain items. I'm grasping for whatever leads we can get at this point."
I felt the weight of the task as I walked upstairs and settled at my desk. In the 40-plus hours since I'd seen Livingston, he could have done any number of things. With a buyer standing by, all he needed to do was stick the ring into a box and send it by registered mail anywhere in the country. On the other hand, maybe Livingston was an avid collector and wanted nothing more than to keep the ring for himself. I thought of his upscale home and his casual demeanor with large amounts of cash. If I met with him again, face to face, maybe I could convince him to undo yesterday's sale. If he cared a scrap for Marcy, he might do it if he thought she was in danger. Across the hall, Ron was on the phone, and the gist of the conversation was what he and I had just talked about. While he worked the local pawn shop angle, maybe I could follow my own instincts. I palmed the ring box and shut Freckles into her crate so she wouldn't panic at my leaving her behind. At the front desk, I showed Sally the ring box and told her I was taking it with me. My cell phone began to chirp while I sat in the drive-up lane at McDonald's. Drake. He went through his flight plan and said he would call again when he landed at his customer's job site. I made a note of his ETA and told myself it was better I didn't share my current plan. He needed to focus on his flight. I could handle this other business. A frisson of worry coursed through me as I stopped to gas up. This was risky, heading on a probably foolish errand without telling anyone where I was going. But Drake had enough on his mind, and Ron would stay happy doggedly tracking any leads the local pawn guy might have. This recent mess was my fault, and I needed to be doing something. The road felt very familiar as I hit I-25 southbound, holding my McMuffin one-handed and leaving Albuquerque traffic behind. Before I'd reached Sirocco, Drake phoned again to close his flight plan and let me know he'd arrived safely at Bandelier.
Your voice sounds shaky, or there's a lot of noise in the background.
I'm in the car. I told myself he didn't need to know more than that. Not yet, anyway. He told me he estimated his job to take 6 hours or so, and he would call again before he left the site. Standard protocol, nothing to worry about. I was a little south of Sirocco when my phone rang again. The readout said it was Ron, and I could only imagine the chewing out I was about to get. I increased my speed and let the call go to voicemail. For the next 2 hours, I rehearsed my approach to Livingston. Hi, Jay, remember me? Well, there was a slight mistake with the ring you sold me yesterday, and I'm going to need the real one.
Geez, that sounded lame.
How about the emotional approach? Jay, Marcy is devastated about this ring business. No. Okay, I could always threaten. Jay, this is big-time fraud, and you know it. The money or the real ring, or else I take this to the authorities. And exactly how did I think I would back up such a statement? He would laugh in my face and lock the door, and, of course, I'd not planned very well or brought a weapon or any way to enforce my tough statement. By the time I reached the outskirts of El Paso, my stomach was in a knot. The directions to Livingston's house were still on my phone, and I retraced my previous movements, pulling to a stop in front of the grand house. I took a deep breath and walked to the front door, pressing the doorbell button firmly. As if decisive action would grant me a measure of courage I certainly wasn't feeling. A minute went by and I pushed the button again, twice. No response, and I noticed there was no car in the driveway today. Well, rats. I glanced at the houses across the street and took in the scene a little more fully. Funny, I hadn't noticed a for sale sign in Livingston's front yard last time I was here. In fact, I was virtually certain it had not been there. Had he made a quick decision to sell? I went back to the Jeep. I could sit out here a while and see if he came home. Meanwhile, maybe there was a way to get his cell phone number without calling my brother. I dialed the number for the agent listed on the real estate sign. I'm at 4910 Desert Vista Drive, I said. I was here 2 days ago and... Oh, yes, you must have come for the open house. No, I'm just trying to reach the owner and hoped you would have a number for him. Normally, there's no contact between the buyer and seller. It's why they have an agent, so we can handle all the negotiations. Oh, sorry, you've misunderstood. I'm not interested in buying the house. I just need to reach Mr. Livingston on another matter entirely. Livingston? The homeowner?
How dense could this lady be?
You're at my listing on Desert Vista? I'm sorry, but the owner's name is Crookshank. I don't think there's anyone named Livingston associated. I looked again at my directions, then at the house to be sure the address was right, and took a breath. I was here the day before yesterday. Jay Livingston answered the door and invited me inside. We sat in the living room, talked, and conducted a little business. That's what I need to talk to him about today. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about. My thoughts swam. I began to think I had no idea what I was talking about. I forced myself to get on track while I had her on the phone. Sorry, tell me more about the open house. Were you the agent on site? Yes, from 10 to 4. And you never left? Oh, I did take a short lunch break. One of my colleagues was supposed to take my place during the next hour, but she had a family emergency and couldn't make it. Her husband stopped by to tell me. He offered to watch the place and hand out cards while I ran out to pick up food. Really, I wasn't gone very long.
Just long enough.
I thanked her and hung up, sitting in my vehicle with a zillion thoughts running through my head. The only scenario that made any sense was that somehow Jay Livingston had staked out a house for sale and given that address. I had to wonder why, but there must be a reason, and that reason surely had to do with keeping himself out of our reach. Unless he'd known in advance about the upcoming open house, he must have planned to break in somehow. The logistics of timing and coordination boggled my mind, but the fact was he'd done it. I marveled at how smooth he'd been, how perfectly at ease in convincing me this was his house. I was beginning to see more con man than collector in the man. I'd passed a Denny's restaurant near one of the freeway exits and decided a decent meal would help my flagging energy and give me the time to plan my next steps. I took a table near the window and ordered a chef's salad. My phone chimed with a little reminder I'd set a few days ago. Ignoring that, I remembered Ron's earlier call when I was on the road, so I checked my voicemail instead. The chewing out was fairly predictable. What was I doing, taking off on my own, and where did I think I was taking the diamond ring? Yada yada. I laid the phone on the table when my salad arrived and resolved to forget about Ron, at least until I'd eaten. I'd been right about the food. Eating did perk up my energy. It also became clear I wasn't going to have much luck stumbling around the city on my own looking for Livingston. The man could be anywhere in the world. I paid my bill and went out to the Jeep. Might as well call Ron back now. He may have become more furious with the passing hours, but I figured facing the music with some miles between us was better than in the office tomorrow morning. I dialed his number and leaned back in my seat to await my fate. Chapter 32. Ron's suggestion turned out to be the one thing I had not expected to hear from him. Report the fraud to the local authorities. Since Livingston's residence was in Texas, and since the sale of the lesser-value ring had taken place there, we could sick their people on him. When he put it like that, I sort of relished the idea. I looked up the address of the main police station and let the tiny map on my phone direct me to it. For a city of close to 700,000 people, the police department seemed a bit skimpy in comparison to the nearby Federal Border Patrol facility. I supposed that was the impact of budgeting law enforcement resources at the border. I parked and went inside, gave a synopsis of the reason for my visit to an information officer, and was directed upstairs to the Major Crimes Division. Whether I'd caught the lunch hour or whether the division was hopelessly understaffed, I couldn't tell. The office I entered contained 3 desks, only one of which was manned at the moment. The guy's suit jacket hung over the back of his chair, and his short-sleeved white shirt was unbuttoned at the neck, his tie loosened. He had cocoa skin and dark hair with a generous sprinkling of gray. His nameplate said he was M. Lujan. When Lujan asked how he could help me, his voice sounded bored. I gave the basics. I'd been in contact with a local man with a collectible Super Bowl ring to sell. I'd brought the agreed-upon amount of cash, and he'd sold me a ring worth far less. I received a knowing but tired look that said, "You foolish people never learn to examine the merchandise, do you?" Lujan's expression closed further when I explained how I'd come back to find the house where we'd conducted this bit of business wasn't actually Livingston's house. A wry smile crossed his face when I told how Livingston had tricked the realtor into leaving it unattended long enough to pull his scam.
"I'll give him a B+ for creativity,"
Lujan said, not looking up as he typed my statement on a form on his computer screen. He printed the statement and had me sign it. He asked to see the ring, seemed mildly dazzled when the light hit the diamonds, and took several photos of it, including, naturally, the parts I should have looked at more closely before I forked over the cash. I stepped out into the bright sunshine when it was all over, relieved to have shifted part of the burden to an authority figure, although Lujan had not exactly radiated hope that we would be seeing Bobby Lorento's ring any time soon. The police session had taken longer than I expected. My stomach was churning from the salad at lunch, and I would be late getting home. But nothing about staying away overnight appealed to me. I walked to my Jeep, got in, and called Ron to report the last 2 hours' accomplishments. By the time I went through Las Cruces, my gut was in definite rebellion, and I pulled over at a gas station convenience store to see what over-the-counter remedies might be available. With 2 packets of tummy treatment chewable tablets and a large bottle of water in hand, I continued my journey. An hour later, a flashing dashboard light caught my attention, and I noticed the Jeep's temperature gauge had gone into the red zone. I edged off the roadway as far as I could and shut down. I hadn't passed an exit in at least 20 miles and didn't remember signage promising another anytime soon. I powered all the windows down and hoped for enough breeze to keep me from becoming roasted Charlie out here in the desert. Well, I'd been paying a little extra on my insurance every month for roadside assistance. This looked like the perfect time to use it. I grabbed my phone and the little card with the number from my wallet. The phone showed 1 bar of signal strength and the battery had 10% left. Crap. Would this fun day never end? Was it some misalignment of the planets or something? I couldn't seem to catch a break. I connected, barely, with a perky young woman who wanted to go through a Q&A session, but I interrupted by giving my location. Look, I've probably got a minute or 2 to talk. My car's out of commission and I need to be towed to the nearest garage. I'd appreciate anything you can do to make that happen. Her response sounded polite, although the scratchy quality of the signal didn't exactly assure me she'd heard everything I said. The phone went dead before she finished talking. Double crap. I took another of my tummy soothers and blew out a breath of frustration. Okay, Charlie, think. Somewhere in here I had a phone charger cord. I hoped it was for the current device, as they all seem to have different connection plugs. I rummaged in the glove box without luck, then tackled the little compartment in the console. Nothing there either. Sometimes stuff found its way under the seat. I leaned over and ran my hand beneath the passenger seat, coming up with a gum wrapper and a gas receipt before my fingers touched a cord. Aha! I'd started to pull on it when all at once my Jeep rocked violently. I slammed against the dashboard. Something bit into my rib cage and my head whacked the glove box door. I felt the car move, tires screaming in protest against pavement and gravel. Then it went still. The whole thing happened instantaneously, but it took me a long, stunned moment to figure out that I'd been hit by another vehicle. I groaned and pushed myself upward. "Shit, man," came a voice from outside. "You hit a parked car, dude," said a second male voice. They both giggled. I managed to get myself upright, spun around to see out. My Jeep was no longer parked neatly parallel to the road, but sat nose down where the verge dropped away, hind end still on pavement. A vivid orange Trans Am's crumpled front end had taken out my left rear quarter panel. My karma for asking whether this day could get any worse. A teenage boy stood at the collision point, while the driver was trying to put the car in gear and back away. The passenger spotted me and his eyes got saucer-like. He scrambled to get back in the car, which by now had steam spewing from under the hood. "Oh, no, you don't," I said, throwing my shoulder into my door to shove it open. "You're not going anywhere." I said it with a lot more authority than my pounding head and screaming lower back really felt. I stomped over to his driver's door and yanked it open. Beer fumes rolled out, and I spotted a half-dozen empty cans in the back seat. Before he could stop me, I reached across the kid in the driver's seat and twisted his key from the ignition. "Seriously? Damn straight. You think you're going to do this and just drive off?" The day's frustration built to a head. "Give me your phone. Right now." He actually handed it over. Never in my life had I exerted such power over a teenager, and I have to say it felt pretty good. I took a step back and pressed the button to activate the phone. It had stronger signal reception than mine had gotten earlier. I dialed 911 and waited for it to connect. The driver squirmed in his seat. "You two, stay right where you are," I ordered. "I need to—" "Shut it! You've capped off a shitty day for me, and you'll just have to wait it out."
I jammed his keys into my jeans pocket. The emergency operator came on and I described the location and situation. We'll need 2 tow trucks and the police should take a report. My idea of being home drifted away with the steam from the Trans Am. The 2 boys didn't look happy. I envisioned lectures from parents, a court appearance on a drunk driving charge, and whatever else their irresponsible act had brought down upon them. For me, I had a feeling my Jeep was toast. I looked at her and wanted to cry. By this time, passing traffic had slowed to a crawl, although the accident wasn't blocking a lane. The impulse to stare out couldn't be helped. I stomped up the road a ways and came back, having blown off only a little of my ire. In the distance, I saw a tow truck coming toward us. The truck driver pulled to the median and made a U-turn, which really caused traffic to bunch up. He steered to the front of my vehicle and got out.
"Road care called and dispatched me,"
said the burly man with shaggy brown hair and a beard that seemed too much in the 90-degree heat.
"Didn't say nothing about an accident."
Yeah, well, that's because there wasn't one when I first called. My Jeep overheated and I was waiting for a tow when these 2 bashed me. He gave a sympathetic nod. "The police are on the way. At least I hope they are," I said. A glance toward the Trans Am showed both boys having a nervous conversation inside. Sure enough, within a couple minutes, a state police black and white appeared over the horizon, lights and siren going full tilt. The car made the same move the tow truck had, except it came to a halt behind the teens, and a slightly built female officer got out. From the look she sent toward the boys, I guessed this wasn't the first time she'd responded to an accident involving beer-drinking college kids. She bypassed the orange car and walked up to me. I went through the story of my breakdown and the crash, handing over the boys' keys and phone. "This was good thinking," she said, indicating the keys. "I doubt he would have gotten far, but he was sure willing to try." "Are you injured?" "I don't think so." The tow truck driver pointed toward my temple, and I rubbed it with fingers that came away with a little blood. The officer took my statement and released me to ride along with the truck after he'd hooked onto my Jeep. It was a bit of a process, as he straightened the vehicle's position and lifted her onto the bed of his truck. Meanwhile, the officer did breath tests with the 2 kids, and they both ended up in the back seat of her cruiser. A second truck arrived to haul their vehicle away, as I was retrieving my purse, phone, and charger cord from mine. Little black specks danced in my vision when I bent over, and my driver ushered me to his truck and gave me a bottle of water.
"We'll get you to T&C real soon, and you can get some rest."
Any hope of making it home tonight quickly faded. My head throbbed, and muscles I didn't remember began to make themselves known. In the one thing I'd done right all day, I remembered to run my hand down inside my purse and make sure the $25,000 ring was still there. Chapter 33. Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, sits approximately in the middle of the state, and as the nearest town to Elephant Butte Lake, is a fairly major recreation attraction during the summer months. April being a bit pre-season for boating, I was able to get a room at one of the many lovely little strip motels after a long rigmarole of delivering my damaged Jeep to a fenced yard of other broken toys, clearing my possessions out of it, and renting a plain vanilla sedan to get myself home. I indulged in that most comfortable of comfort food, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and took my little box dinner to the room. The desk clerk was kind enough to provide me with a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a comb. I suppose my slightly battered face accounted for the sympathetic glances I received everywhere. Fortified with food and pain meds, I took a deep breath and called home. "I'm fine, hon, but there's not much way I want to drive back to Albuquerque tonight," I said after glossing over the basics of my day.
"El Paso? When did that idea come up?"
I admitted the trip had been very spur of the moment, but made something of a deal out of the new twist in the hunt for Jay Livingston.
Okay, then. I've got Freckles here at the house. Ron brought her by when he left the office for the day, concerned that you weren't back yet. You might want to give him a call.
My head pounded some more at the thought, but I did it. Ron wasn't pleased to hear about the lukewarm response from the El Paso police, and I got the feeling he didn't hold much hope of catching up with Bobby Laurento's diamond ring anytime soon. Finally, I told him I was achy and exhausted and would have to postpone any further lectures until tomorrow, because, damn it, I wanted to go to sleep now. Muscles were seriously cramping up now, and although I couldn't remember what time I'd last taken ibuprofen, I loaded up on some more before peeling off my clothes and crawling between the sheets. Sleep lasted exactly as long as the pills. 4 hours after taking them, I rolled over and felt achy and pain again. I indulged myself in a good bout of self-pity, wanting my husband and my dog